You're lying in the quiet dark, hands still full from all that you've been carrying through the day, your mind holding on like it's afraid to let go. Not because you want to keep everything tight, but because letting it fall feels like losing something important. The reply you haven't sent yet sits somewhere behind your ribs, a sentence you rehearsed in silence while walking to the bus stop. Again and again, you're replaying that quiet conversation from yesterday. How your voice caught at the edge of one phrase. How they paused just long enough for you to wonder if it sounded wrong, if you'd given too much or not enough. The moment between words stretches into hours now, and you can't seem to stop turning it over like a coin on your tongue. You've been thinking about it all evening, how the air changed when you said what you did, how their expression didn't shift in any way you could read. You keep asking yourself if they heard what you meant, or only what you said. It's not that you're afraid of being judged. It's more like you don't trust your own intention to land where it was aimed. The words felt true when you spoke them, but now the truth has no shape in the dark. It just floats there, unanchored. You've been searching for this feeling all week, some kind of permission to stop thinking about it. Not because you don't care, but because caring so much means your body is always leaning forward, waiting for a reply that might never come. You're exhausted from holding the conversation in place like a door propped open with a chair. Your brain remembers every pause, every shift in tone, every silence after you said something small, and then tried to make it mean more than it did. This is what it feels like when your mind won't close its eyes, when thoughts don't slow down at night, but instead start walking back through the same path, over and over. You've tried to tell yourself not to think about it, that you can't change anything now, that tomorrow will be different. But that doesn't stop the replay. The loop isn't broken, it's just looping, and your hands are still full. You're not alone in this. Many people find themselves here, the mind rewinding a moment like it's trying to catch something missed. Maybe you said too little or too much, or said nothing at all, when what you meant was somewhere between. What matters is that the conversation ended, and now there's no way to fix anything except by letting go. This isn't failure. It's not evidence of being careless or inattentive. Your brain runs on interest, and sometimes it latches onto something small because it mattered deeply at the time, even if you can't see why now. That quiet exchange from yesterday wasn't just words. It was a piece of you showing up, trying to be seen. You don't have to solve anything tonight. You don't even need to understand what happened in that moment. What matters is this: your mind wants to stay awake because it believes if you stop thinking, the meaning might vanish or get lost forever. But here's something true. Meaning doesn't live only in repetition. It lives in stillness too, the kind of quiet where no one needs to be right and nothing has has to make sense. The space between thoughts is not empty. It holds everything you've already felt. This is a place to rest, not medical advice or a substitute for professional care. This is relaxation content. If sleep stays hard night after night, if your brain won't quiet no matter how many times you try, then reaching out to someone who can help with that kind of persistent difficulty might be the next right step. But tonight isn't about fixing anything. Tonight is about setting something down. The ritual we're doing tonight uses a simple truth. The mind holds onto things not because it wants to keep them, but because it fears losing them. So we give it a place where they can rest, where nothing gets lost, and no one has to carry it anymore. Imagine a small wooden shelf just inside your bedroom door, sitting in the quiet shadow between light and dark. It's low enough that you don't have to stand up or reach far. It's made of warm grain, not polished or fancy, just something real, ordinary, always ready. You've never seen it before tonight, but you know it's there. It wasn't built for anything important. It only holds what is left behind. When you place something on this shelf, it doesn't disappear. It isn't forgotten. It just moves from your hands into a space where it can wait to be found later, where tomorrow will find it without needing to search or remember. We're going to walk through the things that are still running in your mind and set each one down gently on this shelf, like leaving a coat by the door when you come home. Not because they don't matter, but because carrying them all at once keeps you from sleeping. And sleep is not something you can afford to trade for worry. This isn't about forgetting. It's about handing over the burden so your mind can close its eyes tonight. We start with the conversation from yesterday, the one that still echoes in your thoughts like a song without an end. You said something, and it didn't feel quite right afterward. You're not sure what you meant to say, or whether you even needed to say anything at all. Maybe just being present was enough. But now, your mind keeps replaying the moment when you spoke, as if there's some hidden mistake in how the words fell. That memory is heavy, not because it happened, but because it still feels unfinished. You've been asking yourself what they might have thought then, or whether they noticed something about the way you paused. You're wondering now if your tone was too soft, too sharp, too careful. Whether saying that one sentence changed anything at all. But here's a different idea. Those words aren't yours to carry anymore. They've already been spoken into the world, and whatever impact they had has already happened, whether you know it or not. There is no more work to do on them. No correction, no second version. So we place this moment down, the one where you said what came next, even if it wasn't quite right, and set it gently onto the shelf just inside your bedroom door. It's not erased, It's not ignored. It's simply handed over, set down so that tonight your hands can rest. You don't need to know how they heard it or whether you said enough. You only need to say, "This is no longer mine to keep." Now the shelf holds one thing, the memory of that quiet exchange. It sits there quietly, waiting for tomorrow when you might want to look at it again. But tonight, it doesn't have to be in your mind. We move on. There's also the reply you still haven't sent, something small but persistent. A message sitting, half written in your thoughts, like a door left cracked open. You know what it says, and you could send it now if you wanted, but not because it needs to happen tonight. Because you're afraid of saying something wrong again. But that's the thing about replies. They don't have to be perfect. They just need to arrive. And arriving doesn't require your brain to stay awake for days afterward. So we place this reply down too on the shelf, where it can wait until morning when your hands are clearer and more ready. You're not abandoning it. You're trusting that if you leave it there, tomorrow will find it just as easily as you would now, but without needing to carry it through sleepless hours. And then there's the part of you still wondering what they might say next, if they'll think differently about you, or whether this small moment changes anything between you. But these thoughts aren't facts, they're loops running in your mind like background noise. We don't need to answer them tonight. We only need to set them down. So we place the thought of their reply, what might come after, what they might say next, not as a worry, but simply as something that belongs on the shelf now. It's not urgent. It doesn't have to be solved. It just needs a home where it can wait until you're ready. And there's another thought that floats up like a leaf on water, something you haven't let yourself feel yet. Not really. How much of this replaying isn't about what was said at all, but about whether you were seen, whether they noticed you in that moment, the way your voice caught, the way you looked down when speaking, the tiny shift in posture that might have meant something to them and nothing to you. It's not just a conversation from yesterday that keeps returning. It's the quiet ache of wondering if being present was enough, or if showing up fully means always getting it right. But here's what this night is for. No more measuring your worth by how perfectly words land. No need to prove you were clear, calm, or sufficient in any moment when your heart wasn't quite steady. That part doesn't have to be fixed tonight. It only has to be held somewhere other than inside your head. We place that feeling down, the sense of being half seen, not quite known, onto the shelf by the door where everything else waits. Not because it's unimportant, but because it no longer needs you to carry its weight through sleep. You don't have to decide whether they noticed or didn't notice, whether your voice was too quiet or too loud. That's not for tonight. What matters is this: you are allowed to be imperfect, and the moment doesn't live in your mind anymore just because it happened. It lives where it belongs, outside of you, on the shelf, waiting quietly. Now there's a different kind of wait, the one that settles after something has been said, but not yet confirmed. Not a reply, not a reaction, but the space between saying and knowing what came back. The silence that follows a moment like that isn't empty. It holds all the versions of how things could go. What they might say when next you meet, whether they'll laugh or pause too long, whether their face will show anything at all. But those futures aren't real yet, not really, and they don't need to be answered tonight. The brain likes to run ahead, always building roads before there's even a footstep on the path. So we place that stretch of silence, the time between your words, and whatever might come next, onto the shelf too. It doesn't have to be filled with certainty or clarity. It just needs to be set down where it can wait without needing you. And then, softly, there's something smaller but still persistent. A memory of how you stood in that space before speaking, the way your hand brushed against the table edge, the breath you held for one beat too long. Not because you were nervous, but because part of you was already trying to remember what it felt like to be seen while being yourself. The moment wasn't about performance. It was about showing up as someone who is not perfect, but willing. And that willingness doesn't need a receipt, doesn't require an outcome. It just needs to exist, and now it does, on the shelf. There's also the part of you still wondering if saying anything at all was necessary. Maybe silence would have been kinder. Maybe staying quiet meant more than speaking did. But those aren't questions, they're thoughts that want a home. Not an answer, not a debate, just placement. So we place them down, the doubt about whether to speak, the thought that maybe less is more, onto the shelf, where they can stay until tomorrow when you might think differently. You don't have to resolve it tonight. You only need to let go of holding on. There's another kind of echo, not from words this time, but from posture, from movement. The way your shoulders shifted slightly as you spoke, how you leaned forward just a bit too much or pulled back too soon. Not mistakes, just signals, bodily language that wasn't intended to mean anything, yet now feels like it did. As if every small shift in the body becomes a message when the mind is replaying. But those aren't signs of failure, they're traces of attention, of being present even when uncertain. And they don't need to be reviewed or rewritten. They just need to rest. We place that sense of physical memory, the way your arms moved, how you settled into your chair, onto the shelf where it can lie still and unexamined. It's not part of a performance. It didn't have to be right. It was simply happening. And now it belongs somewhere else. And then there's the rhythm that keeps coming back, not in words, but in timing. The pause between your sentence and their response. Not silence, just time. Time for them to think. Time for you to wait. But waiting doesn't have to mean worry. It can just be a moment, passing. And now it belongs on the shelf too, This stretch of time that isn't urgent, not heavy, not needing anything from you. There's also something quieter, a thought that has been growing like moss in the corner of your mind, the idea that maybe no one else remembers this conversation at all, that they might have already moved on or barely noticed it was even said. Not because you weren't important, but because attention is fleeting, because people are full with their own things, and that's okay. You don't need to be remembered every time you speak. You just needed to say what came next, and now you did. So we place that thought down, the quiet relief of knowing they may not even remember, onto the shelf where it can rest like a stone in water, no longer needing to sink or float. It's not about being forgotten. It's about not having to carry the burden of whether someone noticed. You're allowed to be small and still matter. And then there's something else, a version of you that wonders if this replaying is really just about wanting to know what it felt like when you were brave enough to speak at all. Not because you needed an answer, but because being heard, even slightly, felt real for a moment. That small spark of connection, even if fleeting, you don't have to keep living in that moment, but you can let yourself remember it as something true. And now, we place the memory of your courage down too, the part of you that spoke even when unsure, onto the shelf where it can stay warm and safe. There's also a different kind of stillness that arrives after all this. Not peace, but presence. The feeling of being exactly where you are, with no need to fix or finish anything. Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing needs fixing right now. You don't have to be ready for tomorrow. You just have to be here tonight. So we place the weight of that stillness down, the sense of simply existing without purpose, onto the shelf where it can breathe, unburdened by effort. It doesn't need to do anything. It's allowed to just be. And now there are no more thoughts rising like waves, just a quiet drift, like dust settling in slow light. The room is soft around you. Your breath moves easily. You don't have to think about the shelf anymore, only that it exists, that everything has been placed, that your hands can open now. Not because they were ever full, but because the act of letting go was never about losing anything, but about finding space. And so the night goes on, not with answers, not with solutions, just with softness, with the quiet knowledge that what's been said doesn't need to be carried anymore, that it has already happened. And you are allowed, here, now, to rest your mind like a book left open, no longer needing to read its last page. You're not trying to remember how it sounded anymore, just that it happened. And that's enough. The shape of your voice in that moment isn't a thing you have to return to, because it already did what it needed to do. You don't need to retrace the sound of yourself speaking into the air. Not today. Not now. There's something else. The way your chest still holds the weight of having spoken at all, the small pressure that comes not from fear, but from feeling seen enough to matter in a single breath. That feeling doesn't have to stay with you. It can live on its own, like a note left behind after music stops playing. You don't need to carry it forward because you already made your way through it. There's also the idea that maybe they didn't hear you. Maybe their ears passed right over your words without catching them at all. And that's okay too. Not because you're not worth listening to, but because hearing isn't a measure of being heard. Some things don't need to be noticed by anyone else to have been true for you. The act of saying something doesn't depend on a response to prove it happened. You can let go of the version that keeps waiting for confirmation, waiting for echo, waiting for someone to say your words back as if they were theirs. That part isn't yours anymore. It's just another loop in your mind trying to make sense of something already past. You don't need to resolve it. You only need to place it. There's a quiet space between thoughts now, the kind that doesn't demand attention, but quietly holds everything else. Not emptiness exactly, but the absence of effort. The way sunlight lies across a floor when no one is moving through the room. Still there, still warm, and not asking for anything from you at all. You don't have to explain why your voice rose just a little when you said what came next. You don't have to justify being nervous or soft or unsure. That moment wasn't about performance. It was about presence, about standing in the room with yourself long enough to say something real, even if only for an instant. And that's all it needed to be. Now there's a different kind of noticing. Not about what you said or how it landed, but about your body remembering the feeling of having spoken without flinching. The way your throat didn't close, the way your hands stayed still in your lap instead of clutching at something. Not because nothing mattered, but because you were already enough to speak. That memory isn't lost. It's not buried. It's just waiting somewhere, like a coat left behind on a chair after someone has gone. It doesn't need to be worn again, but it can still be warm when you think of it. You're allowed to feel that warmth without needing to take the coat back. And then there's the thought that keeps arriving not as a worry, but as an observation. Sometimes the mind replays things not because they matter more than they did, but because they mattered at all. Because for one breath, you stepped into yourself with intention. Not perfection, just presence. And that's enough to linger. That doesn't need to be fixed or polished. It just needs to be set down like a pebble placed on the edge of a path where no one walks. No purpose, no meaning attached, only existence. You don't have to keep searching for proof that you were there, that you said something real. You can trust that it happened, even if only in your own silence afterward. The world doesn't always echo back what we say, but the fact that we said it is its own kind of truth. And now this thread, the one about being heard, can rest where it belongs. Not in your head, but in a place that holds things gently, like a drawer full of old letters you never read again. Not forgotten, just no longer needed to be held. There's also the quiet after the echo fades, a kind of stillness that comes not from silence, but from completion. You didn't finish anything today, but you did something important. You let yourself speak without needing a result. That was enough. The mind doesn't always need answers. It just needs permission to be unfinished, to be okay with not knowing what came next, not even trying to predict it, just letting the moment sit like water in a glass that's been left on a table overnight. And now you're starting to feel something else, not relief exactly, but ease. A softness around your ribs where tension used to live. The way air moves through your body without resistance. No effort required. Not even the kind of thinking that tries to name what's happening. There's no need to understand this moment. You just have to be in it. And you are. It's not about fixing anything. It's not about being ready for tomorrow. It's only about letting go of the idea that you must carry every thought forward like a burden. That each thing you say has to matter to someone else, or even to yourself, forever. You can let thoughts live their own lives now, even if they're small, even if they don't change anything. You don't have to keep them alive just because they were real once. There's another layer beneath all this, the idea that you might never know how it landed, and that's okay. Some moments aren't meant to be returned to. They're only meant to happen. And now there's a different kind of stillness, one not full of effort, but full of release. The way your shoulders drop without telling them to. The way your hands uncurl slowly on their own, like petals opening at dusk. You don't need to guide it. It just happens. There's also the memory of how you felt in that pause when you stopped speaking and didn't know what would come next. Not panic exactly, not anxiety, just openness. A space where anything could follow and nothing had to. That moment isn't lost, but it doesn't need to be held anymore either. You can let go of the idea that every feeling has to lead somewhere, that every word must have a consequence. You don't need to keep everything in motion just because you're awake. The mind is allowed to rest between thoughts. It's okay for attention to wander without chasing anything back. The night isn't asking for answers. It only wants you to be here, with your eyes closed and your breath slow. And so the quiet grows, not as silence, but as something richer, like a room where time moves differently because no one is in a hurry. No clock ticking, no list to check off, just space. Space that's already filled with all that was said and not said, felt and not felt, known and not known. You're allowed to be small right now. You don't need to matter more than you do. Your presence isn't measured by how much you say or when you say it. You can just be, and there's no one waiting for you to finish thinking. No one asking why you paused too long. No one wondering if you were brave enough, correct enough, right enough. Just the soft weight of your body in bed. The slow rise and fall of breath that doesn't need to do anything but exist. Now there's a different kind of memory, not about what was said or how it sounded, but about how it felt when you realized you didn't have to keep replaying it anymore. That moment wasn't the end. It was just the beginning of letting go. And now you can place that feeling down, the quiet certainty that you don't need to repeat yourself, because your voice already made its mark onto a surface where things rest without needing attention. It doesn't matter if no one else remembers it. The only person who needed to hear it was you, and you did. So the night goes on, not with answers, not with fixes, not even with understanding, but simply with being, with staying, with letting everything settle into its own place, like dust in a sunlit room where nothing is asked of anything at all. There's a quiet between breaths where nothing needs to happen, not even thinking, just the soft hollow of air held in place, like water resting in a cup that no one will drink from. You don't need to fill it with meaning. It doesn't have to become something. The space beneath your ribs is not an empty room. It's already full of things you've lived without naming. The way your hand trembled slightly when you reached for the glass, the exact shade of blue in the sky just before dusk turned it gray, the sound of your own voice 3 days ago on a call that didn't last long but left its shape on your throat. All of them are here now, not as memories to be relived, but as soft weights you can set down without fear. You don't have to wonder what they mean. You don't need to decide if they matter today or tomorrow or ever again. They're just part of the quiet that lives between heartbeats, the kind that doesn't demand a reason to exist. And right now, this stillness isn't something you're working toward. It's not earned. It's simply allowed. That conversation from yesterday, your voice in it, there's silence after. You don't need to retrace every step of how it happened, or what might have changed if you'd said one thing differently. The moment doesn't live in your mind anymore like a file that needs opening. It lives in the way your body remembers warmth without needing to check for signs of it. In the slow release when you exhale and don't pull yourself back into motion right away. There's a shelf beside where you lie, not real but imagined, like something made from shadow and stillness. And every moment that doesn't need to be carried gets placed there gently, like leaving an envelope on a doorstep without knowing who will receive it. You've already put the worry about whether they heard your tone down there, the fear of misunderstanding, the version of yourself that rehearsed 3 different ways to say, "I meant what I said," and then didn't speak at all. That shelf holds things not because you believe in them, but because you've decided to stop carrying them. It doesn't have a label. No one checks it daily. It doesn't need to be cleaned or rearranged. It just is a place where the unneeded parts of your day can rest like stones left on a riverside after a storm. And now there's another kind of quiet, not in the room, but behind the eyes, the space that opens when you stop listening for an answer from inside yourself. Not because you've solved anything, but because you're finally allowing some thoughts to stay unresolved. That's what it means to let go. Not to know, not to fix, not even to understand. To leave something in place without needing to do anything about it. There was a moment yesterday when the air between you and them changed, not with words, not with silence, but with presence. The kind that doesn't need translation. You didn't have to explain your pause. They didn't ask for more. There was just room, enough room for both of you to breathe without pretending anything had been said. That moment isn't lost because it wasn't repeated. It's not gone just because no one recorded it or called it significant. The fact that it happened is enough. And now, in this dark where nothing needs to be proven, you can let it rest too on the shelf beside your head, among all the other things that don't need to matter anymore. The body remembers what the mind forgets. The way warmth spreads when someone looks at you and doesn't rush away. The weight of a hand on a table when no one is waiting for you to speak next. The softness in your chest when you realize you didn't have to prove anything, even if only for 5 seconds. You don't need to keep holding onto the shape of that conversation like it's going to vanish unless you replay it again and again. It doesn't belong in a loop. It belongs in time, like everything else that ever happened. And time has already passed through it without erasing it. So why carry its shadow? Let the last syllable fall where it landed, on the floor of the room you're not even seeing anymore. Not because it was wrong or unimportant, but because it doesn't need to be owned by tomorrow. It can just exist as something that happened, like a leaf falling from a tree in autumn. There's no reason to go back and rearrange the pieces of what was said. No use asking if you could have been clearer, softer, sharper. The words were there when they needed to be. They did their work, whether you knew it or not, and now they're finished. The only thing left is this: your body in bed, no longer trying to keep track of every thought that passed through it tonight. No need to monitor how many loops have been released. You don't need a count. The act itself is enough. The letting go, the placing down, the soft surrender of not needing to remember everything. The air around you isn't empty. It's full of all the things you've said and didn't say, felt and didn't feel, known and didn't know. But it doesn't need to be unpacked anymore. You don't have to check in on each one to see if they're still safe. You can let go of the idea that every moment must serve a purpose, that every word has to echo beyond its own instant. Some things only exist for themselves, and that's enough. And now you're not just resting, you're being held by time itself. Not in some grand or dramatic way, but in the quiet way that happens when nothing is rushing toward anything at all. The kind of stillness where your pulse slows without effort, like water finding its level after a storm. There's no clock ticking behind your ribs anymore, not even a whisper of one. No demand to be ready for what comes next. Just the soft weight of being exactly here, with your breath slow and your body warm in the dark. That conversation, it doesn't need to live in your mind like a task that hasn't been completed. It can just be like smoke drifting through an open window, or light passing over stone at dawn, not needing explanation, not requiring return. And now you're learning how to stop looking for meaning in every pause, every silence between words. You don't have to make sense of the space where nothing is said. That space isn't failure, it's fullness. It's room for what comes after, for whatever might happen when no one is trying to fix anything. You can let your thoughts drift like dust in sunlight, not chasing them, not holding on to them, just watching as they settle into stillness without needing permission. There's a rhythm beneath all this, something older than memory, older than intention, the steady pulse of being alive without having to prove it. And right now, you're not trying to be anything more than that. Not brave, not perfect, just here, letting the night hold you as if you were never meant to carry everything on your own. The shelf beside you is still full, not with things you need, but with things you no longer do. Every word released, every worry laid down, every moment returned to its proper place. Not lost, just resting. And now there's a different kind of listening, the kind that doesn't wait for answers, only for presence. The kind where the quiet isn't waiting to be filled. It's already full, and you're part of it, not because you said anything important today, not because your voice mattered in any measurable way, but because you were here, because you didn't run from what felt unresolved, because you let yourself feel without needing to do something about it. That's the kind of strength that doesn't shout, it simply is. And right now, it's all around you. So let the words fall where they landed. Let the silence stay as it is. No need to fix it. No need to explain it. Just rest like a stone in water, like a leaf on soil, like breath that doesn't have to go anywhere, but where it already is. There's no urgency here, not even a whisper of it. The night isn't asking for anything except your presence, the quiet kind that doesn't demand performance or proof. The way your body knows how to relax even when your mind isn't ready, that's not a glitch. That's a gift. It remembers what you've forgotten, how to unclench without permission. The muscles in your shoulders have stopped waiting for orders. They're just soft now, not because they were told to be, but because the weight of having to decide anything has finally lifted. There's no need to check if the light is off or if the window was left ajar. Those things aren't yours to carry anymore. You can let them stay in whatever state they're in, like leaves that have chosen their place on the ground and don't care what happens next. The conversation from yesterday isn't stuck behind your eyes. It's not trapped in any one moment or tone of voice. It doesn't need a resolution because it wasn't ever broken to begin with. Some things aren't meant to be fixed, only felt. And now you're feeling them without the pressure to make sense of them. The quiet between words isn't empty space anymore. It's full of all the unsaid things that still matter in their own way. Not as problems to solve, not as mistakes to avoid, just as part of what happened, like a tree growing sideways because it leaned into sunlight one afternoon. You don't have to keep replaying it like an audio loop wound too tight. Just let the shape of it settle where it landed, like a letter folded and tucked into a drawer without ever being sent. There's no shame in that kind of leaving behind. Some things aren't meant for delivery, only for holding gently until they're no longer needed. And now you're learning how to hold them differently without needing to know what comes next. There's something deep inside the quiet where you don't need to explain yourself, not even to your own thoughts. That place isn't made of silence, it's made of presence. A kind of listening that doesn't search for meaning or purpose, just waits in stillness like a pond after rain. You don't have to do anything to earn being there. You're not late. You're not behind. You were never supposed to be perfect. You were only ever meant to be here. Your breath is no longer measured against time. It's moving with something older than clocks. It doesn't rush forward or drag back. It just flows, like water under a bridge that doesn't care about destinations. And your chest opens slowly without effort, like a door left ajar after someone walks through and forgets to close it. No one needs to come back for it. Nothing is waiting on the other side. The words from yesterday are still there, the ones you said, the ones you, but they're not holding onto anything anymore. They've stopped needing your attention. You don't have to protect them or defend them. You can let them go like a feather caught in a current that carries it gently downstream until it lands on soft earth somewhere far from where it started. There's no need to wonder if they were right or wrong. That kind of weighing isn't your job anymore. The truth of what was said doesn't live in judgment. It lives in how the moment felt and how you carried yourself through it. And that part, it was enough. not perfect, but present. Not flawless, but real. You're not trying to erase anything now. You're just allowing space for things to be as they are. No correction needed. No revision. The past isn't a problem, it's an echo. And echoes don't have to change their tone to belong. The night is full of small movements, air shifting, fabric settling on skin, the quiet sound of your own blood moving through you without permission or demand. You're not fighting any of it. You're not trying to stay awake or fall asleep. You're just letting yourself be carried by the soft gravity of being alive in a body that knows how to rest. The shelf beside you is still there, full with things that were never meant to be moved, not because they're important, but because they've already been seen. They don't need your hands anymore. They're not asking for attention. Just like the conversation from yesterday, they're allowed to just exist. You don't have to remember every tone or pause. You don't even have to know if it was good or bad. The feeling of having said something that mattered, no matter how small, is already enough. It doesn't need a label. It doesn't need proof. It's not waiting for someone else to say, "Yes, you did well." It just happened. And now it can rest. There are no open loops in the dark. Not really. Not if they're allowed to be incomplete. Not if they're permitted to leave behind only their shape, not their purpose. Some things aren't meant to have closure. They're meant to have release. To fall into silence, like a stone sinking slowly through water until it rests on the bottom. You don't need to fix what didn't break. You don't need to heal what wasn't wounded. And you definitely don't need to relive every word just to make sure it was safe. The conversation isn't lost. It's not even in your hands anymore. It's out there, somewhere between breath and memory, moving through the air like a quiet sigh that didn't belong to anyone, but still belonged to everything. You're not responsible for how it landed. You don't have to carry its aftermath like luggage on a long journey you never signed up for. The weight of having said something is over now. What's left isn't regret or worry. It's the soft residue of presence, of showing up even when your voice shook, even when you weren't sure. There's no need to rehearse it again tomorrow. No reason to test if someone would say the same thing back. You don't have to prove anything anymore, not even to yourself. The fact that you spoke at all is its own kind of completion. And now there's a different way of being in your body, where movement isn't about purpose, but about release. Where every shift in position is not an effort to get somewhere, but just letting go again, gently, like untying a knot no one was meant to hold tight for long. You're not doing anything wrong by stopping. You're not failing because you don't have all the answers. The truth isn't always loud or clear. It's often quiet, and it doesn't need your hands to carry it home. The night is is still here, full of space that wasn't waiting for you to fill it. It was already full when you came in, just like you were. You didn't have to earn the right to be part of this moment. You weren't late. You weren't behind. There was no schedule to keep. Now you're not holding on anymore. Not even to your own thoughts. They drift past you like clouds over a field, no need to follow, no reason to stop and name them. They pass through your mind without asking for anything, and that's okay. You don't have to return their gaze. You can just watch them move and let them go. The conversation from yesterday isn't gone. It's not lost in some forgotten place. It's here, settled now, like a book left open on a nightstand with the light off. No one needs to read it again. No one has to finish it. It doesn't have to be understood or corrected. It just was, and you were there for it. That's enough. There's no need to search for meaning in silence anymore. Not even when the quiet stretches long and feels heavy. The stillness isn't waiting to be filled. It's already full of all that happened, and all that didn't happen, and everything in between. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to defend your voice or justify your pauses. Your silence doesn't need permission to exist. It's not a failure. It's a place where things can settle without being touched. Your hands are open now, not because they were told to be, but because the weight has been lifted from them. They're warm and relaxed, like roots that have stopped gripping soil just to survive. They don't need to hold anything anymore, not even their own thoughts. And somewhere in this softness, there's a kind of peace that doesn't ask for proof. It simply is. It isn't loud or dramatic. It doesn't shout from the rooftops or demand attention. It settles quietly, like dust on a shelf after the wind has passed. The space between your thoughts is no longer a gap, but something held, like the pause after someone finishes speaking, when you're still listening for echoes in the air. That silence isn't empty. It's full of what was said without being spoken aloud, like breath that lingered too long on the lips and finally released into nothingness. It doesn't need to be named or claimed anymore. The shape of your voice from yesterday is no longer a weight. It's just part of how sound moves through time. There are places in you where conversation lives even when it's not happening. Like old letters folded inside books that aren't read but still kept. You don't have to keep listening for what comes next, because there isn't one. The moment passed and didn't collapse behind you. It stayed open, gently curved around your ribs, a soft place in the body where memory doesn't hurt anymore. You're not being asked to remember it differently or fix anything about how it went. It was just true while it happened, your words, their silence, that thin line between intention and outcome. And now it's over. The shelf by the door is still there, the one you imagined earlier when all those other things were laid down. Not a real thing in any room, not even made of wood or glass, but something stitched from quiet attention, built just enough to hold what needs holding for tonight. It sits where your hands used to grip on both sides at once, and it's full now with the lightest kind of burden. No sharp edges, nothing heavy that pulls downward. What you said yesterday is there, not tucked in a folder or saved on some screen, but placed like an envelope left behind after someone has read what was inside. Not urgent, not needing reply, just existing where it landed, soft as paper folded once and laid down with care. It doesn't demand to be reread, because no one ever said you had to explain yourself again. There's a rhythm in letting go that isn't about doing anything at all, just staying still long enough for the mind to notice what has already settled. The way your body tilts slightly toward warmth, how blood flows without effort through veins like water, finding its own level after rain. You aren't pushing forward, you're allowing yourself to be carried by something older than thought. Your breath is not a task, it's just air moving in and out of the shape that knows it doesn't need permission to exist. It moves with no intention other than being what breathing does. Steady, even, quiet when needed. You don't have to guide it or change its pace. Just let your chest rise and fall like tides following something deep beneath. There's a kind of stillness in the room that isn't silence. It's full of presence without demand. Like dust motes floating between two slats of sunlight, not falling, but drifting, because there is nowhere to land yet. They're suspended exactly as they should be, no need for them to reach anything or prove their reason for being. The words you spoke aren't lost. They've gone where things go when they are finished, into the quiet corners that remember without recording. Like footsteps in snow that fade before anyone else sees them, not because they didn't happen, but because there was no one waiting to follow along. Your voice made a mark on air and then let it dissolve. No need for permanence. The night is long enough now to hold all the things you don't have time to name yet. The ones that come up in odd moments when nothing else matters. Like how someone smiled at their phone before closing it, or what color jacket they wore yesterday. These small details aren't important. They're just part of being alive and noticing something without needing meaning attached. You're not supposed to hold onto every trace of the day. Only one thing truly belongs in your hands. This moment right now, when nothing is required except presence itself. That's enough. The rest can wait until morning comes with its own rhythm, or never come at all. It doesn't matter which, it only matters that you're not holding it. There are places inside where stories settle without being told, like seeds buried in soil waiting for rain. They'll never get, but still remain intact, because the earth knows their shape, even if no one else does. You don't have to explain why some thoughts stay quiet, or how certain memories live behind your eyes like photographs taken long ago, developed only once, and then forgotten. The conversation from yesterday isn't a mistake. It's not something you need to fix by saying it again. It was honest while it happened, your voice cracking slightly on the third sentence, because nerves had been there all along, even if they weren't spoken out loud. And that honesty is its own kind of proof, one no longer needing performance. You don't have to make sure people understood or cared about what you said, or whether their silence meant anything. Silence can be a place where things rest without being judged by anyone else's need for answers. It doesn't require your attention to stay meaningful. The shelf still holds everything, your words, the quiet after them, even that flicker of doubt when they came out too fast or not quite right. And it hasn't cracked under the weight because there was never any real burden in the first place. The thing wasn't heavy. It only felt like it did while you were carrying it. Now your hands are open, not from effort, but simply by release, as if someone reached into them and removed something that had been gripping too tightly for far too long. There's no need to prove they're empty. Just knowing the grip is gone feels enough. The air around you has shifted slightly. It's not colder or warmer, just softer in texture, like wool left out overnight until it loses its stiffness. It moves gently across your skin without announcing itself, as if learning how to exist again after being held too long by intention. You don't have to carry the past forward, because there's no road ahead that needs you dragging everything behind you. You're not late for anything. There was never a schedule written down anywhere, except in the mind, trying to keep track of things it can't control. The moment passes, and then another follows, not chasing after each other, but drifting like leaves on slow water where nothing is urgent or important. One stays near the surface, one slips beneath without protest. Neither asks for attention, both just exist as they are meant to. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, but because your body has decided that moving too fast isn't necessary anymore. It doesn't need proof of calm. It already feels like home, even if it's a strange kind of one. Quiet rooms without clocks, walls with no windows facing outward, floors made from stillness. There's space here for the parts you forgot to name, the ones not loud enough or urgent enough to demand attention, but somehow real anyway. Like how your foot moved slightly when someone spoke too quickly. Like that time in a meeting where you nodded even though nothing had been said yet, just because it felt easier than staying still. These things aren't failures. They're proof of awareness without control, presence with no agenda. They don't need to be corrected or explained, just allowed into the quiet where they can lie down and rest, until morning calls them forward again, if ever at all. You're not supposed to fix your past in order to sleep. You just have to stop pretending it needs fixing right now. The conversation from yesterday is settled like a book left open on a table after reading. Pages turned gently, so no one has to close it for good. It's finished without being completed, just existing where things go when they're done speaking. There's nothing missing from the shelf. It holds everything that needed holding tonight and more. Not just your words, but also their pause, the space between them, even how you hesitated before saying anything at all. That hesitation wasn't failure. It was respect for what came next, your voice stepping forward with care. And now, there's a different kind of weight in your chest, not pressure or burden, but warmth from having let something go without needing to be told how. You didn't have to earn the right to stop carrying things you no longer needed. The moment arrived on its own, just like rain arrives after drought. The sky doesn't ask permission, it simply releases. There's a quiet between your ribs where the echo of that conversation settles like dust on an old shelf, settled not because it was resolved, but because it no longer needs to be rechecked. The air in this room has learned how to breathe without effort, and so have you. You don't need to look back at what was said, or imagine how it might sound from another ear, or rehearse the exact shape of your hesitation as if it were a mistake waiting to be corrected. It wasn't a misstep, just a breath caught in transit, like water held too long between two hands before realizing there's no need to pour. There was never an answer you were supposed to give, only a moment that asked to be felt. And now that the feeling has passed through you, it leaves behind something softer than memory, just stillness, with no claim on your time or attention. The words you spoke aren't lost there, in the quiet where things go when they're not meant to be kept. Not forgotten, but released into a place where they don't need to prove themselves anymore. Your hands are open now, not because you decided it was time, but because you no longer feel the weight of needing to hold them closed. There's a difference between holding on and simply being present with what is there. You were not meant to carry that moment forward like a torch in the dark. It wasn't yours to keep. The space where your breath used to catch, where the thought, "Did I say it right?" would rise up like smoke, is empty now. And emptiness has its own kind of comfort. You don't have to close the book, or mark the page, or write a note in the margin. You're not required to make sense of what happened between you and that other person, just as no one asked you to explain why your shoulders tightened when they paused too long before responding. The body remembers more than the mind can name. It holds the shape of silence even when the sound is gone. That conversation wasn't a test. Not really, not for tone, not for clarity, not for being enough. It was just two people trying to meet in language, and sometimes that meeting happens in fragments, in pauses longer than words. And still, it happened. That's all it needed to be. The shelf you've been imagining isn't a list, or an archive, or even storage in the way we usually think of such things. It doesn't sort by urgency or importance. It holds things not because they're valuable, but because they were real. The kind of thing that shows up when you least expect it. How your voice cracked slightly on the third sentence. How you looked away just before finishing. How the silence afterward lasted a beat longer than usual. These aren't errors to be fixed. They're traces left behind by attention. You don't need to store them in order to honor them. You don't have to keep them safe or recheck their position. They're already where they belong, inside this moment of release, on that shelf you didn't know existed until now. It's not a place of forgetting. It's a place where things can rest without being judged for how long they stayed. And the thing about resting is it doesn't need to be earned. You don't have to prove you're right to stop carrying. No permission slip required. The body knows what it needs before the mind does. And tonight it's choosing stillness over vigilance, softness over scrutiny. There's a small rhythm in this room that isn't yours. Just the quiet hum of air moving through walls not meant for sound. Like a memory slowly fading from skin to shadow. It doesn't demand anything. It just is. And you are learning how to be with it, not by fixing, not by analyzing, but simply by allowing its presence without adding your own story. Your foot still remembers the way it shifted when someone spoke too fast, like muscle memory of a moment that wasn't even about speaking at all. That movement wasn't wrong. It was awareness in motion. And now it can rest where it landed, not as evidence, but as part of you, like the small crease on your palm from holding something too tight once. You don't have to make meaning out of every flicker inside you. You're allowed to let parts of yourself be quiet without needing them to speak first. The mind doesn't need to explain everything, especially not when it's already tired of trying. There's a kind of listening that happens after the words are done, the sort where you hear what wasn't said, or feel how someone paused just before saying something else entirely. That listening isn't failure, it's attention without demand. It's being in the room even when no one speaks. And now your body is learning to do that too, not by performing, not by proving anything, but simply by staying. There's a warmth spreading through you that doesn't come from temperature, but from release. Not joy, not relief, just quiet acceptance of what was and what wasn't needed to be changed. The past isn't erased, it's just no longer in the way. It doesn't need your protection or your replaying anymore. You're allowed to let go of how things sounded because because they've already been heard. You don't have to worry about whether it mattered, because if you cared enough to say something, then it did matter, even if only for a moment. That's enough. The shelf holds more than words. It holds the pause between them, the space where your breath caught, the way your eyes softened when they looked back at yours after speaking. All of it is there, not as proof that you were right or wrong, but because it happened. And now it belongs to this moment, held gently, with no intention beyond simply being. You aren't supposed to fix what's already been said. You're only meant to stop carrying the weight of wondering if it was enough. The answer isn't in your head. It's in the quiet after you stopped asking. There's a softness around the edges of this room now that wasn't there before, not because anything changed, but because you stopped trying to make sure it would. You didn't have to decide what happened next. You just had to allow yourself not to need to know. And so your hands stay open, not from strength or willpower, but simply because they no longer feel the need to close again. They're free to rest in their own shape, like a pair of gloves left on a table after the cold has passed through them. The night isn't asking anything of you. It doesn't want an answer, doesn't care if your thoughts are tidy or messy, doesn't measure your value by how many loops you've closed tonight. It only asks that you stay just for now and let things be as they are. There's no rush to reach the end, because the ending isn't something you have to arrive at. It's already here, in this soft breath between one thought and the next. The shelf is full. You're not required to check it again until morning, if ever. And if tomorrow comes with questions or shadows, they'll find their way without needing a torch from you tonight. You don't need to remember everything. You just need to know that it's been placed, that it doesn't have to stay in your hands anymore, that the mind can let go even when it feels like it might be lost. There's space now, not for more things, but for stillness. Not for fixing, not for proving, but simply for being exactly as you are. And the conversation from yesterday, it's done. Not perfect, not complete, just finished. Like a river that doesn't need to keep flowing just because it once had direction. It can slow down. It can settle. It can rest in its own shape without needing to be told how. You don't have to carry it forward. You don't even have to name it again. Just let it lie where it fell with no shame, no need for correction, because you said what needed saying, and that was enough. And now the air is softer still, like cotton left out in rain, until it forgets how to be dry. It doesn't rush. It doesn't push. It just moves around you with a quiet kind of kindness, as if knowing exactly how much space you need tonight. The quiet isn't empty. It's holding something, not in weight, but in ease. It doesn't press against you, or demand your attention. It simply settles into the space where your breath has slowed and the edges of thought have softened like wax left too long near a flame. You're not being asked to do anything with what remains, only to let it be as it is, without shaping its shape. There's no need to polish the moment or make it tidy. The silence isn't waiting for you to fill it. You've already spoken your part. And now there's room between sounds that wasn't there before. It doesn't care if you're unsure what comes next, because whatever happens tomorrow will come in its own time, not through urgency, but through a kind of quiet arrival. That conversation from yesterday, there's no need to pull it back into the light again, just to see how bright or dim it was. You don't have to remeasure whether your tone landed right, or if they noticed what you meant beneath the words. The fact that you said something at all is already its own kind of proof, not because someone else acknowledged it, but because you chose to speak when silence might have felt safer. The weight wasn't in the saying, it was in keeping hold of how it sounded afterward. That looping feeling isn't a failure. It's just your mind trying to make sure nothing slipped through the cracks, like fingers testing for gaps after closing a door. But doors don't need constant checking, especially not ones that were already closed by time. There's another way now. You can leave things where they landed and trust that being said is enough, even if it wasn't perfect or complete. Not every word needs to carry meaning beyond the moment, just like how rain doesn't have to explain why it fell when a cloud opened its mouth. You're not required to know what was left unsaid either. The silence between words isn't failure. Sometimes it's fullness in disguise. You don't need to fix or finish every thread, because some things aren't meant to be tied off. They were only ever meant to pass through, like light moving across a window pane without stopping. The night holds these moments gently, not as trophies of what you did right, but as evidence that you showed up at all. That's not something small, it's something deep and slow and real. There are no markers out here for where the feeling begins or ends. No signposts to tell you when it's safe to stop carrying this part inside your chest. Because safety isn't found in certainty. Safety comes from letting go, even without confirmation that what was said mattered enough. And if tomorrow brings a memory of hesitation, a flicker about whether they understood, you can meet it with the same quiet patience. Not by replaying or rehearsing or trying to rewrite history, but simply by remembering. You were honest when honesty felt hard, and that kind of courage doesn't need proof from anyone else. Your hands are open not because you're strong, but because there's nothing left to grip tightly anymore. The body knows how to rest even when the mind isn't sure it can trust stillness. Yet, so let it happen without permission, like warmth returning after a long cold. There is space now, not for more thoughts or solutions, but just enough room so that you don't feel pressed against anything at all. Not by expectations, not by past choices, not even by the weight of wanting to do better next time. The air moves differently in this part of night, slower than before, as if it's learning how to be soft without trying too hard. It doesn't hurry toward morning or try to convince you that everything will soon make sense again. It just stays with you like a blanket left slightly askew after someone has turned away. And so your thoughts no longer need to run in circles. They can simply drift, not because they're forgotten, but because they've been given permission to be unimportant for now. There's nothing missing from this moment that needs retrieving, no message buried under layers of doubt or fear. You don't have to return to it later with a pen and paper, or even whisper its name once more in the dark. It has already settled like dust on an old bookshelf, not erased, but no longer needing attention. Not because you've decided anything about it, but simply because your body knows how to stop holding things that aren't yours anymore. There's something gentle about letting a moment rest without finishing it, like closing a door and walking away before the echo dies. You don't need to wait for someone else's approval, nor do you have to fear being left behind in its wake. The words were spoken, they changed nothing but themselves, and that was enough. Not because they fixed anything or healed anyone, but because they existed as truth at a certain time and place. And now, the night is cradling them, like something tenderly lost before it was even looked for. There's no need to keep checking if you're doing this right. There isn't any rule book that says what stillness should look or feel like. The only thing required tonight is presence, not performance. You don't have to be useful. You just have to exist in the quiet way of being present when nothing else matters but breath and shape and silence between one thought and another. There's no need to ask if you're ready. It isn't about readiness anyway. It's about release. The kind that doesn't come from strength or willpower, but from surrendering your grip, not because there's a better option, but simply because holding on has become its own burden. The past is not erased by forgetting, only released when it stops needing you to carry it forward. You can let go without guilt, even if the next morning brings questions about what happened after. You don't have to answer them tonight, or ever unless you choose to. Not every moment needs resolution. It just needs acknowledgement. And that's already done. The conversation has finished, not because everything was said, but because enough of it was, enough for one person to be heard and another to receive without needing immediate reply. That kind of exchange doesn't require closure. It only asks for presence in the space where two people met with words, eyes, silence. And you were there when that happened. Now your body can begin unlearning how to brace itself against what might come, how it used to tense up at imagined reactions or rehearse responses before they even arrived. That work is done now. There's no one waiting for you to prove yourself again. You don't have to earn rest by finishing something first. The night isn't watching. It doesn't keep score. It only offers what remains after the noise has settled. Space, breath, softness, no demands attached. You can let your thoughts float without needing them to lead anywhere or mean anything specific. They aren't required to be helpful. They're just allowed to drift like leaves on a slow river that forgets about direction and simply moves with the current. There's no reason why this moment must end. You don't have to rush toward sleep, nor do you need to arrive at stillness as if it were an achievement. It's already here, the way air settles after thunder rolls far away. You're not behind on anything. There is no schedule for healing or processing or letting go of past moments that feel unresolved. What matters isn't completion, it's presence in the moment where you stop needing to be perfect and accept instead what it means simply to be human. Trying your best with imperfect tools, then releasing them. The words from yesterday aren't gone. They're just no longer yours to hold onto tightly. They've moved into a different kind of care, one that doesn't demand attention or correction, but lets them rest where they were spoken. There's peace not in fixing what didn't break, but in knowing you said something, even if it wasn't quite right or complete. And now there's room for more than one version of truth, because the memory isn't a single line to be judged. It's an atmosphere that lived between two people and no longer needs your hands to keep it warm. The air has settled into a rhythm that doesn't demand anything from you, just breath, just being. You don't need to name what's happening or prove it's real by holding on to it. It's enough that you're here, and quiet is no longer something you must earn through effort. The weight of yesterday's words has shifted not because they were resolved, but because they've been released into a kind of stillness where nothing needs to be retrieved. They aren't lost, they're just no longer in your hands. There's a small window now between the last thought and the next one, like the pause between two notes in music when you haven't yet decided what comes after. That space isn't empty, it's full with something quieter than sound, softer than memory. It's not about understanding or fixing anything anymore. It's just about allowing the shape of that moment to linger without needing a reason for it. The conversation didn't end because everything was said, but because you both showed up in the way that matters, fully present, no no armor, no script. Your body remembers how to relax, even when your mind still thinks it needs to be ready. There's a softness spreading through your shoulders, like warmth rising from deep beneath skin and bone, not from effort, but from permission. It's okay that you don't know what comes next. There doesn't have to be a next thing for this moment to be valid. You're allowed the time it takes to let go of something that didn't need to stay. Think of your thoughts like leaves caught in an underground stream, slow, quiet, moving without purpose or direction. They don't need to carry meaning. They just move with what's beneath them now. There's no need to follow any of them down their path, nor is there a risk that you'll get lost. The current isn't pulling toward anything specific. It's simply carrying the weightless things forward so they can fall where they belong. You don't have to make peace with everything, only acknowledge it existed. That's all that matters tonight. You don't need to answer questions about what was said or how it landed, because no one is listening but you, and even then, only gently. There's no judgment in the way the silence holds your thoughts now. There's just space for them to be as they are. The part of you that wants to check back on every word, every pause, every glance, is still trying to protect you from being wrong or forgotten or seen too little. But tonight isn't about being right. It's about letting go of the need to prove yourself in retrospect. You were there when it happened. That's enough. There's a kind of peace not in rewriting history, but in allowing it to rest as it is, imperfect, incomplete, and still whole. The conversation wasn't meant to be perfect or complete. It was meant to happen. And it did. It lived for the time it existed between two people who weren't trying to fix each other. They were simply showing up. Now that you've given it room to breathe without needing a response, those words don't need your attention anymore. They're not stuck in limbo, waiting for approval. They've moved into the part of your mind where things go when they no longer have to be carried, where memories aren't stored like data, but held like breaths that were once taken and can now be let out. You don't have to remember every nuance or retrace every tone. There's a quietness in letting details blur, not because you've forgotten them, but because they no longer need your sharp focus to survive. They're safe where they are, not locked away, but gently released into the background of your mind, like old photographs placed on a shelf where they don't demand attention. The part of you that still wonders whether it was enough, whether your voice reached far enough or softened just right, isn't wrong for feeling this way. But tonight isn't about measuring adequacy. It's about allowing yourself to be exactly as you were in that moment, even if you weren't certain of the outcome. There's no requirement to have said everything. There's only need to have shown up with honesty and presence. That's not small, that's substantial. The kind of thing that doesn't show up on a list or get rewarded by someone else. It lives quietly in your body, in the way you didn't stiffen when you spoke, in how your voice stayed steady even though you weren't sure what would come after. Now there's room for more than one truth. The version of events you carried is not the only one. The other person had their own experience too, shaped by their own thoughts and fears and hopes. And that's okay. You don't have to reconcile all versions, only accept that they existed in parallel, like two paths crossing through a forest where both were real, but neither needed to be followed. There's no need to fix what wasn't broken, not even the way you said things or how long the silence lasted. Some moments are meant only to happen, not to be understood afterward. And sometimes being witnessed, being seen for who you are in that moment, is more important than saying anything at all. The night is holding everything now, not like a vault, but like an open field where every footstep leaves a temporary mark and then fades into the soil without needing to stay visible. You don't have to guard your memories or protect them from time. They aren't fragile. They're just passing through you, not meant to be owned. Let go of the idea that everything needs closure. Some moments are simply lived, and when they end, so do their demands on you. The conversation finished because it was complete enough in its own way, not because every point was settled, but because both people had said what needed to be said without needing a final word or agreement. There's no failure in not knowing how things went after your last sentence. There's only release from having to carry that uncertainty into tomorrow. You don't have to prepare for it. You just get to let it go. Your hands can finally unclench, not because you figured anything out, but because the need to hold on has quietly worn itself thin. The grip wasn't strength. It was fear wearing a disguise. And now it's loosening, slowly, like fingers that have been clenched too long and are only beginning to remember how to rest. There's no checklist for healing, not even one hidden in the back of your mind. You don't need to feel better tonight, only less burdened. The fact that you're still awake isn't a sign that something is wrong. It's just proof that this moment matters enough to stay with, and that's allowed. The breaths are growing longer now, not because you're trying to make them so, but because your body has stopped fighting against the quiet. It doesn't need to rush forward or pull itself into shape. It can simply be like water filling a basin without resistance. There's no urgency in letting go, only ease. The words from yesterday aren't being erased. They're just being released into space where they don't need you anymore. They've done their work. You spoke them. They were heard. That was enough. You can now let your mind wander, not to fix or revise, but simply because it wants to drift, to float without direction or purpose. No one is waiting for a summary. No one will ask whether you got everything right. The only thing that matters is the quiet way of being here, fully present in this slow unfolding. There's peace not in perfection, but in presence. Not in clarity, but in surrender. You don't have to be useful tonight. You just need to exist as you are. Soft, tired, held by darkness, and slowly letting go of everything that ever demanded your attention. The stillness between your breaths has become a place where things can settle without permission. You don't have to claim it or earn it. You just get to be here, cradled in the quiet that doesn't demand anything from you except presence. The memory of yesterday's conversation isn't gone, but it no longer lives behind your eyes like a charge waiting to detonate. It's not floating above you anymore, neither judging nor healing, just resting, like a leaf on water that has stopped drifting and begun to sink. There is no need to trace the shape of what was said or measure how much was left unsaid. The moment didn't come with an instruction manual for aftermath. Some moments are lived in the feeling, not explained afterward. And you've already done your part. You showed up. You spoke the words that were yours to speak. That is its own kind of completion. The mind doesn't always know when it's done. It keeps looping because it thinks more movement means progress. But tonight, there's a difference. You're no longer trying to push toward resolution. You aren't chasing clarity or trying to make sense of the silence that followed your last sentence. That silence wasn't an absence. It was a space where both people could breathe without needing to fill it. It held room for what couldn't be spoken, and that's enough. The night is not rushing you toward tomorrow. There are no clocks ticking inside this dark. No alarms waiting. The hours aren't measuring your worth or tracking how long you've stayed awake. You don't have to prove anything by staying present. Your attention doesn't need to earn its keep. Just being here, just listening to the rhythm of your own breath is sufficient. Your body remembers what your mind still forgets. That rest isn't earned through effort. It's not a reward for finishing something. It's simply allowed. You don't have to carry the weight of yesterday forward because it didn't ask you to. There was no contract written in that conversation, only an exchange, brief and real, between two people who were both trying their best. There is comfort in knowing that some things are not meant to be resolved. Not every moment needs a follow-up or a conclusion. Some conversations end not because they failed, but because they succeeded at being honest. They didn't have to fix anything. They only had to exist as they were, unedited and untidy. The idea of rightness was never the point. The point was showing up with your full self, flaws, hesitations, pauses included. And you did that. You said what needed to be said in a way that felt true to how you were at that moment, not how you thought you should have been. It's okay if it wasn't perfect. It's even better that it was. Perfection would have meant something else, something forced or polished. This was real, and because it was real, it belongs in the past now, not as a wound to carry, but as a truth that has done its work. You don't need to replay the tone of their voice or analyze what they might have been thinking when you paused. You can't know those things, and wanting to know them is just another way of holding on. Let it go. Not because it didn't matter, but because it mattered enough that it no longer needs your attention. The mind will still try to return to check if the conversation was received well, or whether they've thought about it since. But tonight, you're not responsible for what happens after your voice stops. That's not part of your job. Your job was to speak when you were ready, and to stop when it felt complete, not perfect. There is no need to write a letter that never gets sent, or rehearse the next thing to say if you ever see them again. You're allowed to leave things as they are, unanswered, unresolved, unexplained. That's not failure, it's freedom. You don't have to keep thinking about how much of yourself was visible in that moment, whether too little, too much, or just enough. The amount doesn't matter. What matters is that you were present, not hiding behind politeness or waiting for permission to be seen. You let someone see you as you were, not polished, not prepared, but honest. And the night holds that honesty now, like a coat left on a chair in an empty room. It's not needed anymore, but it isn't discarded either. It's just there, quietly existing, no longer requiring your attention. There is peace in stopping before the next step, in knowing you don't have to keep walking forward because something might happen later. You are allowed to stop where you are here, now, with nothing left to prove and nowhere else to go. The path doesn't need to continue just because it once did. The conversation didn't end with a handshake or an apology or even a final word. It ended when both of you had said what needed to be said, and then let silence take over. That's not emptiness, that's fullness. A space where no one needs to perform and nothing has to be fixed. You can now set down the weight of wondering if it was enough. Not because it wasn't. It was exactly as much as it had to be in that moment. And you don't have to make sure it will be remembered or re-experienced later. It's not yours to manage anymore. You've given it all, and now it can drift. The night is soft around your shoulders, like a blanket made of air, light enough not to press down, but warm enough to hold you without effort. You don't have to stay awake for any reason except the quiet pleasure of being here, feeling how deep this stillness really is. There's no need to plan what comes next, not even tomorrow. The future doesn't need your permission to unfold. It will happen whether or not you're ready. So why carry it now? Let your thoughts wander like clouds across a sky that has already decided to stay dark for the night. There's no reason to chase them or pull them back when they drift too far. have to return to you. They can just float on their own. You don't need to catch every memory, not even the ones about what happened yesterday. Some things are meant to fade slowly, like footprints in wet sand. They're still there for a while, but only until the tide comes back. And tonight, that tide is coming gently, not with force or urgency, but with the quiet certainty of something returning to its natural rhythm. There's no need to fix your thoughts, no need to rearrange them into order. You don't have to be productive in this darkness. There are no tasks waiting for you, only stillness, and it's enough. Your mind is not broken because it won't stop thinking. It's just remembering how to rest, and that takes time. Like a river after rain, it needs space to settle before the surface becomes calm again. Let go of the idea that thoughts need to be managed or silenced. They don't. They can simply pass through you like birds flying over a field in late autumn, their wings brushing the air without leaving a mark. You are not responsible for every thought that comes and goes. You're only responsible for being present when it happens. And tonight, you've already done that. There's no need to rehearse what might be said if this moment ever came again. It won't. And even if it did, you'd say different things next time, because you're not the same person who stood in that conversation yesterday. You don't have to keep thinking about whether they understood. What matters is that you were seen as you are, and that's enough. The night has become a kind of archive, not for remembering every detail, but for holding them gently, so they don't need to be carried forward. And now, slowly, your hands begin to feel lighter, like fingers that have been clenched around something too long, and are finally beginning to let go. Not with drama or triumph, but quietly, as if the act of unclenching has become its own kind of relief. There's no need to hold on anymore, not to memories, not to meanings, not even to the idea that every moment needs a reason for being. Some moments just are, and when they end, they don't leave a hole, they leave only space where something else might grow later. The quiet has grown thicker now, not empty, but full in a way that doesn't demand anything from you. It's like standing at the edge of a forest where the trees have stopped whispering and are just being. You don't need to listen anymore. The air holds its own breath, and so do you, just for a moment, until it feels natural again. Your chest rises and falls without effort, not because you're trying to make it do that, but because your body remembers how. There's no urgency in the stillness, no need to measure time or count minutes or wonder how long this will last. The night isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't care if you fall asleep now or later. It already knows you'll be here when morning comes. Not because it's watching, but because it's made of patience. You don't have to earn the quiet. You're simply allowed to rest within it, like a leaf drifting down through air that remembers how not to rush. words from yesterday still hum in your bones, not loud, not urgent, but present like a low note held too long in an old song. They aren't asking for anything now. Not forgiveness, not response, not even acknowledgement. They've settled into the space where memory lives when it stops fighting to be useful. You don't have to replay them again. You don't need to ask if they were enough, or whether you should have said more, or what would happen if someone heard them differently today. The conversation is over, not because it was complete, but because it's been released. And that release doesn't mean the moment wasn't real. It means it no longer needs your attention. You don't have to keep it alive in case you forget. You're not forgetting. You're letting go of the need to remember with precision. Some things aren't meant to be held like coins in a pocket. They're meant to be left on a table where they can sit quietly until someone else picks them up. Or maybe no one does. And that's okay too. There's a shelf somewhere, not in your room, not anywhere physical, just an idea of a place where things go when they've been carried long enough. It's low to the ground and made of something smooth and quiet, like wood worn by years of gentle handling. No dust gathers there. Nothing sits on top unless it's ready to be left behind. The shelf doesn't care what you brought or how many times you thought about returning for it. It only knows when something has been given its due. And right now, one after another, the parts that were still vibrating inside your chest, those fragments of tone, those pauses where you weren't sure if they heard you, are finding their way there. Not all at once, one piece at a time. A slight tilt in your voice when you said something true, but didn't want it to be noticed. The pause right before the end that felt too open. That moment when you looked away and realized you'd already said what mattered. Each one is placed gently, not with ceremony, but like setting down a stone on water. The ripple doesn't matter because it's already passed through. You don't need to watch how far it goes. The shelf has no memory of the weight or shape of each thing. It only holds them so you don't have to. You aren't thinking about what comes next, not even in fragments. There's no planning, no anticipation, not even a hint of what if. The future doesn't need your attention tonight. You're not responsible for its arrival. It will come when it does. And when it arrives, you'll meet it as the person you are now, someone who has learned to rest without guilt. Your shoulders have lowered again. Not because you decided to relax, but because letting go finally felt like a relief instead of loss. The body knows what the mind can't always admit, that holding onto things doesn't keep them safe, but it does make the present heavier. And tonight, you're not trying to protect anything. You're just allowing space. There's no need to tidy up your thoughts. No one is checking if they're in order. There are no scores or assessments waiting at the end of this night. Not even a checklist that says done. The only measure here is how much ease has grown inside you, and it's growing slowly, like moss on stone, quiet but certain. Your hands have stopped gripping. not because you told them to stop, but because they realized there was nothing left to hold onto. They've opened so gently that the motion almost wasn't felt at all, like fingers uncurling after a long sleep, like roots releasing soil after years of holding fast. You don't need to remember how it happened, only that it did. The past isn't gone, it's just not yours to carry anymore. It doesn't vanish because you stopped thinking about it. It simply changes its form. Now, it lives in the quiet between breaths, in the space behind your eyes when they're closed, in the way your body fits into the mattress like it was always meant to. There's no need to prove that you were present. No one is asking for a report. You didn't fail by not saying everything. You succeeded simply by being there at all. And now, without needing to justify anything, you can let go of even the idea that your presence required proof. The air around you feels softer than it did an hour ago, not because anything changed outside, but because inside, something has begun to settle. Like a river slowing as its current meets a wide plain, no longer rushing forward, just moving with what's already there. You don't have to remember every detail of the conversation to know that it mattered. You only need to feel how it landed in you, not as noise, but as weight released. And now that weight is gone, not erased, but transferred somewhere else, the shelf has taken it. Not because you asked it to, but because you finally stopped trying to carry it. There's no final goodbye to the moment. No ritual of closure. Just a quiet letting be, like watching rain fall on pavement, and knowing each drop will sink into soil that doesn't ask where it came from or what it was for. It simply accepts, and so do you. The breath moves through you not like an effort, but like something returning home after being away too long. The rhythm isn't forced. There's no goal to reach, no task left undone, not even the urge to think about whether tomorrow will be different. You're not trying to prepare for anything. You're simply allowing yourself to exist in this shape, still, warm, and unburdened. The night has become a kind of listening that doesn't ask anything back. It holds you without demanding response. It watches without judgment. And in return, you are learning how to be held not by hands, not by promises, but by the simple fact of being allowed to stop. You don't need to say it was good or meaningful or worth remembering. That's not what this is about. This is about letting something end without needing it to mean more than it already did. And if it meant anything at all, then it mattered. Not because you held onto it, but because you let it go. Your thoughts are slowing now, not stopping, not vanishing, just becoming less insistent. They don't need to be answered. They don't demand attention. They're like birds flying low over a field after sunset, wings brushing the grass without breaking a single blade. No no one hears them. No one sees where they land. And you are not chasing them, not even noticing when they drift out of reach. Because now there's no fear that they'll disappear forever. They've already been placed somewhere safe. The shelf remembers what you forgot to remember, and it doesn't need a label or a date or an explanation. It only needs the truth that you're done with carrying. So let them go. Let every thought, every hesitation, every quiet moment of doubt settle into stillness like leaves falling in late autumn. Not dead, not gone, but changed by time and air and gravity. They don't need to be saved. They just need to stop being carried. The night is deep now, not dark with fear, but full with softness. It wraps around you without pressure. It doesn't ask for anything except your presence, which you're already giving, quietly, naturally, without trying. You're not thinking about what you said, or how it landed, or whether it was enough. Those words have already fallen into the quiet between heartbeats and stayed there. They don't need to be retrieved because they're no longer yours to hold. The shape of that conversation remains, yes, but not as a demand on your mind, not as an open loop needing closure. It's just present, like sunlight in a room where someone once sat, long after they've gone. You feel it now, not as a memory, but as a temperature you're still learning to live with. The air around you has deepened into something like velvet, not thick, just soft enough to press against your skin without resistance. It doesn't rush in or out. It stays where it is, holding space for the way your body is finally beginning to know that rest isn't a favor to be earned, but a condition of being alive. Your hands are still open now, not because you've remembered how, but because they no longer have anything to clutch. There's another kind of silence here, not the absence of sound, but the presence of something older than noise. A quiet that doesn't need to announce itself. It isn't waiting for you to fill it with thoughts or words. You don't owe it any explanation. This stillness is not empty. It holds your breathing, your pulse, the slow shift in muscle and bone as your body settles into its own weight. No effort required. Just being here, feeling how gravity works without asking permission. You don't have to decide if that conversation mattered. You're allowed to simply accept that it did without needing it to mean more than it already meant. That's not a stretch. It doesn't require proof or analysis or second guessing. The act of being there, saying what you could say when the moment arrived, that was its own kind of completion. No need for follow-up. No need to replay every pause, every glance, every syllable that slipped between your lips like water through fingers. You can let go not because it wasn't important, but because you've already lived it. The doing is done. You don't have to keep returning to the edge of that moment just to feel its weight. It's no longer in motion. It has come to rest on a surface older than your mind, something steady and unchanging, like stone beneath moss. The shelf still holds everything you've placed, even when you forget what was put there. Not because it remembers better than you do, but because it doesn't care whether you remember or not. It only cares that something is left behind. And so you leave more now, not as a burden, but as an offering. A small thing, the way your voice caught just slightly on one word. The space between what was said and what wasn't. The gesture you made with your hand before remembering to lower it. You don't have to name them for their meaning. You only need to acknowledge that they're no longer yours to carry. They've already been passed into the quiet where things go when they stop needing attention. Not discarded, not erased, just released from the job of being remembered. There's a softness in how time unfolds now, not rushed, not dragged, but simply unfolding like fabric left on a window ledge in afternoon light. It doesn't ask you to keep up. It doesn't demand that you be anything more than you are at this very breath. You're allowed to just be here, drifting slightly towards sleep without needing to earn it. You don't have to decide if tomorrow will feel different. That's not the point of tonight. The point is right now, this softness in your chest, this quiet along your spine, this feeling that you finally stopped trying to hold yourself together with sheer force. You're letting go not because there's nothing left, but because everything has already been placed. There are no more lists to make, no new things to name. The inventory is done not by completion, but by surrender. Not by forgetting, but by trusting that what was held will be found again when it needs to be. Even the idea of needing to remember fades like breath on a cold pane, visible for an instant, then gone without trace. The night continues its slow work. It doesn't rush you forward or pull you back. It simply lets everything settle where it lands. No one is watching. No judgment lingers in the dark. There's only this, your body learning how to stop fighting against itself, your mind learning that not every thought needs a response. The moment from yesterday is still with you, not as a loop, but as a shape of presence. It doesn't need to be resolved. It just needs to rest. And it does on the shelf, in the quiet, where things go when they've done their work and no longer demand attention. There's space now for other small feelings, not urgent, not heavy, just passing through like shadows across a floor at dusk. A thought about coffee tomorrow morning. The way sunlight might hit the kitchen counter. Whether you'll wear your favorite sweater or something else. None of it matters in this moment. None of it needs to be answered. They come and go without claiming anything from you. No permission needed. No follow-up required. Just awareness, soft and low, like a hand resting on the back of your neck when no one's there. You don't have to think about what happens after sleep. You don't need to plan for waking. The only thing that matters is this breath this slow in, this longer out, this quiet expansion of air inside you that feels less like effort and more like returning. The night wraps around you not as a cage, but as a blanket, not warm because it's heated, but because it knows how to stay still when you're learning to do the same. There are no tasks left, no unfinished thoughts, no need to review or revise or re-enter any conversation yesterday's or any other. You've already been there. You said what needed to be said, and now you don't have to carry it anymore. The shelf remembers, the air holds, the stillness listens, and it doesn't ask for anything in return. You're not trying to fix yourself, not even trying to improve. You're just letting go of the idea that staying awake is a kind of vigilance, or that thinking harder means you're doing something right. It's okay to stop. It's okay to be quiet. It's okay to feel how soft this moment has become, not because anything changed outside, but because inside, everything stopped fighting for attention. The weight isn't gone. It just isn't yours anymore. And so you let it stay where it is. Not lost, not forgotten, just released into the space where things rest when they no longer need to be held. You don't have to think about whether this will last. You don't have to wonder if tomorrow will feel like this. You're not trying to hold onto the feeling or preserve it for later. You're just allowing yourself, right here, right now, to exist without needing to do more than breathe. And that is enough. The silence between breaths has grown deeper, not empty, full in its own way, like water holding the shape of a stone without crushing it. You don't need to name what's inside that space. It doesn't ask for your attention. There's no demand here, only presence, and you're learning how to be present without doing anything at all. The kind of stillness that isn't forced, but arrives after the hands have unclenched so slowly they didn't even feel it happen. There is a quiet in this room, the kind that doesn't come from absence, but from fullness held gently, like air trapped under glass before it learns to rise again. Your shoulders no longer know how to carry forward. They've forgotten the weight of needing to be ready. The memory of tension lingers only as a shadow across the skin, not an instruction. You're not thinking about what comes next because you don't have to. There's no schedule inside your chest anymore. No list that refuses to end. You haven't erased anything, just stopped holding it tight enough for it to pull you back in every time you blink. The conversation from yesterday isn't gone, but it's not alive either. It's not a wound or a mistake. It's just something that happened, like the sound of rain hitting leaves at dawn, like the way your feet knew how to walk home, even when your mind wasn't there. It rests now on the shelf, not in storage, not waiting for use, but simply allowed to be. The act of saying it out loud didn't fix anything. It didn't change what was said or who heard it. But letting it go did something different. It stopped being a loop and started being a moment. A memory with no power over the future. The way your body has begun to settle isn't because you've made progress. It's because you've stopped fighting. You're not trying to get anywhere, not even to sleep. The night doesn't need a destination either. It just keeps moving through time like it always does, indifferent and kind. And for the first time in a long while, you don't feel like an obstacle to your own rest. There's no urgency in how your thoughts drift now, not because they're slow, but because they have nowhere urgent to go. They float past one another like leaves on dark water, brushing without collision. A flicker of what might be said tomorrow at the meeting, just a phrase that came up in passing, nothing important. You don't need to answer it. You don't even need to remember it later. It's not part of the story you're living now. The idea of needing to prepare for anything fades like footprints in snow after morning light arrives. You won't forget what matters when it comes up, because forgetting isn't the problem. Holding on is. And that burden has shifted from your hands to something else. A quiet place where things can stay until they're needed. There's warmth beneath your skin, not heat, not energy, but an older kind of comfort, like being held in memory by someone who doesn't need you to return the favor. The breath moves through you slower now, almost lazy, as if it knows better than to hurry. You don't have to think about how long this will last or what comes after. There's no promise that tomorrow will be easier, but there's also no demand that tonight prove anything. You're not doing well because of effort. You're doing well because you've stopped trying. The kind of rest that isn't earned, but simply given, like rain falling on dry earth without needing permission to land. Your mind has stopped searching for closure. It doesn't need to fix the past or make peace with it. There's no reason to re-examine what was said, because nothing is wrong with having spoken from where you were at that moment. You weren't supposed to be perfect. You were just supposed to show up. And you did. There's a softness in how your limbs lie now, like they've accepted their own weight instead of resisting it. Not limp, not tired exactly, but released into the shape they were always meant to make when no one else is watching. The way gravity doesn't ask for anything, just holds you gently where you are. You don't have to decide whether the conversation was meaningful or if your words carried enough weight. You don't need to measure their impact on anyone else's day. That wasn't the point of speaking. The point was that you said something real, something true in that instant. And now it can stay just as it is. A quiet event in time, not a burden. Even the thought of what might be said next, if someone asks later about how it went, is already settling into stillness. It doesn't rise to meet your attention. It stays where it landed, like dust on a shelf no one uses anymore. There's nothing left to do Except let go of the idea that you must always be ready, always aware, always watching for what comes next. You don't have to stay awake so you won't miss anything. The world will keep turning whether you're alert or not. And right now, it doesn't need your attention. Your breath continues without effort, longer on the out, softer with each passing cycle. There's space between thoughts that isn't filled by worry or planning. It's just silence, not empty silence, but full of stillness, the kind that exists when nothing needs to be solved. You don't have to remember how this feels in case you need it tomorrow. You're not storing the sensation for later use. The feeling is already here, this soft unclenching, this letting go, not as a performance, not as an achievement, but simply as something that happens when no one's watching and there's nothing left to prove. The night moves through its slow passage without asking you to keep up. It doesn't care if your mind wanders or if you drift between awareness and quiet. It just holds space for all of it, the fragments, the shadows, the unspoken things that don't need names. You're not trying to stay awake. You're not resisting sleep. You're simply allowing yourself to be where you are without needing to move forward, without needing to return to anything. The shelf still holds what was placed. The air still remembers what wasn't said. The dark is not waiting for you to finish thinking before it lets go of you. There's a quiet in the way your thoughts begin to dissolve, not into nothingness, but into rest. Like steam rising from water that no longer needs heat. No effort, just release. Not forgetting, not losing, just letting what was held fall where it belongs. You don't need to check on anything anymore. You don't have to wonder if you did enough or said the right thing. That version of you, the one who needed reassurance, is still resting somewhere in this moment, having finally been allowed to stop carrying everything all at once. The weight isn't gone, it's just not yours to hold tonight. And that is enough. The way your body has begun to sink into the mattress feels less like falling and more like being quietly acknowledged by something older than sleep, something that doesn't judge how much you've carried or whether it was worth carrying at all. It knows every edge of your shape, every shift in pressure where skin meets fabric, and still says nothing but yes. You don't have to earn this softness. No apology is needed for being tired, for needing rest that isn't earned through effort. The mattress doesn't care if you're thinking too much or not enough. Only what happens when your body stops trying to stay upright in the dark. There's a quiet where thoughts used to buzz, not because they've disappeared, but because they no longer need permission to exist. They just drift now, like paper boats on water that doesn't move fast and never asks them to go anywhere. The conversation from yesterday isn't gone. It's not buried or forgotten, but it has changed its position in your mind. It is no longer lodged at the front of attention, demanding a response. Instead, it rests toward the back corner of awareness, like something left on a windowsill after rain stops falling. Damp, still present, but no longer urgent. You don't have to return to that moment again tonight. You aren't required to rehearse what might have been said differently, or how someone else may have heard you. There's room in this space for the words themselves, without needing them to be judged by outcome. The meaning of speaking isn't always tied to a result. It can simply live as an act of presence, one that doesn't need validation from anyone outside yourself. Even if no one ever knows what passed between you and that person yesterday, it still happened. It was real in the way that moments are when they're lived without editing. Your voice rose. Your hands moved slightly. A pause formed. Each detail held its own weight, not because of consequence, but because of truthfulness. And now that truth can exist independently of any response from another. The air around you feels heavier than usual, not with pressure, but with stillness. Like the room has stopped trying to stay awake for your benefit. It doesn't flinch when silence lingers too long, or when thoughts stall mid-phrase. There's no demand here for completion, for closure, for any kind of neat ending. Your breath continues its slow descent, out longer than in, not forced, just following the natural shape it wants to take without needing correction. It doesn't need you to notice how deep it is or whether it's right. It simply does what comes next when there's no one else around to watch and measure. There's a patch of darkness near your shoulder that feels like an old friend, no words, just warmth in the shape of absence. You don't have to name why you feel safe here. You don't need proof. The feeling doesn't depend on logic or memory or even reason. It simply is. And because it exists without needing explanation, it can stay. The idea that your voice might not have been strong enough, clear enough, kind enough, this notion has lost its edge tonight. It no longer carries the sting of self-correction. Instead, it floats like a leaf in water, moving slowly, but never struggling to keep from sinking. You don't need to fix this thought or push it away. Just let it pass through you without stopping. Even when memories return, the tone that wasn't quite right, the pause that felt too long, they come not as demands for change, but as small visitors who have wandered in and now sit quietly on a bench at the edge of your mind. They don't ask to stay. You aren't responsible for hosting them forever. They can be here just briefly, then leave without ceremony. There's no need to decide what they mean or whether you should feel anything about it. Some things are allowed only to exist in the dark, not because they're important, but because they were once real enough that their presence still lingers like a shadow after light has gone out. You aren't expected to hold onto any part of this night longer than necessary. Not even your awareness of holding. You don't have to keep track of how many thoughts you've released or what kind of shape the silence now takes. It's not an achievement to be quiet, nor a failure to drift slightly into fog. The past few hours have been shaped by letting go, not through force, but because something deeper in your body has begun to accept that rest isn't surrender. That peace doesn't require proof or performance. The dark outside the window is not waiting for you to finish thinking before it lets you sleep. It's already holding space just as you are. And when a stray thought returns, maybe about what will happen tomorrow, maybe about how little time remains until morning, the way your mind now meets that idea isn't with resistance or urgency. It doesn't rush in to fix anything, not even the fleeting sense of unease. Instead, it lets itself be noticed, and then gently redirects back into breath. Each thought arrives like a feather falling through air, no weight behind it, no need for action. You don't have to catch it, don't have to hold on or let go. Just allow its motion without interference. There's a quiet in the way your fingers rest now, not curled tightly around anything, not clutching at sheets, but open and resting like hands that finally understand they are allowed to be still. No task assigned, no message to send, not even any need for self-protection. You don't have to protect yourself from forgetting this feeling. You aren't storing it in case you need strength later. The softness isn't a reserve. It's just happening now, right here, without condition or requirement. Even the idea of tomorrow doesn't press against your awareness like it once did. It floats lightly above everything else, like something that exists outside time and can wait until morning if needed. There's no need to prepare for its arrival. No reason to stay alert in anticipation. The night continues moving forward, not because you're guiding it, but because it doesn't require permission. You aren't the keeper of moments anymore. Not even your own thoughts have to be guarded or preserved. Some things are meant to pass through like wind over grass, leaving no trace behind except a shift in balance that feels natural. You don't need to remember how this felt when you wake up, because it's already lived inside you. The act of letting go wasn't done for the future. It was done right now. For your present self, who needed relief from carrying everything all at once. There's no checklist attached to releasing what has been held so tightly. No completion certificate or medal awarded. Just this, a body that sinks deeper into its own shape without needing reassurance about whether it's allowed to rest. The silence between thoughts grows thicker, not empty, but full of unspoken things that don't need names. Not every feeling needs translation. Some moments aren't meant for understanding. they're only meant to be lived through, and then released like breath from lungs after a long walk in cold air. You can stop trying to make meaning out of the conversation from yesterday. It doesn't have to explain itself. You weren't wrong for saying what you said, nor were you incomplete because it didn't land perfectly. Saying something real was enough, even if no one else noticed or responded. The world still turns without needing your constant vigilance. The sun will rise whether you're awake or not. People will speak and listen and move through their days while you remain here in the dark, held gently by a silence that doesn't care about outcomes or preparation. You aren't behind. You aren't late. There's no race to win or test to pass. Just this, time slowing down enough for your body to remember how to be still without apology, even when thoughts return not as questions, not as warnings, but just as fragments drifting through the space between breaths. You don't have to act on them. You can let them float past like clouds over a field that no longer needs rain. You aren't required to fix anything tonight, not even your own mind. The shelf still holds what was placed earlier, the conversation, the doubt, the moment of hesitation unchanged, but unburdened by need for repair or recollection. The quiet in your chest has grown deeper than it was before, the kind of stillness that doesn't come from effort, but from being finally left alone with yourself. It's not silence as absence, but silence as presence. A space where even small movements like blinking or shifting weight don't need to be justified. The thought about the conversation isn't gone. It's just no longer chasing you through your ribs. It rests now, like an old coat hung on a hook in a hallway that nobody uses anymore. Not discarded, not forgotten, but simply set down where it belongs. Outside of action, beyond repair. You don't have to decide if it mattered. You don't need to measure how well it landed, or whether the other person understood what you meant between the lines. The meaning wasn't in the words alone. It was in your willingness to speak them at all. And that's enough. That kind of courage doesn't require proof, not even a glance back from someone else. It lives in the moment when you choose truth over comfort and still say it out loud. Now the air around you feels different, not lighter, but softer, like fabric that has been folded for years and finally laid flat on a surface where no one will move it again. You can breathe into your belly without thinking about how much time you've lost by not doing so earlier. The breath doesn't have to be deep or even deliberate, just steady enough to let the body know it's safe to stop holding. The memory of that exchange isn't a weight anymore. It's just a shape in the dark, like shadow on a wall after fire has died down. It lingers not because you're stuck inside it, but because it happened. And what happens can't be erased by wishing or remembering better. You don't have to fix its echo. There's no need to rewrite that moment with cleaner sentences, or clearer timing. The past isn't a task to complete, it's already done. Your hands are open again, not in surrender, but in acceptance of this truth. You were not required to get it right every time, not even close. What was asked of you wasn't perfection, just honesty. And that's been given. There's no need to replay the tone or what came after. No reason to imagine a different response from someone else. The version of events that lives in your mind isn't wrong. It's just one version among many. Not the only one, not even the most important. It doesn't have to be true in order for you to let it go. Letting go isn't forgetting, just releasing the grip. Like setting down a cup you've been carrying through rooms without meaning to. You don't throw it away because it's broken. You set it gently on a table, knowing someone else might use it tomorrow. Or maybe no one will. Either way, it doesn't belong in your hand anymore. You can let the moment be whatever it is, uncertain, unconfirmed, unresolved, and still rest with it. No more anxiety about whether this thing has to settle before you sleep. It doesn't have to make sense tonight. You don't need to understand why you said what you did or how they might have taken it. That's not your job now. The shelf continues to hold the conversation, the hesitation, the pause that felt too long, the sentence that didn't quite land, but it holds it without demanding anything in return. Not an explanation, not a response, just quiet coexistence. It doesn't judge how you said it or whether it should have been said at all. It only keeps it safe for when you're ready to look again. And you don't need to be ready right now. You aren't expected to resolve anything before sleep. The night isn't a test, and your mind isn't on trial. You are not required to prove that you've processed everything or forgiven yourself for saying too much or too little. The body knows what it needs even when the thoughts don't. It remembers how to sink into warmth without permission, how to stop asking if this is allowed. That's where you are now, not in performance, but in presence. Not in preparation, but in simply being here. Even your awareness can slow down and still be enough. You don't have to stay alert for danger or keep watch over the next hour. There's no threat that needs stopping tonight. No door left ajar, no message unopened, no name forgotten. Everything is where it should be, held somewhere else, not in you. You can stop trying to catch thoughts as they pass through your mind. Not every idea has to be named or held. Some are just passing clouds, drifting across the sky of awareness without needing a story attached. Let them go like leaves caught in air currents, turning slowly, then vanishing beyond sight. Even if you wake later and remember parts of this feeling, the softness, the space between breaths, how your arms felt after being released from tension, you don't have to bring it back. You can let those memories drift too, like distant lights seen through fog on a still lake. Not important enough to reach for, but warm enough to notice. There's no need to gather them into a memory box or save them in case they're needed later. The feeling isn't meant to be stored. It was only ever meant to happen. And it did. You don't have to remember the shape of this stillness when you wake up. Not even one detail has to survive intact. What matters is that it existed, just for tonight, just for you, just long enough for your nerves to release their grip and let go. The night doesn't care how much time passes or whether you're awake at any given moment. It keeps moving not because you tell it to, but because it already knows its own rhythm. You don't need to guide it, not even slightly. Your thoughts can return not as demands, not as warnings, but just as shapes in the dark, like distant stars that don't blink and never ask for anything. They don't want your attention, not even a glance. They're simply there, part of the quiet fabric of this moment, unclaimed and unbothered. You can let them be, not fix, not judge, not explain. Just allow their presence as one more thing that doesn't need to mean anything in order to exist. And if you feel your mind start to drift back into that conversation again, into the pause between words, or the way someone looked when you spoke, you don't have to stop it. You can just let it pass through, like a shadow over grass that moves on its own time. No need to chase it down. No reason to pull it back. The shelf still holds what was placed earlier, the moment, the doubt, the breath before speaking. And it keeps it safe, not because you're afraid of losing it, but because you've already made peace with it being somewhere else. You don't have to carry it anymore, not even in your dreams. Even when sleep pulls you under, that conversation doesn't need a guardian. It's not waiting for permission to be forgotten or remembered. It just is already released from the weight of needing to matter. And so are you. There's a quiet between your breaths that doesn't need filling, not even with sound. It sits like still water beneath a surface where ripples have already passed and left no trace behind. That space isn't empty, it's full of permission. Full of the kind of rest that comes when you stop measuring how much time has been used or saved. The mind can stretch into silence without fear, not because it's been told to be quiet, but because there's no reason to speak at all. The conversation still hums beneath your skin, yes, but now it's not a current pulling you under. It's more like the afterglow of light in a room long since darkened. You don't need to keep watching where it went. The moment has already settled into its own shape, the way dust settles on old shelves when no one walks near them for weeks, undisturbed and unjudged. You can think about how they looked without needing to fix the look, without wanting to explain your voice or second-guess the timing of your pause. You don't have to rewrite what was said because it wasn't wrong. It just didn't land where you thought it would. And that's okay. Some words aren't meant to be perfectly placed. They're meant to pass through, leave a shape in the air, and vanish like footprints in snow when the wind comes. Your hands are not holding anything now, not even the memory of what they might have said next. The space between your fingers is open, no weight, no tension, just the quiet possibility that you don't need to do anything with this moment anymore. You can let it be a thing that happened without needing to carry it. There's a shelf in the mind where things go when they've been held long enough and are ready to rest, not because they're forgotten, but because they've been seen. It's not a place of judgment or storage for utility. It's just there, a corner of awareness that knows how to keep things safe without keeping them close. And right now, the conversation sits on that shelf, just one among many small moments that didn't need an outcome. The pause before your reply, the way their eyes softened when you spoke, the silence after they nodded and turned away. None of it needs to be solved or revisited. It was already lived, already felt. You don't have to remember what color the wall was behind them, or whether the light came from a window or a lamp. You don't need to know how long you paused before speaking, or if your voice cracked just slightly at the end. Those details aren't missing because they were lost. They're gone because they've already been given their due. There's no rule that says every feeling must be returned to, reviewed, corrected. Some moments only exist in order to pass through. And when they do, you don't have to hold on to them like a coin you might lose if dropped. You can just let the moment fall into its own quiet place, like snow landing on bare earth and melting without leaving a mark. Your thoughts are not servants. They're not here to deliver news or check in every 5 minutes. They're not required to be useful, meaningful, or even coherent, just present. And when they drift back toward that conversation, the way their hand moved as they listened, the tone of voice you couldn't quite place, they don't need to be pushed away. You can simply say, I hear you, I see you, but I'm not going with you. You are already somewhere else, on a path that doesn't require explanation. The night is carrying your awareness gently like someone holding their breath so as not to wake the sleeper. There's no need for effort, no urgency in where this leads. You don't have to arrive at anything, not even peace. Just being here in the softness between thoughts is enough. Even if you slip into that conversation again, just a whisper of it brushing against your awareness, you can let it float by like smoke from a distant fire. No need to follow, no obligation to respond. You're not responsible for what happens in someone else's mind. And when sleep pulls you under, the shelf still holds everything. Not because you asked it to, but because it already does. It doesn't care if you wake tomorrow and can't recall one detail of that moment. That's not the point. The point was never memory. The point was release. You don't have to prove anything by remembering. You don't need to collect moments like souvenirs from a place you visited. Some things aren't meant to be carried. They're meant to pass through and disappear into the air, leaving only warmth behind. The night doesn't ask for proof of your presence. It simply holds space while you rest. No performance required. No script to follow. No one watching to see if you get it right this time. You can stop trying to be ready. You don't have to prepare for what comes next, not even in the dream world. The mind doesn't need permission to wander or to stay still. It just needs to know that no matter where it goes, it's welcome back here, where there is only breath and quiet. There's a rhythm beneath your skin now, the kind of pulse that moves without needing direction. Like roots growing slowly through soil, not in search of anything, but simply because they can. You don't have to guide them. They already know how deep they want to go. That conversation isn't waiting for you to fix it or rephrase it. It's already where it needs to be, on a shelf that doesn't require labels or dates. It doesn't ask for attention. It only asks to be left alone, like an old book on a high shelf no one reads, but still belongs there. And so do you. Not because you've done anything right, not because you've solved any problem, but simply because you're here, breathing, letting go. Your body is soft now, not from exhaustion, but from surrender. From trusting that the next thing will come when it comes, without needing to be summoned. There's no need to keep checking whether things are still held somewhere safe. They are. The shelf knows where they belong. It doesn't forget because it doesn't worry. It only holds what has been placed, not for you, but by you, in the quiet of this night. And when morning comes, and you wake, and your thoughts stir like birds waking in a tree, you won't need to find them again. You'll already have left them behind, not in loss, but in letting go. Even if one fragment floats up, the exact pitch of their voice, or how they hesitated before speaking, it doesn't need to be claimed. It can float past like a leaf on a stream, turning slowly, then gone. Not lost, just released. You don't have to keep track of what's been left behind. The mind knows its own map now, not the one made from fear or memory, but one drawn in stillness, where nothing needs to be remembered because everything has already passed through and settled. The night isn't asking you to do anything. It just wants you to stay, not for long, just enough to feel what it feels like, this kind of quiet, where the self doesn't need to prove itself. You can stop trying to catch every passing thought. You don't have to name each one or decide if it's important. Some things are only meant to be felt, not understood, not fixed, just experienced as they pass through your awareness. And when you drift deeper into sleep, the kind where time doesn't move forward, but folds in on itself like a blanket pulled close, you can let the conversation dissolve into silence, like salt sinking into water until it's no longer visible. There's no need to save anything, no reason to keep any thread connected. You don't have to carry even one word from yesterday with you into tomorrow. Not because they didn't matter, but because they've already mattered enough just by being there at all. You're not failing if you forget the exact tone of their reply. You're not broken for not remembering every pause between words. You're simply resting. And that's a kind of wisdom too, knowing when to stop holding. The shelf still holds what was placed: the doubt, the hesitation, the breath before speaking. And it doesn't care if you remember how you put it there. It only knows it's safe now. Not because you've protected it, but because you've released it. And so are you. The air has softened into something that doesn't demand anything of you. No shape, no sound, just a quiet pressure like the kind behind your eyelids when you've stopped trying to see. Your breath moves in without effort now, not because it's easy, but because there is nothing left to resist. The conversation from yesterday isn't gone. It's folded into this space where things don't need to be held up or examined. It doesn't live on a shelf anymore. It lives beneath the surface of something older than memory. You were afraid that forgetting would mean losing what mattered. But now, you're learning the difference between holding and remembering. The body knows how to let go when there's no reason left to cling, when even the weight of silence has stopped feeling like work. That moment before sleep arrives isn't a door opening. It's more like water rising slowly around your feet until you stop noticing it was ever cold. There's an old stone in the corner of a garden that no one remembers placing there. Just something that was already part of the earth when people began walking through. It doesn't shine or announce its presence. It only sits flat on its side, moss growing across half its face like soft breath settling into time. And sometimes, if you press your palm against it for long enough, heat comes back not from sun, but from holding still. That's what this is. A kind of quiet that doesn't ask to be named or understood. It only asks to exist as itself. No purpose, no goal. Not even the need to stay in one place forever. Like dust motes drifting through moonlight, like threads unspooling after the last word has been spoken. You don't have to carry every tone you heard yesterday, the hesitation that wasn't quite a pause, or how their voice dropped just below where it needed to be to finish clearly. The exact pitch of something said in passing doesn't matter now, because what mattered was already felt before being named. You didn't need the words to know whether they were kind or sharp. Your body remembered both long before your mind caught up. That's how this works. Not by fixing, not by reviewing, but by letting go into a space where things don't have to be useful anymore. The idea of doing it right isn't needed here. Only being present is enough. And you are present not because you're trying hard, but because the effort has finally stopped. There's no need for an ending when nothing was ever unfinished. You didn't forget anything. You just released what wasn't yours to keep. Not every memory needs a home in your head. Some thoughts belong not to you, not even to time, but to stillness itself, the kind that waits between heartbeats or fills the space after laughter fades. You're drifting now through something without edges, neither waking nor dreaming fully, just being held by what's already there beneath all effort. Your shoulders aren't tense because they've stopped trying to lift anything at all. They've settled into their own weight, like leaves that have given up fighting wind and simply become part of the ground. There was a time when you thought clarity came from sorting everything out, listing, revising, rechecking. But now you know better. Some truths arrive not through understanding, but by unmaking what wasn't real in the first place. The fear that you might misremember isn't about memory at all. It's about wanting to control how things are seen after they've passed. But here it is, this softness between seconds, where nothing needs fixing and no one is listening. You don't have to perform awareness anymore. Your mind doesn't need permission to wander or stop moving. It can just be not alert, not absent, but resting like a hand that has stopped gripping the edge of something too high. The conversation didn't vanish. It simply changed form. Not erased, not forgotten, just transformed into quiet air between two moments in time, where nothing is asked and everything is already answered by being there at all. You don't have to decide if it was meaningful, because meaning isn't a thing you keep. It's something that happens when attention finally stops chasing. Let the words fade like footsteps on wet grass, no longer visible, but still part of what happened. No need to trace them back or ask where they went. They didn't disappear. They dissolved into space, not unlike how salt sinks in water and becomes invisible while remaining fully present. The night isn't asking you to do anything other than stay within it, to allow yourself the kind of rest that doesn't require explanation, justification, or proof. You don't have to earn this silence. You only need to be here for a little longer without needing to move on. Your body remembers what your mind can no longer hold, the way warmth spreads across skin when you stop trying to stay upright. How breath settles into the lower belly, like gravity finally letting go. There's no task left, only presence. Not even effort toward peace, just being in its quietest form. A shape without demand. You don't have to fix what doesn't need fixing or explain why you keep thinking about that pause, the one between sentences, when someone looked away and didn't quite finish saying it all. That moment isn't broken, only incomplete by the rules your mind still believes apply in this kind of space where no rule applies anymore. The past isn't a place to return to. It's only ever been something you carry forward until it becomes too heavy or too old for walking. But now, you're not carrying anything. Not even regret. Not even curiosity about what could have changed if things had gone differently. There's an old oak in the edge of town with bark so rough that no one touches it anymore, not out of fear, but because its surface has become something else entirely. A map written by time, and whether alone, without meaning or message. No letter carved into wood, just rings grown outward over decades until they form their own pattern. That's what you're becoming. Something formed not from intention, but from patience. Not trying to make sense of the past, just letting it be part of your silence in a way that doesn't require attention. You don't have to retrace every turn or remember each pause. You only need to know this. Whatever happened yesterday has already lived its life in you, not as burden, not as wound, but as something passed through and released into the dark, like breath exhaled slowly after holding it too long. There's no reason left for anxiety about how things were said, only peace that comes from knowing they were said. That matter mattered, not because of tone or timing, but simply because you felt it when it happened. And feeling is enough, even if nothing else remains. Your body has stopped searching. It knows the difference between being awake and being aware, noticing without needing to act on what's noticed. This isn't sleep yet, but something quieter than even that. A kind of returning, like water finding its level after waves have passed over it. The thoughts aren't gone, they're just no longer in charge. They move through you not as commands or demands, but as passing clouds across sky, too vast to care whether they stay or go. You don't need to catch them all. You only need to let each one pass like a shadow under moonlight, brief, soft, and without weight. Some might linger for longer than others, but none of them demand anything anymore. And if one comes back, a phrase half remembered, the sound of someone's breath before speaking, it doesn't need to be claimed or dismissed. It can simply float by like a leaf caught in current, turning once, then disappearing into deeper water where it no longer matters who sent it. You're not losing anything. You're just letting go into something that was always waiting beneath all the trying. A space so quiet you stop hearing your own heartbeat, and instead feel only its absence as presence. Not even silence is sacred here. It's simply what happens when nothing needs to be said, No one needs to listen, and everything has already been held in place long enough to settle into stillness. You don't have to do anything but stay. Just breathe. Just rest. Just allow yourself the kind of night where time doesn't move forward, but folds inward like a blanket pulled close around someone who's finally tired enough to stop pretending they can hold everything. The weight of that unfinished moment still hums beneath your ribs like something half remembered, not quite forgotten, but no longer urgent, just part of the quiet air you breathe now, as if it had always been there and never needed to be resolved. It's not a thing you're holding anymore. It's just a shape in the dark that doesn't demand anything from you. You don't need to name what was left unspoken or measure whether it mattered more than silence. What matters is this: the space between words has become its own kind of language, one that speaks without meaning and still carries everything. There are places in your body where old conversations settle behind the jawbone, low in the spine, behind the eyes when they close too tightly at night. Those places aren't empty. They're full of echoes, not as noise, but as texture. Like dust on a shelf that's been undisturbed for years. The kind of quiet that isn't silence, but absence of disturbance. You don't need to clean it. You don't have to wipe it away. It's only there because time allowed it to stay. And now you're letting it stay without needing it to mean anything at all. Think of the old telephone in your grandmother's kitchen, the kind with a cord that coils like a sleeping snake across the floor. No batteries, no signal, just wire and a hand crank. It doesn't ring anymore because nobody calls. But when you press the receiver to your ear anyway, what comes through isn't voices, it's wind. Not from outside, but from inside the walls, moving through hollow spaces where no one ever stood. That's what this is. Not connection, not completion, just resonance. You're not waiting for an answer. You're listening to how absence can be full, too. The words you said yesterday weren't lost. They were released like smoke into a room with no windows. They don't need to come back. They don't need to be remembered or defended or rewritten. They went where all things go when they aren't clutched, somewhere beyond the edge of attention. There's no reason to track them down, no record to keep. Just the fact that they were spoken, and in speaking, they became part of your quiet now. You don't need to hold their shape in your hands, because you already carry them as something softer than memory, something like breath caught between two stillnesses. You are not forgetting. You're allowing things to settle into a different kind of knowing, one that doesn't require effort, one where presence isn't measured by recall, but by the ease with which it can be let go. There's a stone in your pocket from last summer, smooth and cold, even after months in the linen drawer. It hasn't been touched since you pulled it from the creek bed near the trail behind the grove. You don't know why you kept it. Maybe because its shape felt like something that had already waited too long to be found. But now you're not holding onto it anymore, and still, it's there. Not in your hand, but in your knowing. That's how some things live, not as objects, but as quiet companions within the body of a night that no longer needs proof of what was said or unsaid. The moon isn't watching. The trees aren't listening. There's no audience for the smallness of feeling, no one to validate whether it mattered or didn't matter. And in this absence of judgment, there's space, so much more than permission. It's not just safe to stop caring about how things were said. It's natural. You're not resisting anything now. You've stopped trying to fix the past by reliving it. You're letting time do its own work, turning over the soil where words once fell, so they don't grow back in loops. There are moments when a person says something that doesn't land on the other side, just falls, like rain into dry earth, and disappears without a trace. Not because it was unimportant, but because meaning isn't always found in response. Sometimes it's only in release. And now you're not waiting for return. You don't need to know if they heard you or what they thought when your voice ended. All that matters is this: the air between you and them has cleared. The silence after speech doesn't have a shape anymore. It just is, like the space beneath floorboards where no one walks, but still holds everything in place. You don't need to return to it. You're not meant to. The conversation wasn't about solving anything. It was about showing up, being present for a moment that didn't require action or outcome. And now you've been through it. Not as someone who needs to fix what happened, but as someone who let it pass. Like water flowing over stone, not stopping, not fighting its path, just moving until there's nowhere left to go, and then becoming part of the current instead. There's a rhythm in this letting go that isn't loud or dramatic. It's quiet, like the way dust settles after a room has been stirred up. Not with sound, but with stillness afterward. You don't have to say anything about it. No explanation is needed. The fact that you're not thinking about it anymore is proof enough. The loop isn't looping. It's settled. You've already done what mattered, said what was true at the time, even if imperfectly. Not because you had to be perfect, but because your voice was real when it came out. And that reality doesn't need to be preserved in memory. It just needs to live where it belongs, not in words, but in the calm of now. The body remembers what the mind can't hold, those tiny tremors after a sentence ends, the shift in posture when you realize you're no longer waiting for an answer, the softening across your chest when you stop trying to control how things end. That's where healing lives, not in rewriting or re-examining, but in release. In letting go, not because it was easy, but because it was necessary. The past isn't something you have to carry forward. It's already gone ahead of you, walking its own path with no need for your company. You don't need to follow. You don't even need to look back. Just keep breathing. Keep letting the air in and out without asking if it's enough. because it is. The moment you stopped chasing meaning from yesterday, you let yourself be present again, not for what was said, but for how you feel now. Grounded, quiet, released into a space where nothing needs to be remembered because everything has already been lived. This isn't forgetting. It's letting go with care, like placing an old journal on the shelf after reading it one last time, closed not out of avoidance, but because its pages have done their work. The ink is dry. The thoughts are spent. There's no more need to return. And in that absence, there's peace, not as a victory, but as a kind of arrival. You don't need to be ready for tomorrow. You're not being asked to fix anything. You only need to stay here just where you are, just how you are, with hands open and mind unclenched. The night isn't asking for anything from you except your quiet. And that's enough. That's more than enough. There are no rules now. No demands on attention. No weight in the silence. Just this, a body resting after holding something long enough to let it go. A mind unhooking from its own repetition, not through force, but by simply stopping. Like water finding its level again, not rushing toward anything. Just stillness that comes when you stop trying to move forward and finally allow yourself to be held in place by the dark. And so you stay, just breathing, just being, just letting all those small things pass through like wind through an open door. Not clinging, not resisting, just letting them go without looking back, without needing to know where they went. Because somewhere beneath it all, you already do. The space between your thoughts has grown deeper tonight, not because there's less inside you, but because what remains is no longer pressing forward like a demand. It simply rests, like something left on the table after dinner, forgotten in its calmness, waiting for morning to come and take it away without ceremony. There is room now where pressure used to be, not because everything has been solved or fixed, but because you've stopped holding your breath through each moment, as if every word could unravel into consequence. That conversation from yesterday, its weight, the way it moved beneath your skin like a low hum, is no longer something you're trying to catch in midair. It's not floating anymore. It has settled into the floorboards of memory, where things go when they stop asking for attention. You don't have to carry its echo forward because it already went ahead without needing you. There's a kind of quiet that comes after release, not silence, but stillness with texture, like wool left on a chair all evening, warm from body heat and slowly cooling into calm. That's the quality now, the softening edge where effort gives way to ease. Your mind no longer scans for errors or second chances. It doesn't replay because it knows that repeating won't change what already happened. What matters is not whether you said exactly right, but that you spoke at all, and in doing so, were present. The words didn't need proof they mattered. They only needed to be true when spoken. And true truth isn't a performance. It's just the shape of honesty as it comes out of someone who feels something real. You don't have to defend its value now. It doesn't require validation from tomorrow or another version of yourself. There's no new thing happening in this moment, only the quiet accumulation of not trying anymore, not holding on, not rehearsing what might have been said differently, not waiting for permission to be done with it. You're simply here, and that's enough. The past doesn't need you now, not as a witness, not as an editor, not even as someone who remembers well. It is like leaving keys under the mat after locking the door, no longer needed in hand because they are already where they belong, safe, accessible, but no longer carried. You don't have to check them every night. They aren't lost if you forget about them. They're just resting. And so are your thoughts. A slow tide of stillness is moving through the body, not a wave that crashes in and out, but something slower than breath. Like moss growing over stone, inch by inch, quietly claiming space without effort. The kind of change no one notices until it's already happened, until you look back and realize there was never any tension to begin with. There is nothing to solve here. No need for closure or resolution. Not even a sense that the matter requires peace. It just exists in its own time, outside urgency. Like sunlight finding a corner of floor late at dusk, not meant to stay long, but present while it can be. You are allowed now to let things fade into background, not because they were unimportant, but because their importance has already been lived through. The feeling you had when speaking is still in your chest, yes, but not as an anchor anymore. It's like a hand that once gripped tight and then slowly opened. The fingers aren't clenched anymore, even if memory remembers how. Your thoughts no longer circle back to test what was said. They drift instead, like leaves caught on current, moving downstream without purpose or direction. No need to know where they'll end up because their journey is over when it ends. Not a failure of retention, but an act of release, of saying enough in the only way possible. By not returning, there's no map for this kind of letting go, not one that tells you how far or fast to travel. Just permission to stop where you are and stay. The night is not asking anything from your mind. It isn't demanding clarity or completion. It simply holds space, thick with absence, soft with shadow, and lets you be small in it without shame. You don't have to remember every nuance of the exchange, because memory doesn't need all its details preserved to honor what happened. Just like a stone dropped into water, ripples expand outward and then disappear, not gone forever, but no longer active. The surface returns to stillness not by force, but simply because there's nothing left to disturb it. That is how you are now, calm in the aftermath of feeling something real, with space around your breath where tension used to live. Your chest doesn't carry weight anymore. Shoulders don't lift toward readiness. You're folded into yourself, not closed off, not guarded, but simply here, letting what's been carried settle like dust on a shelf that no longer needs cleaning. There is warmth behind the eyes now, no brightness, just heat from deep inside, slow and undisturbed. The kind of quiet that settles in after everything has stopped trying to be seen or fixed. It isn't absence you're feeling, it's fullness without demand. Like air filling a room slowly, quietly, until every corner is saturated with it. Not because anyone turned on the system, but because there was no resistance at all. You don't have to do anything now except stay quiet and let this space grow around your body like fabric that has been folded too long, softened by time, worn into comfort. Not perfect, but comfortable enough for sleep to come without knocking first. The mind isn't chasing meaning anymore. It's just breathing in rhythm with the dark. No longer testing whether words were right or wrong. It knows now that truth doesn't always need polish. It only needs presence. That moment when you spoke, when your voice came out, raw and honest, is already part of this night. Not something separate from it, not a thing to be reviewed later. Just another breath among many. And like all other breaths, it has passed through without leaving marks behind, except the quiet in its wake. There is no need for closure because you've already arrived at stillness. No checklist required. No final note written. You are where your thoughts have landed, and that place doesn't require explanation or defense. The body remembers differently than memory does. It keeps track of what happened not in words, but in shifts. A softening across the throat, an ease when leaning back into pillows, shoulders dropping as if they've finally remembered how to rest. You don't need to guard against forgetting, because this isn't about retention. It's about release, about walking through yesterday and leaving something behind without turning around. Like footsteps on snow that vanish within minutes, not erased, just no longer visible. Not lost, but simply returned to the earth where they belong. And you are not returning either. You're staying here with your hands open, with thoughts released into air so thick it feels like velvet against skin. There's nothing left to do. But let this stillness deepen. Let silence settle over everything, as if it had always been there waiting for the mind to stop moving long enough to notice it. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to fix anything. There is no task in front of you, only breath and darkness that holds you like a promise made without words. And so you stay just breathing, the kind of quiet not earned through effort, but given freely by the night itself. No need for memory or meaning anymore, not because they were unimportant, but because their time has passed. You've already lived them. You're just now living after. There's a softness to this moment that isn't about safety. It's more like belonging. Like being inside something larger than yourself without having to explain why you're there. You don't have to prove anything anymore. Not your care, not your honesty, not the fact that you tried. Just be wherever that is in the body, whatever shape it takes now. Soft, open, still. And let what was said live where it belongs, in time, not memory. In absence, not regret. No need to follow. No reason to return. The door has closed behind you, not with a slam, but with silence so deep even sound can't find its way in. You are inside now, where the air is quiet and movement slows without warning or demand. And that's enough. You are not holding onto that moment anymore. It's no longer something you're keeping in your hands or carrying with you like a weight wrapped in fabric. It has settled where it belongs, into the quiet between heartbeats, into the space after words have left the mouth and before they've been remembered. You don't need to go back and check whether they were right. There's no record of them needing correction. The air around you holds them as if they'd always meant to stay there, not in your mind, but in the dark itself, like dust motes that float without direction or urgency. This isn't forgetting, it's release with memory intact. You remember what was said, how it came out, where your throat caught when the silence followed. But you don't need to retrace those movements now. The body knows what happened, even if the mind can't name it yet, knows that honesty has a shape, and one of its forms is stillness after speaking. There's no reason to replay it again, not because it didn't matter, but because it already mattered enough. That exchange isn't waiting for you to finish thinking about it. It's finished with the need for your attention. It's returned to time like something dropped into a river and allowed to drift away without calling back. The water carries it gently past rocks and roots, not toward anything specific, just deeper into current. You don't have to clean up after conversation. There's no mess left behind. No stain on the floor of your chest. No echo hanging in corners where light used to be. It's all settled now like ash that has cooled completely, still warm under its own surface, but not burning anymore. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It only offers space, a kind of holding without demand, a place that doesn't require you to prove your presence. You're not being tested on how well you handled the moment or whether you said what was expected. There's no grading scale in this dark, no scorecard hidden under pillows. What happened yesterday wasn't meant to be perfect. It was meant to be real. And reality often leaves behind only a quiet afterglow, like heat radiating from stone long after sunset. That's all it needs. Presence without proof, truth without performance. The kind of moment that doesn't need your permission to exist, just your willingness to let it pass. You're not being asked to carry the memory forward, not to file it away in a drawer labeled important, or store it under things I should think about again. It's already been held, and now it belongs tonight rather than mind. You don't need to guard against losing it because you've already let go. The words didn't disappear. They were released into the air, where they've become part of something larger. A low hum in the walls, a slow breath beneath floorboards. They're not lost. They're just no longer yours alone to manage. This stillness isn't empty. It's full with what came before and what will come after. It holds yesterday without holding you hostage. You don't have to worry about how it felt once or whether the other person heard anything in your tone, because hearing wasn't the point. The act of speaking was its own completion. You've already made peace with that moment without even realizing you were doing so. There's no final word needed now, not because nothing happened, but because everything has settled into place like stones beneath a stream, not moving, just present. The body knows when something is done not through thought, but through relaxation in the shoulders, slackness across the jaw, breath that slows without effort. You don't have to notice it. You can let the quiet do its work while your mind rests on the edge of awareness. There's no task left related to yesterday's talk, no note to write, no message to send, no reflection waiting in a drawer. The only thing required now is that you stay where you are, open-handed, unguarded, not trying to fix anything or even understand it fully, just being inside the moment as it is. The dark isn't judging what you said. It's only holding you like something that was always meant to be held. It doesn't care if your voice cracked or if your words were awkward. They're part of a longer story, not a single scene needing correction. There's no audience here beyond silence itself. And silence, when it is this deep and soft, can hold everything, even the things we think are too fragile to survive outside our heads. The moment you spoke isn't broken or damaged. It's simply resting now in that place where thoughts go after they've done their work. Not erased, just released. There's no need for closure because there was never a break to begin with. You didn't leave anything behind. You only brought it forward and let it rest. The conversation wasn't incomplete. It was complete enough to be set down. The air around you is thick with what has passed, like the way sunlight fills rooms after someone has left, not in brightness, but in presence. It's still there even if no one is visible. That's how moments live, not through repetition or memory, but through their lingering shape in space. You don't have to keep checking whether it was right, because you've already lived what came next. The pause that followed, the way your chest softened afterward, the slow drift of awareness back into body rather than thought. There are no rules about how long a truth needs to stay with you. Some things live for hours, others linger for days, but some just pass through briefly and still change everything. That moment didn't need to be kept forever. It only needed to happen. And it did. And now, here in the quiet, there's no reason not to let go of even that memory, the one about what was said, how it felt, whether anything changed. Let it sink into the mattress beneath you like water soaking into earth. Not gone, but returned where it can grow without demand. You're not forgetting. You're just letting things stay in their proper place, where they don't need your attention to continue existing. There's a kind of peace that comes when nothing needs to be fixed, when no one is waiting for you to answer, when the past doesn't knock on doors anymore. It only stays where it belongs, not in your head, but in time itself. You're not required to carry this moment forward, not as proof of anything, not as evidence of care or courage. You've already done what needed doing, and now you can stop trying to do more with it. The night isn't asking for results. It's only offering stillness. Not because you deserve it, but because stillness is the natural state when movement stops long enough to be felt. So let the words of yesterday fall where they belong, not in your mind, not on a page, but into air so thick and slow that even sound forgets how to echo. You don't need to remember what was said. You only need to rest now that it's been spoken. And rest isn't failure, it's completion. You've already lived the moment. Now you can live after it. The dark holds you like something familiar, like a coat worn. So often it fits without being noticed. No one is coming to check on your words. No voice calls from the hall asking if they were right or wrong. There's only this: breath, wait, quiet. And that's enough. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to understand. You just are where you've landed, not where you're supposed to go. The night doesn't care how long it takes for stillness to grow. It waits without demanding anything of you but presence. So stay here, not as someone who needs to fix or explain, but as someone who has already finished speaking, and now, finally, can stop listening to the echo. You're not holding onto the shape of that conversation because it's still alive in you. It's only alive because you've kept turning it over, like a stone worn smooth by water that never stops touching it. But water doesn't carry stones to remember them. It just moves through where they were left behind. And now, your body is learning how not to hold the weight of what has already passed. There's no need to check if it was enough, because you've already lived every second after. How your fingers curled into the blanket when the silence stretched. How your breath deepened without effort as thought began to settle like dust on a shelf. The moment didn't have to be perfect. It only had to be real. And that's all it ever was. You're lying here in a stillness that isn't empty, but full of what has been released. The way air fills the space after you've stepped out of a room. Not because anything is added, but because nothing remains to block it. That conversation wasn't unfinished. It just needed time to settle like ink spreading through paper until its edges blur and become soft again. You don't have to go back into it now. There's no reason to reread the sentences or retrace their path. It happened in real time, not in your mind's replay system where moments can be rewound endlessly, paused mid-sentence, played over with different tone. The real one is done. You don't have to proofread it. No editor is waiting. No audience remains. The night knows you're tired, not from doing too much, but from thinking too long. It doesn't want answers. It only wants your body to believe that rest isn't a betrayal of memory. Let the words fall where they belong, the place between one breath and the next, in the gap when thought dissolves into quiet. They don't vanish, they just stop needing you. That's not forgetting. That's letting go with care. You're not throwing them away. You're placing them gently on a surface that can hold them without asking for anything back. There's something tender about how time treats memory, not by erasing it, but by allowing it to exist outside the need to be recalled. Like the way sunlight lingers in a room long after the sun has moved past its window, not because it wants to stay, but because space remembers warmth, even when no heat remains. You're not required to keep that conversation alive for anyone else. It didn't happen for an audience. It happened between two people who were both doing their best with what they had in the moment. And now you can do your best with what's left, letting go. The truth doesn't need protection. It only needs space. And there's room here, deep and quiet, beneath all the motion of mind. No one is watching to see if you're still thinking about it. No one is waiting for an apology or a clarification. There's just this slow return, slow as roots spreading through soil without urgency, without sound. You don't have to finish anything tonight, not even your thoughts. That pause after the last sentence, the way the air changed between you and them, not with tension, but with release, is already part of what comes next in your body. It's written into how your shoulders lowered, how your spine relaxed into the mattress like it had been waiting for permission. That moment wasn't a test, it was a shift. You didn't fail because you weren't sure what to say. You succeeded simply by being there, by showing up with intention, even if no words followed. And now you're not trying to do more. You're only letting the afterglow of that exchange settle like ash on skin, soft, light, not burning anything anymore. There's nothing to fix. Nothing needs fixing. The conversation didn't break anything, it just ended. And endings don't need explanation. They just are. You're not supposed to remember every word. You only have to remember the feeling of having spoken them. That's enough. That's always been enough. The mind wants to keep searching for meaning in what was said, but meaning doesn't live in repetition, it lives in release. When you stop turning it over, that's when the truth becomes real. The night is not asking for more than this. Your body staying still, your breath slowing without force. It doesn't care if you're thinking or not. It only cares that you are here, where silence has grown deep enough to hold all of what came before. You don't have to be present in the way thought demands. You just need to be in this place where nothing needs doing. And stillness isn't empty. It's full with everything that was carried. Let the words go into air so thick it doesn't let anything echo back. Let them sink not into forgetting, but into belonging to time, to space, to the quiet between heartbeats. They don't have to matter anymore. They only need to be allowed to exist without your attention. And they do just by being where you've left them. You're not losing anything by letting go. You're just returning what wasn't yours to carry forever. The conversation is no longer on your hands. It's in the air, among the softness of sleep, part of the night that doesn't care who said what, only that someone was present. And you were. That matters more than any answer ever could. So let it stay like this, neither remembered nor forgotten, but quietly existing where thoughts go when they've done their work. Not erased, just released, not abandoned, just placed down. No one needs to know what was said, only that it happened. And now it's finished. You don't have to prove anything anymore. You were enough as you were words and silence, pause and presence. The body knows how to rest when the mind stops demanding proof of its existence. It doesn't need justification for stillness. It only needs permission to be. And you've already given it. The night is holding you not because you're broken or tired or lost, but because you are here, just as you are, and that's enough. There's no next thing, no task left on the list, no voice calling from behind a door asking if you were right. Just this breath moving through chest, weight settling into mattress, mind softening like clay after it has been shaped once too often. You don't have to be ready for anything. Not tomorrow, not ever. Just stay here, not trying to fix the past, not wondering what comes next, but simply being where you've landed, in this moment that isn't about progress or completion. It's only about presence. And presence doesn't need a reason to exist. It just does. You're allowed to stop carrying. You don't have to keep checking whether it was okay. You don't have to re-express what's already been said. There's no audience waiting for your performance. Only this, the dark, slow breathing, and the quiet that knows you've done enough, more than enough. You're not required to be anything else. Not brave, not perfect, not even clear in your thoughts. You only need to be where you are now, in a place where nothing needs to happen for it to be complete. And if something does happen, the next breath, the slow drift into deeper quiet, it will come without demand, without urgency. It will arrive like rain that falls not because it's needed, but because it has been waiting its turn all along. So let yourself be held by the night, not as a burden, but as a home, not as escape, but as return. You've already said what you had to say. Now you can stop listening for replies. There are no more questions left to answer. Just rest. The space between your breaths has become a place where things can settle without needing to be named. You don't have to reach for them or explain why you're holding onto silence. The quiet isn't waiting for an answer. It's already been satisfied by how deeply you've let yourself fall into it. There's no need to ask if this is enough, just that it is. That the moment has held you long enough to feel its weight and still not push back. The thought about what was said doesn't have a shape anymore. It's not a sentence in your head, not an echo running on loop. It's like something left behind at a train station where no one remembers the name of the person who dropped it. The ticket is gone. The platform has cleared. You're not responsible for retrieving it because there was never any obligation to return. You've stopped trying to replay every pause, every shift in tone, every breath that might have meant something different than what you thought. That part of your mind no longer needs a reason to be quiet. It's already been given one. The air around you has grown thick with unspoken things, not because they're urgent, but because they've finally found their resting place. They don't need to be remembered. They only need to be where they are. Your hands are open now, not empty, but free. Not from what was said or unsaid, but from the act of holding on to it all like a secret you couldn't afford to lose. You don't have to protect the memory anymore because it's already safe in this slow breath between one thought and another. It doesn't need your attention to exist. It just exists. There's no test for whether you were right or wrong. Only the quiet certainty that someone heard you when they listened. And even if their response wasn't what you expected or didn't come at all, the conversation still happened. The moment was real because it passed through you and into the dark between stars. You don't have to prove anything by remembering every word. You were present. That's enough. Not flawless, not polished, but there. In the soft shape of your body on the bed, in the way your fingers rest near your ribs, in how your chest rises without needing to say why it does. No performance required. The words that linger aren't stuck. They've found a new kind of motion. They float now like dust dust in sunlight. Not fixed, not fading, just drifting through space where nothing needs them, but they're still there. You don't have to carry their weight because they're no longer yours alone to hold. The night has taken custody. Even if you wake tomorrow and feel the faintest pull toward wondering how it went, whether that pause was too long or your voice too soft, you won't need to act on it. Because this moment already answered for all of them. Not with certainty, but with stillness, with presence without purpose, with the kind of peace that doesn't require explanation. The past isn't a weight anymore. It's like snow falling in slow motion over something you no longer care about uncovering. It covers everything, not to hide it, but because there's no need to see beneath it now. You don't have to dig through what happened. You're already beyond it. Standing in the quiet after the storm has passed without your permission. You can let go of needing to know whether they understood you. Not because that mattered less, but because now it doesn't matter at all. What matters is that you were there when you needed to be, when silence was as important as speech, and presence outweighed performance. There's no checklist for being enough. No formula. Just this, your body in the dark, breathing without effort, muscles unclenching from a tension they didn't even know they carried. You're not fixing anything, you're only letting it be. Even if tomorrow brings another version of that same moment, another conversation, another pause, another chance to wonder if you said enough or too much, you won't have to meet it with the old fear. Because tonight has shown you a different way. Not perfection, not control, but belonging. To this breath, to this body, to this night. You don't need permission to be still, because you've already been given it by the darkness itself. It doesn't demand anything, only that you stay quietly in your own skin, with no agenda beyond simply being here. Not trying to fix what's broken or perfect what's messy. Just letting the shape of things unfold without needing to guide them. The air has become a kind of soft container, not tight around you, but warm like the space between two people who don't need to speak because they already know each other well enough not to try. You're not losing anything by releasing that conversation. You're only giving it back where it belongs, to time, to distance, to all those quiet spaces between heartbeats where things go when they've done their work and no longer need to be held. There's nothing left to prove. No voice calling from behind the door asking if you were right. Only this, your breath moving through your chest like water over stones, smooth, slow, never stopping, never needing to explain itself. The night isn't waiting for a conclusion. It's already complete in its own way. It doesn't care about endings or beginnings, just that something happened, that someone was here, that silence didn't need to be filled. presence wasn't measured by how much you said, but by how deeply you stayed. You don't have to remember every word. You only have to know this. The conversation isn't lost because it's not gone. It's in the quiet between one breath and the next, where all things settle without being named. The door didn't need to be locked. The room didn't need a light on. You don't need proof of what happened, only that you were there when it did. And now, finally, you can stop trying to carry the weight of whether it mattered. You've already said what needed saying, even if not in words, even if only by being present, even if no one heard. The act itself was enough, not because it was perfect, but because it was real. And that's all any moment ever asks for: not recognition, not approval, but presence. So let the air hold what can't be named. Let the dark cradle what you don't need to keep track of anymore. You're allowed to stop checking whether everything is accounted for. There are no lost threads, just loose ends that have found their way into stillness. No one needs to know if your voice was steady or if your pause felt too long. Only this: the night knows, the mattress knows, your body already remembers how not to fight anymore. Let yourself be held by what doesn't need a reason, it just is. And you don't have to earn that kind of rest. You only need to accept it, like rain accepting the ground without asking if it's ready. The space where your thoughts used to circle has softened into something else, not emptiness, but fullness with absence. Like a room after everyone has left, not empty because nothing is there, but full with what was once felt, said, lived. You don't have to replay the words again. You've already given them their due. Not in performance, not in correction, but in simply letting them go where they belong, into the dark that doesn't judge and never forgets, only holds. There's no next thing. No need to fix what was said or rewrite how it landed. Just this: your body softening into the bed like clay after being shaped too many times. Not broken, not worn out, just ready to be still without needing a reason. You don't have to be clear. You don't have to know where you're going. You only need to stay in the place where you've landed, where silence is not absence, but home. And if tomorrow brings something that feels like it needs answering, you won't feel the old panic, because tonight has already taught you. Some things aren't meant to be solved. Some moments are meant to be released, not forgotten, not abandoned, but placed down where they can rest like a coat left on a chair, not needed anymore, but still part of the room. You're allowed to stop measuring whether you said enough or too much. You're only required to be here now, not in the past, not in the future, but in this breath, this dark, this quiet where nothing needs doing and everything is already complete. The way your breath has settled into the hollow between one pause and the next, There's a shape to it now, not hurried or searching, just resting like leaves on water after the ripples have passed. You don't need to name how long you've been here or when the last thought slipped out of reach. The hours aren't counting themselves anymore. They're softening into each other, one dissolving into the next without a sound. There's no pressure to remember what came before, only this: that your body has begun to believe it can stop holding. The conversation from yesterday still lives in the space between your ribs, not as a weight, not as an echo, but as something gently folded, like paper left on a windowsill after rain, slightly damp, but not torn. It's not waiting for you to return to it. It doesn't need a response. It already exists exactly where it needs to be, in the quiet that follows feeling, not before or after. You don't have to figure out what was said or unsaid. You only have to let go of needing to know. The mind tries to stitch things together, words back into sentences, pauses into meaning. But tonight, you're learning how to stop doing that. Not because the thoughts are unimportant, but because they've already been held. They've already had their turn. There's a shelf in this dark place where nothing is labeled and everything belongs. It isn't built of wood or metal. It's made from stillness, like the kind you feel when you're halfway between waking and sleep and time doesn't matter anymore. On it lies every unspoken thing that needed to be said, but didn't need a listener. Not because they were too small, but because they were true in their quiet way. The reply you never sent. The apology that wasn't meant for anyone else. The moment you looked someone in the eye and didn't speak, just stayed, and somehow still communicated everything. All of it rests there now, not forgotten, not lost, just placed down where it can stop needing you. And if a thought slips back in, the one about whether they noticed your silence or what they might say now, you don't have to pull it out again. You only need to whisper into the dark that yes, you saw it, and no, you won't carry it. That's already been done. The shelf is waiting. The way your fingers have uncurled against the sheets, each one releasing its grip, as if letting go of a thread long held tight is not an accident. It's not effort. It's memory returning to itself. You don't need to force softness. It comes when you stop trying to be ready for something else. When you accept that stillness isn't failure and quiet isn't absence. The dark doesn't ask for your performance. It doesn't care if your thoughts were clear or messy. It only asks, are you here? And the answer is yes, exactly as you are, not better than before, not more capable, just present in a way that needs no proof. You don't have to be useful tonight. You don't need to produce anything. Not insight, not resolution, just being. There's something beautiful about how your body knows how to rest, even when your mind is still trying to write the next line of a story that doesn't exist yet. It remembers what it means to let go, how the spine can soften, how the jaw releases without permission, how breath can move freely through lungs that once felt like they were holding their breath for years. This isn't sleep as escape. This is sleep as return to the part of you that never needed to be perfect, just real. To the part that doesn't need praise or correction, only space. And that space has always been here. It's not something you have to earn. It was never far away. You've simply forgotten how to stay. The conversation from yesterday didn't end because it ran out of words. It ended because it had already said what mattered. Not in volume, not in clarity, but in the way your breath changed when they looked at you, or the way your hand stayed still on the table when everyone else was speaking. Those moments were full. They held everything that needed to be held. Now let them stay there, not as a burden, not as something needing repair, but as proof of presence. Proof that you showed up in your own time, with all your hesitation and your uncertainty and your quiet courage. You didn't need to say much. Just being was enough. And now the dark is holding it for you, like a cup left on a counter after tea has cooled. There's no urgency to return to it. No reason to replay every sentence or measure whether it landed right. The moment is finished not because it was perfect, but because it was complete in its own way, the kind of completeness that doesn't need closure. It just was. And now it belongs to the night. You can stop trying to make sense of what happened between two people who didn't speak much at all. You don't have to explain why you said what you did, or why your voice wavered when they turned away. The truth isn't in words. It's in the way you stayed where you were, even though every part of you wanted to leave. And now you're allowed to stay here too, not waiting for anything to happen, not hoping someone will notice how quiet you've become, but simply existing in a space where nothing needs to be fixed, where absence is not emptiness, but fullness with the memory of being seen. The thoughts that still hover faint and slow like dust motes in slanted light. They don't need answers. They only need permission to rest. So let them drift toward that shelf again. Let them settle into the dark like feathers landing on water. No one needs to write them down. No one needs to read them tomorrow. You've already done what you needed to do by being there, by not rushing away, by staying in the silence even when it felt heavy. You didn't have to be strong or smooth or clever, just human, and that's enough. The air around you is thick with stillness, not cold, not empty, but full of all the things that don't need names. The way your shoulder sank into the mattress after hours of tension, like a stone finally finding its place in the riverbed. The way your mind stopped chasing itself and just paused, not because it was tired, but because it realized there's no destination here. There is only this breath, this darkness, This body that knows how to be still even when the world keeps asking for more. You don't have to remember every detail of what was said or unsaid. You only need to know this: you were present. And presence doesn't require proof. It just requires showing up exactly as you are, with all your uncertainty and all your softness. So let the silence keep holding what can't be named. Let it cradle what no one else needs to understand. There's room for everything here, not because it's important, but because it is. Because you were there. And that matters more than any reply ever could. The quiet between your breaths has grown deeper than it was before, longer, softer, like a thread drawn out, so far it begins to blur at the edges. It's not absence that fills the space now, but the weight of being unasked for, unfilled by demand. There's no need to respond because nothing is calling your name. No one needs you to explain why your silence held more than speech ever could. You don't have to track how long it took for the light in the room to go out, the kind that lives behind eyelids when you've stopped trying to see what comes next. The shape of the dark has changed since you first came here, not because anything moved, but because your body finally believed it was allowed to stay. The thing about stillness isn't that it's empty, it's full in a different way, like roots holding soil, even when nothing is growing above ground. Your hands are open now, not clenched around the edges of memory or future plans, not gripping what might have been said, but simply resting on your chest as if they've remembered their own shape after forgetting for so long. There was no moment in that conversation where you needed to be someone else, no sudden need to perform. You weren't asked to fix anything, polish anything, justify anything. That's rare enough that it settles into the bones like warmth after cold. Not because you did well, but because you were simply allowed to exist without performance. The words from yesterday still linger in a kind of soft suspension, not as ghosts, not as threats, but as echoes in a room where time moves differently. They don't need to be rehashed or rewritten or turned into meaning. They're not unfinished, they're finished in the way that certain moments are when you realize they never needed an ending at all. You weren't late. You weren't too quiet. You didn't miss anything by staying silent. The fact that your voice trembled when they looked away isn't evidence of failure. It's proof you felt something real. And feeling is not a flaw, even when it comes with hesitation, even when it arrives in breaths and pauses instead of declarations. The air around you has grown thick, not heavy, but deep, like water just below the surface where sunlight doesn't reach. There's no urgency to rise or return or make sense of anything. You are not expected to explain why your hands didn't move, why your eyes dropped when they asked something simple. No one is waiting for a reply that never came. You don't have to carry their silence in your chest like a second heartbeat. You can let it go, not as forgetfulness, but as letting the moment live on its own terms. It doesn't need you to keep it alive. It already lived fully and quietly in the way your body leaned into the table when they spoke, in how your fingers pressed lightly against your knee like a quiet anchor. Let the conversation sink now, not into memory, not into regret, but into that place where things go after they're no longer needed. Not erased, but released, like paper folded and tucked into a drawer with nothing written on it, just the shape of something once held. The night is not keeping score. It doesn't remember what you said or didn't say. It only remembers that you were there, the way your breath slowed when they paused, how your body stayed still even as your thoughts raced behind your eyes. That kind of presence isn't about speaking, it's about being present in the shape of your own quiet. You don't have to prove it wasn't enough. You don't have to show anyone what happened between two people who didn't say much at all. The fact that you stayed, even when every instinct pushed you to flee, that is its own kind of truth. And now, this space holds that truth without needing you to repeat it. It knows because it has felt the weight of your stillness, how deeply you leaned into the moment instead of running ahead to what might come next. There's no need to return to those words tomorrow, not to analyze them, not to rewrite them, not even to think about whether they landed right. They were never meant for a reply. They were meant for that moment, just as it was. So let the thoughts about how you said things, or why your voice cracked when they turned away, float now like leaves on a slow current. Let them drift toward the shelf, the one at the edge of the dark, where nothing is ever needed to be read. It doesn't matter if they're neat or clear or complete. They belong there because they've been seen. You don't have to carry every feeling you had about that conversation through tomorrow. You don't need to keep it safe in case someone asks what happened. The silence between the two of you already held more than any sentence ever could. The body knows its own rhythm better than the mind does, especially when the mind has been racing for hours trying to catch up with itself. Let your shoulders drop further into the mattress, not because you're tired, but because your body recognizes it's safe now. That this is not a time to brace or prepare, it's a time to settle. There's no reason to return to that moment. No one expects you to replay every pause or measure whether they noticed how long you looked down when they spoke. The silence wasn't empty. It was full of everything that doesn't need names. The way your chest rose and fell after the room went quiet, like a lake breathing under moonlight, wasn't just breath. It was presence in motion. Not loud, not dramatic, but real. And it's still here, still yours. You don't have to be ready for tomorrow. You don't have to plan what you'll say if they bring it up again. The night doesn't need answers. It only needs you to stay where you are, exactly as you are, with all your softness and hesitation, and the quiet courage of staying in a moment that wasn't easy. Let the thoughts about whether they understood. You don't have to decide if they did or didn't. That's not yours to know anymore. Let it go like steam from a cup left on the counter after tea has cooled. The shelf is still there, waiting, quiet, steady, unbothered by what gets placed upon it. It doesn't judge whether something belongs. It only holds things that have been released. And now, your thoughts about that conversation are drifting toward it, not as proof of anything, not as evidence of failure or strength, but as small offerings to the dark. You don't have to explain why you said what you did when they looked at you like that, why your voice caught in your throat, why you couldn't move. It wasn't about words. It was about being seen in a way that made your body want to disappear and stay all at once. And now, the dark has held both parts, the wanting to leave and the choice to stay. And it has kept them safe without needing you to fix either one. The silence isn't broken, it's whole. And so are you. There's no need to return to it tomorrow. No need to replay. No reason to measure whether something mattered, because it did. It mattered in the way that being present matters, not with impact or outcome, but simply by showing up, even when your hands shook and your breath came too fast. Now let this moment settle like dust on a windowsill, gentle, unnoticed, undisturbed. Not forgotten, not lost, but resting where it belongs, held gently in the quiet between two beats of time. You don't have to be anything other than what you are right now, tired, soft, still holding the weight of your own humanity without needing to name it or defend it. The night doesn't care how long it took for you to stop running. It only cares that you're here now, with no need to explain why your hands stayed open instead of gripping tight. Let the thoughts about what could have been said, about whether they noticed your silence, let them rest like feathers on water. No one needs to pick them up. They don't need to be read. They only need to be placed where you can let go. The shelf is waiting, not with judgment, not with demand, but with quiet acceptance. It holds things that are no longer needed in the mind, but still belong somewhere. And so do you. The way your breath settled after the last word was said, like warmth pooling at the base of a stone well, slow to sink, but certain in its descent, is how you know it's time to let go. Not because something needs fixing or someone else needs knowing, but because this moment has already lived inside you long enough to become part of your quiet bones. The memory isn't sharp anymore. It softens at the edges like a photograph left out too long under starlight. You don't have to carry the weight of what might have been said differently. You don't need to rehearse how their eyes met yours and held, not with judgment, but with something deeper, like recognition without demand. That look wasn't an invitation or a test. It was just presence, passing through like light across a floor at dusk. There's no version of that conversation where you're meant to be perfect. There never has been. The truth isn't in what came out. The words are small things, fragile as moth wings. And the real part is how your body responded when they spoke. The slight lean forward without meaning to. The way air caught behind your ribs like it was trying not to escape too soon. That's where you were right there, in that breath between syllables. Not in performance, not in outcome, but in being fully felt by yourself, even if only for a second. And now, this is what happens when you stop turning the page. Time slows down and doesn't care about urgency anymore. The room isn't asking anything of your attention. The dark outside has no schedule. Even the clock on the wall, though it keeps ticking in its own way, is not keeping track for you. So let that quiet between yesterday's words be like a place where things can rest without needing to mean something. Like an envelope left unopened, still sealed with care, but no longer expected to deliver anything. It doesn't matter if someone reads the letter later. What matters is that it was written in good faith and placed on the sill of its own making. The way your fingers twitched when you stopped speaking, that wasn't fear. That wasn't failure. That was just energy still learning how not to move forward, like roots testing soil before they grow deeper into earth. You didn't need permission to stay exactly as you were in that pause, still soft, still uncertain, still holding yourself together with a kind of quiet determination. That's the thing no one talks about. It takes more strength to remain than to act. It takes less effort to say something than it does to sit and feel everything without needing to respond. And so now you're here, not fixing anything, not preparing for tomorrow, but just resting in how real your own stillness feels tonight. The air around your shoulders is full of things that don't require answers. The shape of a hand on a table, the way sound fades into silence when no one's listening anymore. The shelf isn't waiting to be filled again, just open, like an old drawer left slightly ajar after years of not being used. It doesn't expect you to place anything new in it unless you want to. You can leave your thoughts there and walk away without needing them back. They don't vanish. They're simply no longer part of the work. Let this conversation be something that happened only once and already belongs somewhere else, like a letter sent but never received, not because it was wrong, but because its purpose wasn't to arrive. It was just meant to exist in motion. There's space for things to stay unresolved, There's room for silence to keep holding what words couldn't carry. You don't have to return to that moment because you've already been there and stayed long enough. The way your chest rose and fell after they stopped speaking wasn't a signal of anything. It was just the body remembering how it feels to be alive, even when everything else is still. Now let this part settle like dust on an old bookshelf. No need for order or explanation. Let it lie where it landed in the dark, untouched by light and unbothered by time. Not forgotten, but quietly held somewhere that doesn't ask you to keep score of how much was said or unsaid. Your mind isn't broken, it's just slow with feeling, like water warming after being cold for too long. It remembers every shift, not because it needs to fix anything, but because it wants to honor the truth that some moments don't need resolution, they only need witness. And you were there. You stayed through what felt heavy without needing to lighten it first. So now let go, not with a snap or a rush, but like breath leaving your lips when you finally stop holding in and allow yourself to just be exactly as you are. Tired, tender, still awake, but no longer afraid of the quiet between heartbeats. There's nothing left to prove. No one needs proof that you were present. You don't have to explain why you stayed or how long it took for your voice not to shake when they looked at you. Just rest in what happened and isn't happening anymore. The air feels different now, like something has been released without sound, like the night itself exhaled after holding its breath along with you. There's no need to name this next feeling, the one that comes after release, soft and unclaimed, like fog rising from grass before dawn. You don't have to understand it. Just let yourself be where it is, not searching for meaning in stillness, but letting the quiet become your body's home again. This isn't about forgetting. It's about placing each piece of what came undone into a space that doesn't judge or record. It's just there, not alive with memory, not dead from loss, but quietly open to whatever comes next. And you're still here, still breathing in the dark, like someone who knows how to stay without needing reasons. Let this moment be one where nothing happens and everything is already enough. No need to prepare for what tomorrow brings. No reason to rehearse another response or count seconds between words. Just rest now, as if your body has been waiting all night for permission not to hold on anymore. The dark doesn't ask you to do anything except lie down in it, exactly where you are, and let the weight of being human fall away, like leaves from a tree that's finally stopped shaking. There's no need to carry forward what was already lived. No obligation to remember every pause or measure whether someone noticed how long your hands stayed still after speaking. You don't have to do anything now except be here, quiet, soft, present in the way only sleep knows how to hold you. Let this feeling grow like moss on stone, slow, steady, unseen, but deeply real. Let it spread without needing direction or proof of growth. And if a thought tries to return, the one about whether they'll bring up what was said, you can let it drift away, not because it's unimportant, but because now there is no need for you to carry anything forward. The shelf still holds everything that has been released. It doesn't forget or remember, but just waits with quiet ease for whatever comes next, or nothing at all. There's a quiet between your ribs where warmth pools like light through stained glass, soft, uneven, not meant to be seen, but felt. The kind of stillness that doesn't demand you do anything except keep breathing, because even that is enough. You don't need to name the shape of it or fit it into any box. It's just there, the way air holds a memory of touch without having to prove it existed. Your hands are open now, not because they were ever closed in the first place, but because something deeper has loosened its grip. The part that thought every word had to be weighed before letting go. You don't have to worry about whether you said too much or too little anymore. There's no one left to collect your answer, like a ticket stamped at the end of a conversation. The space where their voice used to live has become something else now. Not empty, but full in its own way. Like a room that remembers how it felt when someone sat in it for hours without speaking. The air carries nothing urgent, no echo from yesterday's moment, no longer needed. It doesn't press forward or pull you back. It just stays, breathless and gentle, like the hush after rain stops on rooftops. You're not being asked to fix anything. There's no thread left to pull, no knot that needs untangling. Not even a whisper of what might have been said if only the timing had shifted by half a second. Let your thoughts drift without needing to meet them halfway. There's no need to welcome or reject them. They're just passing through, like leaves swept across pavement at night by wind, too quiet to be named. You don't have to listen for meaning in their motion. They come and go as they please, not because you invited them, but because the mind still knows how to wander when it's safe enough. The shelf where things are placed doesn't care about what kind of silence follows a spoken word. It only holds like moss on stone or dust on an old floorboard, not for memory, not for retrieval, but simply because there was no reason to carry it elsewhere. You've already given it its place. The moment you said something and stayed with it, even when your voice trembled at the edges. There's a kind of peace in that, knowing what was true didn't vanish just because you stopped talking about it. It changed form instead, not gone, but moved into stillness where no one checks whether it's still valid or if it needs updating. There's room here now, not for proof, not for explanation, but for the fact of your presence in that moment. You don't have to wonder what they thought when you looked away after speaking. You don't need to rehearse how long you waited before saying anything at all. The weight of those seconds doesn't live with you anymore. It lives somewhere quiet, like a book left open on a windowsill where sunlight comes in sideways and fades slowly over time. There's no obligation to remember what was said, only the feeling that stayed behind, even when words had ceased. How your chest opened just slightly after speaking. How your breath slowed down not because you forced it, but because something inside you finally let go of needing a response. You're allowed now to hold nothing except this quiet, like lying on grass after dark and watching stars appear one by one without trying to count them. No need to mark the moment when the silence grew thick enough to feel solid under your skin. It just happened, like night falling not in steps, but as a slow surrender. The part of you that used to scan for signs, whether they were listening, whether their eyes stayed on yours too long or not long enough, is no longer running through old tapes trying to find fault. That version is resting now, tired from carrying all those small calculations like stones in its pockets. Let the space between your thoughts grow wider than it ever has before. Not because you're avoiding anything, but because there's nothing left that needs protection. The moment didn't need saving. It only needed being seen as it was. Incomplete, unbalanced, real. And you saw it. You were present for its shape, the way the air changed when they looked at you, how your throat closed just slightly before you spoke. You stayed even when there wasn't a reason to stay, just because staying felt like honoring something that didn't need a name. That's enough. That's more than enough. Let it sit in the dark now, not waiting for anything, not begging for acknowledgement, not asking whether someone noticed how long you held your hands still after speaking. It doesn't need to be remembered. It only needs to have happened. And it did. The silence isn't empty. It has weight, like something that settled into place without noise, like a stone sinking slowly through water until it rests at the bottom of an old pond. You don't hear it moving because it's already there, fully in position, no longer needing permission to stay. Your body knows this kind of resting. It doesn't require effort or intention. It just happens when you stop fighting against stillness and let yourself be held by what comes after speaking. Not answers, not reactions, but the quiet that follows a moment too tender for words. There's no need to carry forward how long it took before your voice returned after silence fell. No reason to keep measuring whether you paused too long or spoke too soon. The timing wasn't wrong, it was just real. And now, it belongs where all things like this belong, in the quiet between breaths, in the space that doesn't need a name. Let your awareness drift, not toward thoughts, but toward sensation, the warmth behind your eyelids, the way your shoulders soften into the mattress like soil after rain, the slow rise and fall of your chest, as if breathing itself is becoming its own kind of resting. You don't have to protect what was said. You don't have to defend how long you stayed silent or why you looked away when they spoke. There's no judge sitting in that room anymore, only air, stillness, the soft pressure of night against your skin. The words aren't lost, they're not even gone. They've simply moved into a different kind of existence. One where silence isn't failure but completion. Where presence isn't performance but proof that you were there, not perfectly, not flawlessly, but fully, exactly as you are. There's no need to gather them back or bring them forward. You don't have to carry the memory like luggage through tomorrow. Let it be what it is, a moment that lived and then let go, like light fading from glass after sunset, not because it was taken away, but because it had nowhere left to go. And you're still here, not in search of meaning, not chasing clarity, not trying to reconstruct the shape of something that already passed through your hands like a letter handed over with care and then placed gently into an envelope sealed without sealant, because no one needs to read it again. You don't have to know what it meant. You only need to know this: you were there when it happened. And now, in the dark, you are allowed to be where nothing has to happen at all. There's a quiet between your ribs where breath settles like dust on an old shelf, not disturbed by motion or need. You don't have to name it, just let it be. The shape of that stillness isn't empty because it holds something, the aftertaste of words that weren't meant to be answered, just spoken into air so they could exist in the world without demand. There's no weight on them now, the kind that comes from needing a response or proof of receipt. They're not waiting for someone to say yes, or even "I heard you." That isn't what they needed. What they needed was space, room enough to land where they could be seen as they were, without correction. And so they are. Not in memory, not in replay, but simply here. Quiet, unclaimed, accepted by the dark like a letter left on the sill of an empty house. No return address required. No stamp needed. The air remembers what it meant to carry them, not with urgency, but with care, like how water holds the shape of stones that have long since gone cold. You don't need to keep checking whether you said enough or too little. You don't need to rehearse their reaction in your mind like a scene from an old film. There's no role for you to play now. Not the one who hesitated, not the one who rushed forward with too much weight behind the words, not even the one who feared being misread. That version of you is already resting on the same shelf where thoughts go when they're no longer needed. The night isn't asking anything from you anymore. It's not measuring how long you stayed awake or how many loops you've settled. The hours are soft and uninterested in outcomes. They don't care if your mind has finished its inventory, only that it is finally letting go of the habit of holding. That habit doesn't need to be fixed. It just needs to be released. There's a place where all these quiet moments collect, the ones you didn't know how to name at the time, the ones that slipped through like shadows between rooms. You don't have to chase them down now. They're already gathered in an old wooden bowl by the door of a house that isn't yours, but feels familiar, like something you've dreamed about before. It sits there with no one claiming it. No label on its side, no rules for how full it can be or what must be taken out each morning. Just silence inside and warmth from where sunlight touched it once. Each moment you let go of, the conversation that wasn't resolved, the glance that lingered too long, the way your hands stayed closed after speaking, each one has found its way to that bowl. Not discarded, not forgotten. Set down with care, like a pebble placed gently on a stone path so it won't be stepped on later. And you are not responsible for what happens next in that bowl. You don't have to wonder if someone else will find it or open it. That's not your job now. Your job was simply to say the thing, to stay with it while it lived, no more, no less. So let this moment rest there too, the one from yesterday, not as a problem to be solved, but as a breath you took when you didn't have to. A choice made without outcome in mind. You didn't speak for effect. You didn't say anything to change how someone felt. You spoke because it was true that you were present, and the truth of your presence is enough. Now let your shoulders drop deeper into the mattress, as if sinking through layers of soft earth. Your breath slows again, not forced, not timed, but moving like water over stones in a slow stream. There's no need to hurry towards sleep or push yourself forward. Just stay where you are, not searching for peace, not trying to get anywhere. The mind is tired from holding so long. It has been on duty all evening, running through lists of things unsaid, replaying phrases with different tones and timings, adjusting the weight of every sentence like it could be rearranged into something better. But now it can stop. It doesn't have to keep checking whether anything was missed or left behind, because everything that needed to be said has already been spoken. Not in grand fashion, not with perfect timing, but in honesty, in presence. And even if no one heard it, the act of saying it, of showing up for what was true, was its own kind of completion. There's a difference between being remembered and being seen. You don't need to be remembered, but you were seen for just long enough. That is enough. Let your hands unclench completely now, not out of effort, but because there's nothing left that needs protection. No one will come back through the door asking for the words again. The silence isn't a loss, it's a homecoming. Like how rain settles into soil after drought, like how roots grow without being told to. The night doesn't need you to fix anything. It just wants you to be here, present in your own body, not elsewhere chasing thoughts or waiting for resolution. You are allowed to not have answers. You're allowed to not know what it meant. You don't even have to think about it again tomorrow. The moment is already where all such moments go, into the dark without needing permission. There's a rhythm in stillness that isn't silence, but something deeper, like the way time moves when you stop measuring it. It flows through your body like warmth behind closed eyelids. Not fast, not slow, but exactly as it needs to be. You don't have to guide it, just let it carry you. And now the air is full of what isn't said, the kind that doesn't need words, because it already exists in the way your chest rises and falls without intention. The way your legs are no longer tense, but soft like roots spreading underground. Like how a tree knows when to stop reaching for light and instead just lets itself be held by soil. You don't have to carry forward what wasn't finished. You don't need to protect it from being forgotten. It's already been honored by the fact that you let it happen at all. So rest now, not as someone who hasn't done enough, but as someone who was exactly where they needed to be, when they needed to be there. There is no task left, no message unspoken, no conversation unfinished in a way that demands return. Just this, your body breathing, your mind quiet, the night holding you like it knows what you've been doing all evening, holding on too tightly, and now letting go with relief, as if the world itself has sighed and said finally. You're beginning to feel the shape of stillness, not as absence, but as presence. The way a room holds warmth long after the fire has gone down, like the air remembers heat even when it can't be seen. Your breath moves without effort, rising and falling through the quiet weight of your body, and there's no need to name what is already here. No word needed for the softness in your hands now, resting palms up, as if waiting for nothing but the feeling of being held by space itself. The night has taken over the task of remembering your shoulders don't have to carry the weight anymore. They've been given permission not to hold. There's a quiet somewhere behind your ribs where thoughts no longer race through corridors with urgency, where memories aren't pulled forward like evidence in an unfinished case. Instead, they drift like leaves caught in slow current, turning slowly without direction or need to land anywhere specific. You don't have to decide if it mattered. The question of impact isn't yours to settle tonight. What happened has already passed through the moment and settled into its own kind of shape. The quiet after a conversation that wasn't perfect, but was real. Let your mind rest in that shape, not as something forgotten, but as something allowed. There's no need to file it away or label it. It simply exists now, like how moonlight lies on pavement without asking permission, like how shadows stretch long across floors at this hour when the world slows and stops trying to be loud. The memory of that talk is not a task anymore. It's just an echo in your chest, soft and unobtrusive, no longer calling you back. It doesn't demand attention. It only asks to be acknowledged as having happened exactly how it did, with all its hesitations and pauses, and the way one word trailed off before the other came. You said what was true. Not everything needed to be said. Only what could be spoken at that moment in time. That's enough. Always has been. And now, you don't have to test whether it was right or wrong, better or worse, because those aren't questions that need answers. They are just thoughts trying to find a reason to stay awake when they no longer belong. Let your chest open like the space between two trees where sunlight falls in slanted bars across the ground, unobstructed and unhurried. Let your spine settle into alignment with gravity, not because you're doing it right, but because you don't need to do anything at all. Your body knows how to rest when no one is watching. The air feels different now, thicker in some places, lighter in others, as if the night has shifted its weight and adjusted itself around your stillness. You are not being held by a thought or a feeling. You're being held by time itself, which doesn't move fast, but moves with certainty, like water finding its level after turbulence. No one is coming to ask for clarification. No voice will ring out from the past demanding you redo it. The silence isn't empty, it's full of what was said and unsaid both, quietly coexisting without conflict or demand. It doesn't want anything from you. Not now. Not ever again. You can let go, not because the conversation didn't matter, but because its meaning no longer lives in your hands. It has gone where things like this go when they're finally released, into the soft dark between stars, into the hush that follows a sigh, into the space beneath still water where nothing stirs but time itself. There's an old bench tucked behind the back wall of a garden that no one visits anymore, the wood worn smooth by weather and hands long gone. It sits in shadow, holding years without needing to speak about them. You don't need to go there, but you can imagine it now, how the slats curve slightly under weight, how moss grows along the edge where rain settles each night. That's what this moment is like, a place not meant for walking through, but for sitting in quietly. Your thoughts are no longer searching. They're just resting like that bench, worn down by use and weather, still waiting, though not for anyone to come back. Just for the sky to move overhead without explanation. You don't need to know what it all meant. Not now. Not ever. Some things aren't meant to be understood. They're only meant to be lived through. And you did live through that moment. You were there in your body, saying something true even if imperfectly. That's more than enough. Now the night is carrying you, not as a burden, but as an offering. It doesn't rush. It doesn't push. It simply moves with what's already here. Your breath, your weight, your silence, your presence. You are not required to do anything beyond being exactly where you are. No adjustments needed. There's no list of things left undone. No message still floating in the air between people. No tone that needs re-recording or phrase needing correction. The only thing now is this: warmth behind closed eyelids, muscles uncoiling like roots releasing soil after long drought. A quiet so deep it doesn't feel silent at all, but full of what was never named. You don't have to protect the memory of those words, not because they weren't important, but because they're already safe. They've been placed in the same place where all honest moments go, into the dark without needing proof or recollection, into the kind of stillness that doesn't fear emptiness because it knows what's there. Let your hands lie open now, not as surrender, not as failure, but as invitation to rest, to be held, to exist in a space where nothing needs to be done, said, fixed, or remembered. The night is full and quiet, and you are part of its rhythm, just breathing, just being, just letting go. There's no need for closure. There's only this: the way your body sinks deeper into the mattress like it knows what kind of sleep it wants. Not fast, not deep, but slow enough to let everything settle in place. Like how soil holds seeds without knowing when they'll grow. Like how a river carves its path over time with no plan or urgency. You don't have to think about tomorrow. You don't even need to think about whether you'll remember this moment later. The only thing that matters is that it's here now, your breath slowing, your thoughts softening into the dark, your hands unclenched, not from effort, but because they're no longer needed. Let the silence grow around you, not as absence, but as fullness. Not as emptiness, but as space that holds everything without holding on. And if a memory stirs, a phrase, a glance, a pause, let it pass through like wind through trees, not stopping to listen, not trying to understand, just letting it go the way leaves drift down after autumn. The night doesn't need answers. It only needs you to be here, in your body, in this moment, without asking for anything more than what already is. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to prove that you deserve stillness. You're not late. You're not behind. The clock hasn't changed. Time has simply decided to move differently tonight. Let yourself be carried by the slow flow of hours, unmeasured and unhurried. Like water moving through a cave where no one comes, like roots growing without knowing why or how, like light that falls on skin when no one is watching. Your mind can stop trying to fix what doesn't need fixing. Your heart can stop rehearsing what was already said. Your breath can just be no purpose, no goal, just presence. And the night holds you now, not as a promise of peace, but as proof that you are allowed to simply be. No one is waiting for your reply. No one will return to ask if it was enough. The conversation isn't unfinished, it's complete in its own quiet way. So rest, not because you've done something right, but because you're exactly where you need to be, even if the world doesn't know it yet. You don't have to carry anything forward. You don't have to protect what happened. It's already been honored by the fact that it took place at all. And now there is only this: your body breathing into dark, your mind sinking deeper into quiet, your hands open like soil after rain, ready not for planting, but just for receiving. The way your shoulders have softened into the mattress feels like something that could go on forever, like time has stopped being a line and become more like air, thick with possibility, but without weight. There's no need to name what it is you're letting happen, only to feel its shape. Not effort, not intention, just release. Your body knows how to do this when left alone, the kind of letting go that doesn't come from willpower, but from exhaustion that has outlasted the fear. The quiet isn't empty, it's full of things that don't need names. A rustle in the wall you didn't notice before. The faintest hum from a transformer far away, like a distant breath held for decades. And beneath it all, your own pulse, slow and steady, as something settling into place after being carried too long. You are not thinking about what might have been said differently, or how that moment could be rewritten in another version of the evening. You don't need to replay every pause, every look, every shift in tone. None of it has fallen away from you because you didn't say enough. It stayed. It lived. And now, finally, it can rest. There's a space between your ribs where something used to press, not pain, not anxiety, but the weight of meaning that wanted to be held by someone else. That place is softening. Not gone, never gone, just no longer carrying the whole story. Like a pocket you've carried for years with something heavy in it. And now, at last, you've opened it and let the object fall gently into the dark. Nothing has been lost. Nothing was ever meant to be kept inside like that anyway. The way your breath moves through your chest feels slower than thought, like time doesn't need to catch up because it's already here. You're not rushing towards sleep, nor are you resisting wakefulness. There's no goal in this moment, no purpose except presence. And the body remembers what the mind forgets. That stillness isn't a punishment for being awake. It's a quiet return to itself. You don't need to know whether tomorrow will be easier or harder than today. You don't need to decide if you'll say anything different when that moment comes again. What matters is not how it ends, but how it leaves you now, lighter, in the way that only letting go can make someone feel. A memory slips through like a leaf caught in water, not sharp, not urgent, just passing by, with no demand to be held onto or understood. It doesn't matter what it was about, only that it didn't need your attention anymore. You don't follow it. You don't stop to examine why it surfaced now. You let it drift like a shadow across the floor of your awareness and keep moving. There's an old drawer in your mind you've forgotten about, the one with no label, no handle, just wood worn smooth from being opened once or twice when you were younger. It wasn't locked, but you didn't know how to use it. Now it's open without effort, no need to force anything. And inside is not chaos, not clutter, but space. A kind of quiet order that doesn't ask for explanation. You don't have to do anything with what's in there. You only had to stop pretending the drawer didn't exist. Your hands are still open, not because you've decided they should be, but because they no longer feel like they need to hold on. Like roots that have grown deep into soft earth and now simply let themselves be nourished without grasping for more than what is already there. The night has moved past the edge of urgency. It's not waiting for anything from you, no report, no resolution, no final word. The hour doesn't care if your thoughts are finished. It only cares that they are quiet now, and in their silence, full. There's a rhythm to this stillness that isn't loud or dramatic. It lives beneath the surface of things, like water moving through stone without ever disturbing what lies above. And you're part of it, your breath, your pulse, the way your skin feels against the sheets, all small acts of belonging in a world that doesn't need to be fixed. You don't have to protect the memory of that conversation because it's already safe. Not because someone else heard it or approved it, but because it happened. And what happens is real even when no one sees it. Even when only you remember it, it still exists, just like a tree falling in a forest with no witness. The silence doesn't erase the sound. So let this moment be its own kind of proof, not that things are perfect, but that they are enough as they are. No need to prove anything, no need to make meaning out of what already is. There's grace in just being present without needing it to mean something more than itself. A warmth spreads through your chest like light soaking into old wood, slow and even, not bright or sudden. It doesn't feel like joy or relief. It feels like permission to stop trying to carry the weight of what might have been said or how someone else might interpret it later. To accept that some things are never meant to be settled, not because they're unresolved, but because they were complete in their own way. There's a small bowl on the floor of your mind, a place you've imagined before for all these thoughts that feel too fragile to write down, too personal to speak out loud. It holds nothing now except air and stillness, but it's there. And And every time something surfaces from the past, it floats gently toward it like ash in a river, not sinking, but moving with the current until it rests. You don't need to watch what enters that bowl. You only need to know it has a home. There's no hurry for closure. No demand that everything be placed or explained. The night doesn't care about completion. It cares about being here. And you are. The way your thoughts dissolve into quiet now feels less like forgetting than like surrendering, like giving something back after carrying it too long across fields of uncertainty. Not as a loss, but as a return to where things belong. You're not behind. You're not late. The clock didn't change. You just stopped measuring time by how much you had left to do. Your body knows what kind of sleep this is. Not fast, not deep in the way that promises rest, but slow and certain, like roots growing underground when no one's looking. Like moss spreading over stone with no plan or purpose other than being itself. There's a part of you that still wants to check whether the words were right, whether they mattered, whether someone else will notice if they're forgotten. But it doesn't matter anymore. Not because you've decided not to care, but because caring is no longer necessary. The act was enough in its own moment. That's all. And now there's just this. Your breath slowing into the dark, like a stone sinking through water. No resistance. No effort, only descent. The night isn't waiting for anything from you. It doesn't want a response or a thank you or even an acknowledgement. It simply is, and you are part of it. So let go not with fear, but with trust that what's been released won't vanish, and what stayed will remain untouched by your need to hold on. You're not alone in this quiet, not because there's someone beside you, but because the dark holds you without asking anything back. The warmth in your chest grows softer. Your limbs sink deeper into the mattress, like soil receiving rain. There's no destination here, only arrival. And as the thoughts grow fewer and the breath slower, you don't have to do anything except be. Just this body, just this moment, just this dark that holds everything without needing to name it. There's a quiet between your ribs where something used to press, the memory of wanting to say more, to explain better, to make sure someone understood. But now, it's not pressing anymore. It's resting, and the air around you feels full, not with noise, but with silence that doesn't feel empty because it knows what's there. You're not escaping anything. You're just stopping the search for answers in places where they don't belong. There's no need to fix or finish or prove. Only to be here exactly as you are without judgment, without demand. You're not holding anything anymore, not even the idea that you should be holding something. The space where the worry lived has softened into a kind of thickness, not heavy, but full in a way that doesn't ask for anything back. It's like the air after rain settles differently than before. It holds moisture without trying to explain why it's there. You don't have to name what's left behind because you already know. It was never about being right or wrong, only about having spoken at all. And speaking, just that is enough. There's a shelf in your mind made of quiet wood, worn smooth by time, and not used for anything except rest. It sits low, near the edge of where thoughts tend to pool when they're tired. You don't remember building it, but you've always known it was there, waiting. When something comes up, not urgent, not demanding, but just soft with memory, like a coat left on a chair after someone's walked out, that's what goes on the shelf. Not stored for later use, not saved for inspection, just placed so it doesn't need to be carried. You don't have to watch it. You don't even have to notice if it stays there or shifts slightly in the dark. The shelf holds things by being still itself, not because it's strong, but because it doesn't pretend to do anything else. It simply exists beneath the surface of your mind, like a ledge underwater, where small stones gather without ceremony. The words from yesterday aren't gone. They're just not yours to hold anymore. They've moved past you and into that place where things don't need permission to be. Not because they were perfect, but because they belonged in their own moment. You said them when the time was right for saying them, even if it wasn't a conversation with a future answer. Some moments aren't meant to end. They're meant to live as they are. And now you can let go not out of forgetfulness, but because release is no longer an act of loss. It's just movement. Like leaves falling into a stream that doesn't need to know why they came down or where they'll end up. They don't ask for recognition. They just drift. The body remembers how to stop resisting. It sinks further, not towards sleep like a plunge, but like a leaf floating downward through water that's already warm and still. The breath isn't trying to be slow anymore. It is slow, not because you're instructing it, but because the air itself has slowed down with you. There's no need to fix or adjust anything now. No reason to wonder whether someone else will miss what was said or if they'll remember it differently later. You don't have to care about that anymore, not for any reason other than peace. Peace isn't the opposite of thought. It's the absence of effort. The past doesn't need you to reframe it. It doesn't want your apology or explanation. The moment was what it was, and now it can rest like a stone in soft earth, no longer shaped by hands, no longer called upon. You're not avoiding anything by letting go. You're just returning something that never belonged with the weight of needing to be remembered. It's not lost. It's released into time where things belong. Gently, quietly, without demand. The dark doesn't need you to perform for it. It doesn't want your attention or gratitude. It simply holds everything that slips through the day, those unspoken turns of phrase, those pauses in conversations that meant more than they said, those moments when silence was louder than words. The night keeps them all not because they matter more now, but because they mattered then. You don't have to rewrite history or fix your impression on someone else's memory. You can let the tone of what you said stay as it was, neither too much nor too little, just true in its own way at that time and place. There's a stillness beneath your ribs now, not because nothing is happening, but because everything has settled into where it belongs. Not fixed, not healed, but held without effort. Like the quiet after thunder, when the sky doesn't rush to clear itself, it just breathes. You don't have to decide if you were right or wrong. You only need to know that you spoke, and that speaking was enough. The shelf still holds your thoughts, even ones you haven't named yet. It doesn't care what they are. It doesn't matter whether one is small or large, old or new. They're not judged by size or urgency, only by presence, by the fact that they came up, and now they've been placed. There's no list to check, no record to keep. The mind isn't a ledger. It's not even supposed to remember everything. It's meant to live in moments, not carry them forward like luggage. And tonight you're letting it forget what it doesn't need. The air around your body feels different, not thin or cold, but thick with silence that carries nothing except itself. Not emptiness, but fullness of absence. A kind of quiet that isn't the lack of sound, but its own presence, like a room where someone was just standing, and the space still remembers the shape. You're not asleep yet, but you don't have to be. You're in between, not awake enough to worry, not dreaming enough to lose yourself. Just here, breathing into the dark like it's a place that has always known your name. No one is waiting for you to explain anything. No voice from outside calls out to say, you missed something, or that wasn't clear. The world doesn't care what was said yesterday. It only cares about now. And right now, there's nothing left to do, but let the weight of having spoken fall away like a coat dropped on a floor after walking through snow. No need to hang it up. No reason to keep it near you. The words you spoke are no longer yours. They belong to that time and place, to the person who heard them, to the air between your breaths when they came out. They don't owe anything back to you. You gave them what they needed at the moment, no more, no less, and now they're gone. You aren't forgetting them, you're letting them go, so they can be free in their own way. The shelf is still there. The bowl is still full of nothing and everything. The dark still holds you without asking for anything in return. And your hands are empty, not because something was taken, but because you finally let it all rest where it fell. The way the silence settles around you now feels like something that has been waiting for this exact moment, neither eager nor patient, just present in its own time. There's no rush to fill it because it doesn't need anything from you. It isn't a space you're supposed to occupy or perform within. You aren't required to be lighter here, or deeper, or clearer than you are right now. The dark holds your breath, not as an act of witness, but simply by being what it is, a soft fold in the world that doesn't ask for anything back. You don't have to decide whether yesterday's conversation was perfect or flawed. You only need to allow its shape to remain exactly where it landed, like a stone dropped into still water and left there without ripples now rising from it. The silence after speech is not an absence of meaning. It's just the moment when words are no longer needed. They don't have to be answered, revised, defended. Their job was done in that breath between one sentence and the next. There's a kind of release in realizing how little you actually need to carry from any conversation, only what stays with you because it mattered at all. And even then, not everything needs to stay for long. Some things are meant to land softly on your skin and vanish without trace, like dust after rain. You were thinking about tone just a moment ago. The way the words left your mouth didn't quite match how they felt inside. And now you can let that tension dissolve because it was never yours to fix. The other person heard what came out of you, not what you intended before speaking. Their understanding wasn't built on intention. It lived in sound and timing and pause. And if their response wasn't exactly as expected, that's no failure. That's just how moments work when they're shared between two real people who are both doing the best they can with a single breath. The air near your chest is heavy not from worry, but because of release, like sinking into water that has been waiting to receive you all along. It doesn't push back. It moves around whatever weight you carry and holds it gently without strain. You don't have to hold yourself upright anymore. The night isn't asking for effort. There's no test, no evaluation coming later. The idea of rewriting what was said is a habit of the mind trying to find control where none exists, trying to reshape something that already has its own place in time and memory. But you don't have to move it. You don't even need to look at it again. It's not lost because you're no longer thinking about it. It just lives now outside your head, like a letter left on someone else's doorstep. You aren't forgetting the words. You're letting them go so they can exist in their own rhythm. Not as proof of anything, not even as apology or explanation. Just as something that happened between two people who were both real at the same time. The thought drifts now without urgency, like a leaf caught in slow current, floating where it will, until it finds rest against stone or root or mud. And you don't need to know what happens next for that journey to be complete. The fact of motion is enough. You've already released your grip on the moment. There's warmth behind your eyes, not from tears, but because something in you has stopped resisting itself. It isn't fighting anymore, not against memory, not against regret, not even against silence. There's just space where tension used to be. A room with no furniture left except what is necessary for breathing. You don't need answers. You only need stillness that doesn't demand anything of you. Not clarity, not resolution, just presence, like a hand resting on the edge of a table, not needing to hold or push, just being there in its own time and place. The shelf remembers every thought that's ever been set down, the small ones, the unspoken ones, the things too quiet for anyone else to hear, and it doesn't care how long ago they came. It keeps them as proof of presence, not performance. You didn't need to be perfect when you placed each one there. You only needed to notice. Now your thoughts come slower, like drops falling from a tap that isn't turned off, but no longer needs to rush. Each idea arrives without demand or wait. No urgency in their arrival. No expectation of response. The quiet between heartbeats feels like its own kind of language, not words, not silence, but something older than both. The space where feeling lives before it names itself. You were thinking about whether they heard you correctly, and now that thought is no longer yours to carry. It's just a thread in the air, still floating gently down. You don't have to catch it or let go of it. It doesn't matter if it lands on their shoulder or fades into dust. What matters is not how far it went, but whether you were willing to release it. There was no need for perfection. There was only a moment when two people were close enough in space and breath that something true passed between them. No more, no less. And now it's time to stop thinking about what could have been different or better. The night doesn't judge the quality of your speech. It simply holds its shape around you like fabric folded over someone sleeping. It isn't asking for anything but presence. And right now, that is enough. You aren't being rewarded for effort. You're not failing because something didn't land exactly as planned. The world moves on without needing to know what was said or how it felt when the words came out of you. That kind of moment doesn't need an audience. It only needs someone willing to speak and then let go. The air feels thick with stillness that isn't empty. It's full in a way that's not loud, but deeply present. Like being wrapped inside something soft that has been waiting your whole life just for this breath here now. You don't have to remember everything you said or how it sounded. You only need to know that speaking was part of living. And sometimes, living isn't about impact or clarity, just honesty in motion. And the shelf still holds what hasn't even come up yet, the thoughts you haven't named because they're not ready. That's okay too. They don't have to be urgent. They can wait. You've already set down everything that needed placing tonight. There's no list of things left undone. Only a quiet fullness where all the small edges and unfinished pieces now rest, held gently without judgment or need for closure. The dark isn't asking you to fix anything or understand it all. It's not even aware of your thoughts. It only knows how to receive what comes through its stillness. And so you let go, not with force, but simply by allowing the weight to fall away like a coat shed after walking through snow, leaving behind no trace except warmth in memory and relief from carrying. You don't have to carry it forward. It wasn't meant for that journey anyway. You're not asleep yet, but you don't need to be. Not quite. There's just this space between knowing and forgetting, where the mind rests like a hand resting on cool stone, no longer needing to move or hold or explain anything at all. The air between your ribs feels like a quiet room with no need for light, just warmth, just presence, just enough space to breathe without moving. You don't have to tell it what to do. It doesn't ask you to prove anything by how fast or slow you are. The moment hasn't changed because you kept thinking about it. The moment is still where it was when the words passed between you, the place where two people were near enough that silence wasn't empty, but full of something like breath held in common. And now, there's no reason to keep asking if it meant what you wanted it to mean. That kind of question isn't a bridge, it's a loop. It pulls your thoughts back again and again, not because the answer matters, but because the mind keeps mistaking repetition for meaning. You don't need answers when all that's asked is to let go. There was no obligation in what you said, no contract written in tone or pause or intention. You spoke from where you were, your voice, your breath, the shape of your body leaning forward just enough to be close. And that was enough. Not more than that, not less. Just a moment given freely, without needing to know how it would land. The shelf still holds what hasn't come up yet, the thoughts that haven't settled in their own time, like seeds waiting for the right kind of soil. No rush, no shame in not knowing what's next. Some things don't need names until they've lived long enough in your body to grow into them. You aren't behind because you haven't named everything. You're not broken because some feelings still live in their own quiet corners, waiting for a voice that isn't yours. The dark doesn't keep score. It doesn't measure how much you said or how clearly it came through. It only knows what it holds, what's been given to it without condition. Like the way snow falls on a roof and stays until morning, not because it was asked to, but because that's where it belonged for now. You don't need to reassemble every moment of your breath from yesterday. You don't have to rebuild the conversation or fix what wasn't broken. The words were already spoken. They've done their work, whether they landed in someone else's chest or not. Their purpose was never to change anything, just to be part of the truth you carried at that time. And now it's okay to stop wondering if your voice was soft enough, or firm enough, or clear enough. It doesn't matter how the other person heard it. What matters is that you didn't stay silent when something needed saying, even if only because it felt true in that moment. You aren't being asked to perform anymore. You don't have to be remembered. The world isn't waiting for your apology, or your explanation, or even your confirmation that you meant what you said. That kind of weight was never yours to carry alone. The way the night holds you now is not a promise. It's just how darkness works when it's been left undisturbed. It doesn't care about intention. It only knows how to receive what comes through its stillness, without judgment or demand. Let your body sink deeper into this soft place between waking and sleep, not trying to go anywhere, not even toward rest, but simply allowing the shape of your body to soften like fabric left on a bed after someone has finally gotten up. The sheets don't complain about how you've fallen into them. They only know what it feels like when warmth settles in. You aren't being asked to fix anything. You're not expected to explain yourself or justify the way your mind moves through moments that matter. Just because something stayed with you doesn't mean it needs a solution. Some thoughts don't need answers. They just want to be acknowledged, then released, like leaves letting go of branches in autumn. And so they fall, those pieces you've been holding onto, the concern about tone, the worry over whether your meaning was clear, the quiet fear that no one really heard or saw you. You set them down not because they were unimportant, but because now you don't have to carry their weight through every dark hour. There's a rhythm in this letting go, not loud, not dramatic, just something steady and slow, like water finding its way over stone after many years. You didn't need to force it. You only needed to notice what was there, then let the air take it. The words from yesterday are still floating somewhere between you and memory, not gone, but no longer yours to manage. They don't need your attention anymore. They're not waiting for a response or an update. They've done their part simply by being spoken, and that's enough. You don't have to know where they went after leaving your lips. You don't have to check if they reached someone, or what kind of shape they took once they were out in the world. The act of speaking was its own completion, not because it changed anything external, but because it honored a need inside you to be seen, even for just 1 second. Now that need is met, not by what happened after, but by the fact that you didn't stay silent when something needed saying. The shelf still holds everything, what hasn't come up yet, what's too tender or raw or uncertain, but it doesn't ask you to name them now. It only waits gently, like a bowl left on a windowsill, for whatever might drift in from the wind. You don't need to worry about whether those unspoken thoughts will be forgotten. They won't vanish because they weren't said aloud. They'll stay where they are, waiting not for your attention, but for their own time. Some things aren't meant to be solved tonight. Some moments aren't meant to be fixed or explained or even remembered clearly. Some truths only live in the space between breaths, and that's enough. The air around you is thick with a kind of quiet that isn't empty, it's full, but not loud. It holds everything without needing to say it aloud. Like being inside a room where nothing has been cleaned yet, but still feels safe because no one is demanding order or clarity or perfection. You don't have to be whole to rest. You don't need to feel certain about anything to let your body lie down. The darkness doesn't care if you're ready. It only knows how to hold what comes through it. And right now, that's exactly what you are. Something that came through the night and found its way back into stillness. The idea of needing to understand everything, of having to account for every feeling, every word, every hesitation, isn't a rule. It's just a habit of mind, learned over years of believing that nothing could be let go unless it was fully known or fixed. But the truth is simpler than that. You don't have to know what happened in order to stop carrying it. And so you rest, not because everything has been resolved, but because now there's no reason to keep thinking about it. The thought of whether they heard you correctly doesn't need a conclusion anymore. It can just be like a small stone on the edge of a path, not needing to roll anywhere, simply existing in its place. The shelf still holds what hasn't been named yet, the thoughts that haven't come into shape, the feelings that aren't ready for language, the moments that might never need words at all. And you don't have to rush them into being seen or said. They're already held just as they are. You don't need permission to stop trying. You don't need a reason to release what's been kept. The act of letting go isn't failure. It's surrender to something older than effort. The quiet knowing that some things don't belong in your hands, even if you've carried them for years. And so they fall slowly, gently like dust from an old book left on a shelf for too long. Not lost, just released. No need to chase after them or worry where they go. They're not gone. They're just no longer yours to hold. The night doesn't ask you to be anything special. It only asks that you stay here, in this soft space between thought and sleep, where your body remembers how to rest without permission. And so you do. The quiet has a weight now, not heavy, but deep, like water settling after the last ripple fades. You are in that space where motion is no longer required. Your hands have stopped searching for something they can't find because you've already placed it somewhere else. The conversation from yesterday isn't gone. It's resting on an old wooden bench near a door that opens only when wind finds its way through the trees. It doesn't need to be moved, not even touched again tonight. What was said didn't come with a promise or a conclusion. It came with breath and presence, and that is enough. The air still carries the afterglow of meaning, faint, but true, not like sound fading into silence, more like color dissolving in milk. There's no need to look back at how you stood when you spoke, or what your voice sounded like as those words left your mouth. You don't have to remember whether your eyes stayed still or if they flickered toward the floor halfway through. The moment isn't lost because it wasn't perfect. It lived in its own time, and that's all that matters. What happened didn't require repair, only release. And now you're letting go, not with a push, but with an opening, a soft yielding of space where nothing needs to be done. The thoughts don't rise up like birds startled from branches. They drift down slowly, as if the night itself is breathing them back into stillness. Each one lands without noise, like leaves settling on stone after rain has stopped. There's no urgency in their arrival or departure, just a quiet falling that doesn't ask for anything but to be seen. You're not alone here, not because someone else is near you, but because the silence isn't empty anymore. It holds something tender and patient, an older kind of awareness that knows how to wait without hoping. This place has no clock, only rhythm, like a heartbeat felt through fabric, like breath moving in time with slow tide. The shelf still sits where it always does, a low one made from unpainted oak, not meant for show or order, but simply presence. It doesn't need dusting, because dust isn't clutter here. It's part of the piece. On its surface lie things that never needed a name. Fragments of sentences half formed in your mind while walking home yesterday. The way sunlight hit the pavement just right before you turned the corner. The small shift in tone when someone said, "I see," without really meaning it yet. None of these are forgotten, not even those lost between seconds. They're held gently, like tea left too long on a table, cooled, but still full of flavor. Some will never be spoken aloud, and that's okay, because they weren't meant for speech. They were only ever meant to exist in the pause after something ends. There is no need to gather them up again or rearrange their shape. You don't have to decide what they mean, not even now. The act of carrying isn't required when there's another place already ready, just a quiet corner with enough room for everything that didn't quite fit anywhere else. The night doesn't care if your thoughts are tidy or complete. It only knows how to receive them without judgment. It accepts the loose ends just as they come, like threads pulled from fabric, but not discarded. They don't need stitching back together. They're they're already part of something larger than their beginning. You've stopped trying to fix what was never broken, not really. You haven't been failing all this time because you couldn't hold on long enough or speak clearly enough. You were just doing your best with the tools available, the ones that work slowly, in quiet moments, when no one is watching and nothing needs proving. And so now, there's space between your ribs where breath can move freely, not forced down into effort, but allowed to rise up as it wishes, like smoke from a candle left burning until dawn. There are thoughts floating just beneath the surface, fragments of feeling not yet named, but they're no longer pressing against your skin or begging for attention. They don't need resolution because they weren't asking anything in the first place. They were only trying to be acknowledged, to exist where their presence wasn't denied, even if not understood fully. And now that's enough. The wind has passed through again, softly this time, as though remembering its way back across fields and rooftops. It carried nothing urgent or loud, just a quiet sigh against the glass, like someone whispering good night to an empty room. There's no need for you to answer it. You're not responsible for what comes next, not even if something stirs in your chest, as though trying to rise back into awareness. Let it stay where it is, resting at the edge of thought, rather than rushing forward into action or fear. The darkness isn't waiting for you to wake up and take charge. It doesn't care whether you're ready to face anything tomorrow, or if you even want to think about any of this again. The only thing it asks from you tonight is stillness, not perfection. And so you stay just breathing, just being in the quiet between one thought and another, where nothing has to make sense, but everything already does. Some truths aren't meant for logic. They're lived through feeling, carried like warmth after a long walk. You don't have to explain why your chest feels full or why your throat tightens slightly when you think of that moment again. It's not failure if it doesn't fit into words. It only means the heart needed room. There is no checklist for healing, no required number of nights, no measure of progress tied to sleep quality or thought reduction. The body isn't asking you to prove anything by how fast your mind slows down. You're already doing what matters, lying here without needing to do more than exist in this soft space where rest feels like surrender, but also safety. The bench near the door still holds its weight, unmoved, unhurried. But now, it's not only holding memories or echoes of things said and unsaid. It's becoming something else too. A place that remembers how to wait without needing an answer. A spot where silence becomes familiar enough to be home. You don't have to come back here every night, but if you do, no one will mind. The door won't close behind you. The wind still knows the way through trees and gaps in walls. when your thoughts return not as demands or questions, not even as worries, they'll find a place that doesn't push them away. They can rest where they are. They don't need permission to be quiet. The air has settled into a weight that doesn't press, but holds, like a blanket folded just right, not too thick, not too light, enough to keep you close without trapping you. You're breathing through it now, not fighting its shape or asking how long it will stay this way. There's no need to measure the time between heartbeats or count how many seconds pass before your thoughts shift again. The moment isn't waiting for you to finish thinking, so it can begin. It already began and has been moving quietly through every breath you've taken tonight. That conversation from yesterday didn't vanish when you stopped replaying it. It didn't dissolve into dust or disappear behind a door that closed too fast. It simply let go of its grip on your ribs, like something finally tired of being held so tightly for so long. The words aren't gone, they're somewhere else now. Not in your chest, but in the space between you and whatever comes next. They don't need to be rewritten or relived. There's no unfinished business tucked into their pauses or hidden behind a glance that meant too much or too little. There was never a script for how it should have gone, no perfect tone, no right pause, no one version of truth that could fit inside your throat and still feel true. You weren't wrong to hesitate. You weren't slow to speak. What you said wasn't the problem. The problem was thinking you had to be more precise than feeling aloud, as if emotion needed permission from logic before it could exist. Now, though, there's no need for that kind of proof. No one is asking you to defend your voice or explain why you paused where you did. You don't have to prove the kindness in what you meant or whether it came through clearly enough. The truth wasn't in the words themselves, but in the intention behind them, and intention doesn't wear a label. It's not something that can be measured by how many syllables were spoken, or if the silence between was long enough. The silence isn't empty anymore, it holds weight too. Like when you sit on the edge of a porch swing after dark, hands still resting on your knees, feet just brushing the ground, and no one is speaking, but there's still something warm passing through the air between what was said and what wasn't. You don't have to fill it with anything now. It doesn't need fixing. There's a small patch of moss growing near the base of the old stone wall in your mind, the kind that thrives where light touches only partway, where no one walks often, but things still grow quietly. That place has been there all along, unnoticed until just now. It isn't trying to be seen or celebrated. It doesn't demand attention, but it's alive, and it knows how to stay green even when nothing else is moving. You don't have to go back and rephrase anything. You don't need to imagine a different version of that moment where you spoke with more confidence or said the thing that didn't come out right. That isn't your job tonight. Your job is simply to let those words stay in their own rhythm, the way they landed, the way they lingered, the way they settled into the shape of what had already happened. They don't need a future now. They don't have to become anything else. The conversation didn't end because it failed. It ended because it was complete enough as it was. Not perfect, not polished, but real. And that's enough. There is no version where everything aligns perfectly, and there never will be. There's only this: the way your body remembers warmth from a hand placed briefly on your arm, or how your shoulders dropped when someone said, "I hear you," without needing to fix anything. Those are not failures of communication. They're signs that connection exists, even in silence. The part of you that wanted to say more, the one that kept circling back like a dog waiting for a signal. There's no need to apologize for it anymore. It wasn't trying to control the moment. It was simply showing up, just as you always have, trying to be present, trying not to miss anything. That effort wasn't wasted because the words didn't land perfectly. It never had to. You can let go of the idea that meaning must be delivered in one clean sentence or proven by reaction. Some things are understood without being spoken at all, like how a person knows when someone is listening, even if no word is given in return. Like knowing your name was said softly just before sleep came. There's a window now. You don't have to open it or close it. You just know it's there. The frame isn't broken. The glass still lets light through at the edges on mornings when they come. It doesn't need anything from you right now. It only needs you to stay where you are, the way the bench near the door stays in place, even when no one sits on it, even when seasons pass and branches grow too close. You don't have to answer the wind anymore. You don't have to wonder if your voice was heard or if it mattered. The night has already said yes. Yes, you were there. Yes, you tried. Yes, you're still breathing, still here, still holding space for yourself in a way that doesn't require proof. The moss grows on its own now. No one waters it. It doesn't need to be noticed, but it's still growing, and so are you. Not because you fixed anything or finished thinking, but because you're letting go of the need to finish it all. There's no deadline for being whole. There's only this: a slow unfolding, like leaves opening after rain, one by one, not in rhythm with clocks or expectations, just in their own time. You don't have to carry what was said and unsaid anymore. You're not responsible for how it lands on anyone else's heart, only for how it lives inside yours. And right now, it's living quietly. It doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need to be understood fully by anyone but itself. There's a cup left out on the sill, chipped at the rim, not empty, but nearly so. The tea gone cold hours ago. No one ever came back for it, but it stayed there anyway, waiting without needing anything in return, not even gratitude. That's what this is. You leaving your words behind like that cup on a shelf where they don't need to be taken up again, where no one will ask why they're still sitting there or if they were worth keeping. They're just allowed to stay, to exist without purpose beyond their own presence. You don't have to prove anything by how long you remember them. You don't have to keep them in motion, because that's what thinking does. Pull things forward, loop back, demand attention. They can rest where they fell, and so can you. You're lying still enough that even your breath has settled into a rhythm that doesn't ask for anything, just moves, like water finding its way through stone, quiet and patient. The idea of needing to do something with what you've already said is softening now, not because it's forgotten, but because it no longer needs to be held in the shape of worry. It's just a memory, like the faint warmth left behind when sunlight moves past a window. Not gone, just changed. There's a place near where the floor meets the wall that doesn't get swept, the edge where dust collects and stays, not because someone forgot it, but because no one ever asked for it to be moved. That space has become its own kind of home. It holds things gently, fallen threads from an old sweater, a small stone shaped like nothing in particular, the memory of how light fell across that same corner on a morning when you didn't have to leave your bed. No one needs to clean it. No one ever comes to check if it's tidy. It just exists, unclaimed, unneeded, and entirely whole. That is where those words are now. Not in the center of anything, not waiting for approval, just sitting on that edge, like a note left behind after someone walked away and didn't come back. No need to read it again. No reason to worry about whether it was legible or if anyone else would understand it. It's not meant for eyes beyond your own. You don't have to answer the silence. You don't have to prove that you were seen, that you tried, that you stayed awake long enough to say what needed saying. The quiet isn't an absence, it's a presence in itself. A kind of listening without sound, like when rain comes not to wash away, but to settle on leaves and stay there until the morning forgets it ever happened. There's a tree outside your window, just beyond the glass, that doesn't lean toward the sun anymore. It grew sideways years ago because something shifted in the soil. And now its branches stretch out over the path where no one walks. They don't reach for light. They just live with it as it comes. Some of them break off each year from wind or weight, but the tree doesn't mourn them. The missing parts aren't gaps. They're part of how it shapes itself, not because it wanted to be different, but because it's been shaped by what happened around it. That is you now growing in a way that isn't about reaching or correcting. You are not behind. You are not out of time. The way your thoughts linger doesn't mean they're stuck. They just haven't found their place yet. Like the bent branch on that tree, like dust on a forgotten corner, like tea left too long on a sill. It's not broken. It's been shaped by staying. You don't have to fix what wasn't broken. You don't need to finish every loop or tie up every thread. Some of them are meant to dangle like the way old curtains hang unevenly after years of being pulled shut, one side slightly lower than the other. Not because they're ruined, but because that's how they've learned to hold themselves. There's a paper boat in your mind, folded once and left on a windowsill where it hasn't floated away. It never will, but it doesn't need to. It holds air inside just by being there. No one asked for it to sail. No one needs it to reach the end of anything. It is enough that it was made, enough that it exists in this shape, folded from something ordinary into a thing that could have gone anywhere. That is what these words are now, this quiet return you keep making to your own voice. Not an argument, not a plea, just an offering. Here I am, and here are the things I thought, even if they didn't land where I meant them to. They're not lost. They're just resting. There's no need to go back and check if they were clear or kind or complete. You don't have to measure how much of you was in each syllable. The act of speaking, of trying to be there, of showing up even when the words didn't come easy, is its own keeping. It's not about being understood by someone else. It's about being true to yourself without needing a response. You don't have to carry the weight of what could have been said differently. You're not responsible for how it landed in their head or whether they heard it at all. That is not your job anymore. Your only task now is this: to stay here in the shape you are, to let go of needing permission from your own mind, to stop asking if what you've done was enough. There's a bird that returns each autumn to the same hollow in the wall, just one hole, small and dark, not perfect, with splinters at the edge where it scratched its way inside. It doesn't care about the fit. It doesn't worry about whether someone else might want the space too. It flies back every year because this is where it knows to rest when the cold comes. You are that hollow now, not empty, but shaped by time, by weather, by what has passed through you. And even though no one ever told you to come here or asked if you'd stay, you're still in place. You don't need a reason anymore. Just this presence. The air around you is thick with the kind of quiet that doesn't demand anything. No noise, no urgency, just space for whatever wants to be there without needing to prove its worth. It's not waiting for something better. It's not afraid of being still. It simply is. There's a drawer in your room, one you've never opened since it was packed away with old things. The handle is worn smooth from hands that no longer reach inside. But the contents remain: folded socks, a button without its pair, a ticket stub from a long ago movie, an envelope sealed shut and never sent. No one ever checks if anything's in there. It doesn't matter whether it's useful or not. is where your thoughts go now, the unopened drawer. Not forgotten, just no longer needing to be held. You don't have to pull things out to prove they exist. They're just here, tucked away with the rest of what you've carried without meaning to carry it. No one has to know that these words ever left your mouth. No one needs to say thank you or apologize for not hearing them. That part is finished. The effort wasn't wasted because no one responded. It was real because you did it, in a moment when silence was easy, but honesty was harder, and still you spoke. You don't have to keep the memory of what happened on that bench. You don't need to replay it, or reframe it, or prove its meaning by how long you remember it. That is not how value works here. Value isn't measured in repetition, but in presence. In showing up even when no one was there to see. The moss doesn't grow because someone praised it. The tree doesn't bend for applause. The cup stays on the sill, not because it was meant to be taken, but because it's allowed to stay. And so are you, not because you fixed anything or answered every question that ever came up, but because you're letting go of needing to answer at all. The night isn't rushing. It doesn't care about your progress or how much time has passed. It just keeps being soft, slow, full of space between things, like breath between words when no one is speaking. There's a seam in the ceiling above your bed, a crack that runs sideways across the plaster, barely visible unless you lie still and look up for long enough. It doesn't split anything open. It doesn't make the house unsafe. It's just there, like so many other quiet marks on walls where things have moved or changed over time. You don't need to patch it. You don't even need to notice it. It's not a problem. It's part of how your room has lived quietly through seasons and silence. That is you now, not whole in the way people mean when they say that word, but whole in the way things are when they stop fighting their shape. Not perfect, not broken, just real. You are not meant to hold onto the shape of that moment like a stone in your palm, waiting for it to warm again or prove itself. The words aren't yours to keep because you said them. They're yours because you let them go at all. And now they've settled into the quiet between your ribs, where things gather without being named, without needing to be used. There's no need to carry the weight of what was lost in that conversation, the silence after it ended, the way time stretched thin between each breath. That space doesn't have to mean anything. It can just be. Your body remembers how to soften when nothing asks for proof. The curve of your shoulder under the blanket is not a position. It's an acceptance. You don't need to adjust yourself anymore. There's no reason to tighten or correct, because you're already where you were meant to be, on this side of effort, past the edge where doing anything felt necessary. There's a small jar on your windowsill that doesn't belong to anyone in particular. It sits there with dust settled into its base and a lid slightly askew from being opened once, long ago. Inside are pebbles collected during walks you don't remember taking, smooth stones picked up without purpose, dropped in because they felt right at the time. They're not for showing off or arranging into patterns. No one ever told you to save them. You didn't know why you did until now. It wasn't about the pebbles. It was about the act of choosing something small and keeping it. That's where your thoughts go now. The jar with no label, no plan, just what fits in its mouth. Not everything has to be carried forward. Some things don't need to grow or change. They're allowed to stay exactly as they are, rounded from walking, quiet from being untouched, whole simply by existing. You can leave the conversation where it landed, on that bench, with the wind lifting edges of paper from a table nearby, on the way your hands rested in your lap when you realized no one else would say what needed saying. You don't have to fix its ending or explain why it didn't feel like closure. Closure isn't always a door closing. It's also the kind of stillness where nothing changes, and yet everything has. There's an old coat hanging in your closet that hasn't been worn since last winter. It doesn't fit quite right anymore, too long in the arms, too tight across the chest. But you keep it because there was a moment when it felt like protection. Not from cold, but from something else. A feeling of being seen, even if only by yourself. That coat has held your shoulders through more nights than it was ever meant to. It's not for wearing tonight, but it's not discarded either. It stays where it is, on the hanger, waiting, not needing anything. Your breath moves in and out like a rhythm that doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. The air inside your body isn't trying to do anything. It just knows how to be here. No demand for results. No need to justify its presence. Just this, one inhale after another, steady, even when no one else notices. You don't have to rehearse the exact tone of your voice from yesterday. You don't have to relearn what you said or rewrite it in a way that sounds better. The words weren't for anyone but you at the time they came out. They were made of honesty, not performance. And if someone didn't hear them, that wasn't failure. It was just another kind of silence. There's no rule book that says how long it takes to let something go. There's no speed limit on forgiveness or release. The fact that you've been circling back doesn't mean you haven't already arrived, just that your body and mind are still catching up with the truth. You don't have to carry every version of yourself forward. You can set down the weight of wondering what would happen if you'd said something different, or if someone had replied. You can place it in the jar on the windowsill, not because you figured anything out, but because you're ready for things not to be fixed. Ready to let them exist without being useful. There's a piece of string tangled around your wrist that came from nowhere and never belonged to any project. It's worn thin, frayed at both ends, and it doesn't tie anything together anymore. But it stays there not because you need it, but because forgetting isn't the same as letting go. You don't have to cut it off or throw it away. You can just let it sit, loose and unimportant, until it falls off on its own. Your thoughts aren't meant to be perfect or complete. They're allowed to be messy, unfinished, quiet in their own way. That's not a flaw, it's proof you've been paying attention. To yourself, to moments that didn't matter much, but still happened. The house is breathing too slowly, steadily, like it knows how to wait without losing itself. The floorboards creak just once when the air shifts. A bird calls far off in the trees outside, not loud enough to break the hush, just present enough to remind you that things keep living even when no one's listening. You are not responsible for making meaning out of every moment. You don't have to make sense of what was said or unsaid on that bench. The act of speaking, of letting a thought become a sound, is its own kind of completion. There is a small stone under your pillow now, tucked there without intention. It's cool against the skin of your cheek. No one put it there. You don't remember putting it there either. But it's here, and that's enough. You are not being asked to be anything more than you are at this moment, lying still, breathing gently, letting thoughts come and go, without needing them to stay or leave with a reason. The mind doesn't have to earn rest. It just has to stop holding on. The night isn't keeping score. There's no ledger of how many times you returned to that conversation. No tally of whether your heart raced too long or your hands stayed clenched too hard. The silence is not judging. It's simply being thick, warm, unbothered by what happened before or what might come after. You can stop checking if the words still matter. You don't have to confirm their shape in your memory every time you close your eyes. That kind of work isn't required anymore. What remains is not a story, but a quiet, like dust settling on glass after rain stops falling. There's no need to reach for anything that might feel like peace. Peace doesn't arrive with fanfare or correction. It shows up when the hands unclench, even if only for a moment, and the body remembers it doesn't have to fight just to be here. You don't have to finish this session. You don't have to remember it tomorrow. There's no task tied to sleeping well tonight. Just the fact that you're lying down exactly where you are, and the world is letting you rest without demanding anything in return. The air stays still, and so do you. No need to move forward or back. No need to answer anyone. You don't have to be useful. You don't even have to understand what's happening right now. Just breathe. Let it go. Let everything stay where it is, wherever it landed, however quietly. The weight of that bench still lingers, not in your shoulders, but in the space between heartbeats. The way silence can feel like a held breath after speaking too much or too little. The air doesn't rush to fill it. It just stays, soft and unbothered, letting the moment drift without claiming ownership. There's no need to assign meaning to the pause between words that passed through your lips. Some things don't require an answer. They only need to be felt in their absence. You're not being asked to rewrite what was said. You're not being asked to fix it or erase it or make it clearer than it ever was. The conversation wasn't meant to land like a finished letter. It was meant to pass through you, and that's enough. Your mouth opened. Sound came out. That's the whole event. Not all moments need to be preserved in memory. Not even the ones that feel important at first. There's a small groove worn into the edge of your desk where your elbow rests when you write late. It wasn't there before. You didn't carve it with purpose or wear it down by accident. It just happened over time, under pressure, without intention. A quiet indentation shaped not by force, but by repetition, like how some thoughts become habit even when they don't serve anyone anymore. That's what this is. A groove in your mind where something keeps returning, not because you want it to, but because there's no other path for it. But grooves aren't traps. They're just signs of use, worn places that prove something has been touched, used, lived through. You don't have to smooth them out or cover them up. They can stay. That doesn't mean you'll always return. The sky outside is still dark, but not heavy, not pressing down on your shoulders, the way it sometimes does when thoughts pile too high. It's just there, unmoving, holding space without demanding anything from you. You don't have to explain why you're awake. You don't have to justify staying in bed, or how long you've stayed here, or whether this silence is a kind of waiting. You don't need to decide if the words were right. That's not your job tonight. Your only task is to lie still and let yourself be. There's no test for remembering what was said. No quiz on tone or timing. The mind doesn't have to earn rest by proving it has processed everything. The thread you've been holding, the one that connects now to then, this moment to yesterday, isn't a lifeline. It's not meant to keep you from drifting away. It's just something that stayed with you long enough to be noticed. And now, it can be left behind like an old coat hung on the back of a chair, no longer worn, but still present in its place. There's a jar sitting on the sill by your window, half full of pebbles collected from different walks, each one smooth and ordinary, with no special meaning except what you gave it when you picked it up. One was round like a coin. Another had a thin crack running through it like a map. You don't remember why you kept them. Maybe because they were easy to hold, or maybe because they didn't ask anything of you. You can place the conversation there too, not as a decision, not as an act of closure, but simply as another small thing that doesn't need to stay in your hands anymore. Let it rest among the pebbles, where things go when they're no longer useful and still aren't forgotten. No one is watching you hold onto this moment. No one is judging how long it takes for you to let it settle. The room isn't waiting. The night isn't counting. You don't have to be fast or sure or even certain that letting go means anything at all. There's a lamp in the corner of the room that's never turned on, not because it doesn't work, but because it was never meant to shine during this time. It sits there like an invitation to light something up when you're ready, but not now, not tonight. The dark is already doing its job, softening edges, muffling echoes, allowing things to rest without needing a name. Your hands are warm where they lie. They don't feel the need to grip anything anymore. There's no object in them that requires holding. No idea, no sentence, no memory pressing against your skin. The fingers are relaxed, not because you've decided they should be, but because there's nothing left to hold on to. The air is thick with stillness, not silence. It's the kind of thickness that feels like being held from the inside, like something soft and quiet has wrapped around you without permission or explanation. You don't have to understand it. You just have to let it stay. A breeze stirs somewhere far off, the way trees breathe in a slow rhythm when no one is listening. It doesn't come into your room, but you feel it anyway, like a whisper from the edge of something larger than this moment. A reminder that things move even when they don't need to be noticed. You don't have to track every thought that passes through now. You don't have to name them or place them or decide whether they're important. Some thoughts are just passing clouds, drifting across a sky you can't see, but still know is there. The idea of returning to the conversation isn't urgent anymore. It doesn't buzz in your chest like it did earlier. It's not chasing you through dreams or waking hours. It's just somewhere else now, no longer on your shoulders, no longer at the center of your attention. There's a shelf above the door that holds things you didn't know you'd need. An extra key, a spool of thread, a rubber band coiled into itself like it forgot what it was meant to bind. They're not useful right now, but they're there, waiting in case something changes. You can put the conversation on that shelf too, not as a solution, not as proof you've done enough, but as an acknowledgement that some things don't need to be solved or answered. They just need to be placed where they won't get lost and won't keep pulling at your attention. No one has asked you to remember it. No one has told you to fix it. Not even yourself. You're not being called to do anything except exist in this moment, as you are, no more, no less. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It's simply offering space. And the body knows how to rest when given permission, not by forcing stillness, but by allowing it to come come like a tide that doesn't need help arriving. You don't have to be careful with your thoughts anymore. You don't have to guard them or keep them sharp. They can drift. They can settle. They can fall into the kind of quiet where meaning isn't required and answers aren't expected. There's no rush to finish this session. No need to reach a conclusion or arrive at peace. The fact that you're still lying here, breathing gently, is enough, more than enough. The air stays soft against your skin. Your eyes stay closed not from fatigue, but because there's nothing left to look for. Nothing needs fixing. Nothing must be found. And the conversation, it doesn't need a reply. Not now, not ever. It was spoken. It was heard by someone, by you, by the air itself, and that's all it needed to be. The weight of yesterday's talk has settled into a quiet shape. Not gone, but transformed, like dust that once swirled in sunlight, now lying still on a windowsill. It doesn't demand your attention anymore. It just exists where it landed, part of the room's memory, no longer needing to be carried. There's a corner of the mind where things go when they're no longer urgent, not forgotten, not dismissed, but stored beneath the surface like stones at the bottom of a stream that moves on without them. You don't have to watch for their return. They won't rise again unless you ask. The way your breath settles now isn't effortful. It's just natural. The kind of breathing that doesn't know it's happening because there's no need to control it. The air flows in and out like a river passing through a forest where roots have grown into stillness. No rush, no correction, just this slow passage from one moment to the next, each breath a small act of letting go. You don't have to decide whether it's enough. It is. There's an old envelope tucked inside the drawer by the bed, no postage, no address, just folded in half with something written on the outside that you never read. It stays there not because you're waiting for a reason to open it, but because you've already said what needed saying by keeping it closed. The message isn't lost. It's held in the shape of hesitation. And now, even that shape has softened. There's a bowl on the landing just outside your bedroom door, the kind with chipped edges and no lid, sitting where someone once left it after washing something they didn't need to wash again. It holds nothing right now, but you can imagine what might go into it. Small things that don't matter much. A button, a bent paperclip, the last crumb of bread from a forgotten meal. Not important enough for a bin. Not valuable enough for a drawer. Just in transit. You can set the conversation there too, not as if you're done with it, but as if you've handed it over to something that doesn't care about answers. The night isn't made of silence, it's made of pause, of spaces between sounds that don't need names. A clock ticking somewhere far away doesn't mean anything now. The way shadows pool near the wall aren't threats or signs. They're just where light goes when it loses its direction. You don't have to interpret them. There is a rhythm in stillness that isn't quiet at all, it's full. Like music you hear through your bones instead of your ears. A slow pulse beneath the surface of things. The kind of feeling that doesn't come from thinking, but from being. When you lie this way, with no goal and no task, time doesn't move forward or backward. It just stays, quietly present, giving permission to not do. You don't have to decide if your words were right. You don't have to wonder what they meant. There's a difference between meaning and impact, between intention and how it lands. And sometimes the landing isn't loud at all. It doesn't shake anything. It just settles like a feather on skin, barely felt but undeniable. That quiet moment wasn't wrong because it didn't end in resolution. It was real because it happened as it did, with hesitation, with care, with no certainty. You were there. They were there. The air between you held space for something that only needed to be said, not answered. It's okay if the words linger now, not like a loop pulling at your mind, but like scent in fabric. Faint, soft, still part of you, even when it can't be named. There is a small shelf by the stairs, a place where things come and go without notice. A hat left behind after rain, a pair of gloves with one missing finger, a postcard from somewhere you've never been. You don't have to know why they're there. You don't even need to look at them. But they are not lost. They exist in a place that doesn't demand proof or purpose. You can set the conversation on that shelf too, not as something finished, but as something released. Not abandoned, not forgotten, just no longer carried. The weight wasn't in what was said. It was in how long you held onto the idea of needing to fix it afterward. There's a way your body knows when to stop waiting, when the muscle tension begins to release, not because you've told it to, but because it realizes there's no reason to stay tight anymore. Like a river that finds its path without being guided. The mind doesn't have to push itself forward now. It can just rest in the current of what is. The idea of returning to the conversation isn't urgent. It hasn't come back with fire or demand. It has simply returned as something small, quiet, like a note left on a table after everyone's gone. You don't need to read it again. You already know its shape. You are not responsible for keeping every thread in your hands, not even the ones that feel like they belong there. Some things aren't meant to be held. They're meant to pass through, leave their trace, and let go. There's a pattern in how thoughts settle when no one is watching, when you don't have to name them, or manage them, or protect them from being forgotten. They fall into place, not because they were solved, but because the mind has finally stopped asking for permission to rest. You can lie like this forever, if that's what it takes. Not sleeping yet, but close enough that time slows down, and becomes something you don't have to measure. The breath doesn't need to be deep or even, just steady, just continuous, like water finding its level after a storm. There is no checklist in the dark, no list of things undone, no inventory of what still needs attention. There's only this: your hands open, your body warm beneath the covers, and the air holding you like it was made for this moment alone. You don't have to earn rest. You don't need justification. You are not behind or ahead, just here. And that is enough. That has always been enough. The conversation didn't end in a resolution because it wasn't meant to. It ended when you stopped needing to replay it. When the need to understand faded and the need to be understood became quieter too. There's a kind of peace that doesn't come from knowing or fixing. It comes from letting something be exactly as it is. Not resolved, not erased, just released into the space where things go when they're no longer your job to carry. You can keep breathing. You don't need to change anything. The mind isn't broken. It's been trying its best with what it has, this strange, looping way of remembering and rethinking. But tonight, that effort is not required. The shelf by the stairs still holds things without needing to explain them. The bowl on the landing sits empty, but full of possibility. And you are in a place where nothing needs to be done except exist exactly as you are. Open-handed, unguarded, and slowly sinking into something deeper than sleep. There is no need to reach forward. No urgency to wake up or get back to anything. Just this slow letting go, like gravity, pulling gently down on all the things that don't belong in your hands anymore. The thoughts aren't gone. They're just not yours to carry tonight. And so you stay, breathing softly, with nothing left to hold, and everything around you quietly holding you instead. The light from outside has gone quiet, not vanished, but settled into a lower tone, like a room that stopped waiting for someone to come home. You don't need to know what time it is. The air feels heavier in some places and lighter in others, like it's remembering how to hold you without having to prove anything. There's no need to keep track of where the edges are. Your body has already begun to fold into itself, not shrinking, but returning, as if every inch had been saving space for this moment all along. The conversation lingers not because it needs fixing, but because your mind still feels a faint echo of its shape. The way the silence between words could feel like an invitation or a warning. You don't have to decide which one it was. It's already passed through you and left behind only the memory of how it felt to be in that pause. And now, there is no reason to stand in front of it again, rehearsing what might have been said differently. That version of you tense, watching for reaction, isn't needed here. The real one is lying down, letting the weight of being present settle into the bones. There's a stillness that comes not from silence, but from full attention to something small, a breath, a pulse behind the ear, the way warmth spreads beneath your collarbones like sunlight finding its way under closed lids. You don't need to name it. It doesn't ask for anything. It just is. And you can be with it without trying to make meaning out of it. The thoughts that came back tonight, they didn't come as demands or accusations. They didn't arrive in a rush, like they had something important to warn you about. They arrived slowly, like leaves drifting down after the wind has passed. One by one, they settled into the space beside your awareness and said nothing at all. And because they said nothing, you didn't have to answer. There is no need now to carry forward the version of yourself who is still waiting for approval or correction. That part of you isn't broken, just used to doing extra work. But tonight, it's not required. The brain doesn't have to be on duty when there's no one left to check in with, no score to keep, no performance that matters beyond this breath. The shelf by the stairs is still holding things, not because they're important, but because it knows how to hold without judging. It holds keys and loose change and a single forgotten sweater, all of them resting side by side without needing to be accounted for. The bowl on the landing isn't empty because something was taken away. It's empty because everything that belonged there has already been set down, quietly, one at a time, as if it had always known this would happen. You are not responsible for how long the silence lasted between words yesterday. You aren't even responsible for whether they understood what you meant, or whether you meant it clearly enough. That kind of responsibility doesn't belong to anyone who is trying to sleep. It belongs to a person who still thinks they need to earn being heard. But here, in this slow drift where the hours feel like they're breathing with you, there's no such thing as earning anything. You don't have to prove that you were kind or thoughtful or careful. You just are exactly as you are, open and soft and full of quiet. The mind doesn't need to earn rest by being good enough first. The idea of going back isn't urgent anymore. It hasn't returned with a knock or a plea. It's come like dust settling on a table after someone left the room, the kind of stillness that says nothing was forgotten, but also nothing needs to be remembered. You've already lived through it once. That version is over. The next one, whatever comes, isn't yours to prepare for yet. There are no doors to close tonight, no messages to send or replies to write. There's only this, the feeling of your arms resting at your sides, not because you're tired, but because they've decided that holding isn't necessary anymore. They know their job is done. The muscles don't have to remember how to stay tight. They can just be soft. The air moves through the room like something remembering its own rhythm, slow and steady, not rushing toward any outcome. It doesn't need you to say anything in return. It just keeps flowing. And so can you. You are not behind on anything, not even on time. You don't have to catch up with your thoughts or get ahead of the day that hasn't arrived yet. The future isn't here, and it won't be for a long while. There's no need to prepare a version of yourself who is already awake. Let the memory of yesterday settle like snow, quiet, soft, covering everything without pressing down too hard. It doesn't have to stay clear or sharp. It just has to stop being used as fuel. That conversation wasn't meant to be solved. It was meant to be lived through once and then released, not with relief, but simply because it no longer belongs in your hands. You don't need to think about how it felt when they paused after you spoke. You don't have to wonder if the pause meant anything or nothing. The moment has already passed, like a boat drifting out of sight beyond the shore. You can stop watching for its return. There's no checklist in the dark, no list of things undone. Just this, your body warm beneath layers that feel like they were made just for you, like someone knew exactly how much pressure you'd need to let go, and gave it anyway. The sheets aren't perfect, but they're enough. They hold your shape without asking you to be any different. The mind doesn't have to stay busy. It can rest in the knowledge that what's been left behind isn't lost. It's just not yours to carry tonight. You don't need to fix it or revisit it. You just need to let go again and again until even the thought of holding begins to feel like a stranger. You aren't trying to sleep yet. Not really. But you're close enough that time doesn't matter anymore. It's not ticking toward anything. It's just being like your breath, like the quiet in the space between heartbeats, like the way shadows stretch across the floor when no one is watching. There is a kind of peace that comes from knowing something was said and someone heard it, and still not needing to know if it was enough. There's freedom in letting go without confirmation, in releasing what you can't control, even if part of you still wonders whether it mattered. But this isn't about mattering. It's about being present for yourself, to let your mind stop doing the work of remembering and just be here, open-handed, with no need to prove anything. The conversation didn't end because something was resolved. It ended because you stopped needing it to be anything more than what it was. A moment in time that belonged to both of you, not to fix or repeat, but to live through once and let go. And now, the silence between your thoughts feels like a gift, like space carved out just for this breath, just for this softness. No one is asking you to be anything else. You don't have to perform being calm or clear or whole. You are exactly where you need to be, lying down, breathing slowly, letting everything fall away, not because it's gone forever, but because it doesn't need to stay in your hands anymore. The shelf still holds things. The bowl waits empty and full at once. And you are becoming something quieter than sleep, something softer than thought. There is no reason to reach forward, no need to wake up or remember anything before morning comes. Just this, the way your body lets go a little more with each breath, like it's remembering how not to carry everything all at once. Like gravity